It's the final day here in Krefeld in the ECS-W, and it's all still to play for. 3 teams, 1 trophy. Let's get the action started.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome to Krefeld. It's Sunday, the sun is trying to come out, and we're looking forward to another 4 games of action, at the end of which we will know who will be lifting that glorious ECS-W trophy. In the driving seat at the moment are BV United. They had a bumper day yesterday. They played 4 games and it looked like they might go unbeaten, but in that final game they came up against DJK Munich, who snatched the win to set up what will be an exciting day today. Remember, those 2 sides battled it out in the Bundesliga final last year, and in that final game last night it was DJK who got their revenge. That game will be coming up again in game 3 today. It could actually be more or less a final, but before then we've got the Western Warriors in action again twice. They didn't have the best day yesterday, but there are a few circumstances surrounding that. They are a new side. They've been put together for this tournament, and we certainly saw them grow from game to game. And I think a lot of the neutrals would love to see them get a win today. And certainly if they bring a few more bowling attacks and efforts into the games, and certainly they need to bolster their batting. Someone like Verena Stoller at the top of the order, if she gets going, then certainly a win would be round the corner for them. As for DJK Munich, they certainly don't lack in the batting fire department. They've got Nikki Kingsley. She got a half century yesterday. In that win last night, she actually wasn't required to bat at all. So that shows that they do have some batting depth. And well, speaking of batting firepower, BV United don't lack in that department either. They've got their opening batter. She's been an absolute superstar so far. She's had 2 half centuries to her name, and I know she's looking forward to getting some more runs today. But the BV United, they've got a rest this morning. First up is the Western Warriors against DJK Munich. DJK, they need to win this one to keep their hopes alive, and I'm sure BV United will be turning up and watching this one with a lot of intrigue. And I know Rico will be watching it and enjoying it the whole day as well, and he will be bringing you news from the toss. So strap yourselves in. I know it's going to be an exciting day, and hopefully the weather holds as well. Rico, over to you.
Thank you very much to Tina. Looking dashing with the ECN colours on, especially for when we're doing some women's cricket. So looking great out there in the middle. And yeah, it does look a little bit murky, but I do believe that the cricketing gods will be kind to us. Of course they will, because they too want to see 4 more matches featuring the women playing here in Krefeld. Yesterday was an outstanding day. We certainly had lots of fun, and we had cricketainment of the highest degree, and we feel that today is going to be the same. Now, a lot of people are in the chat ready to watch this one. Let's take a look back, though, first at what happened yesterday, and then, of course, we can focus on the day ahead. Remember, we will be starting with the Western Warriors take it on DJ Munich. These 2 teams, I think, will give us a very exciting first match. Just a lovely shot there of where this fantastic sports complex is. More than just a cricket ground. Krefeld cricket ground out there looking absolutely stunning. So yesterday, first up, we did have BV United taking on the Western Warriors. It was kind of a one-sided one. Sharada Palanier was in excellent form, 28 of 14, and also then bowled 1 maiden as well, and that's why she was the player of the match in that 75-run victory over the Warriors. And for the Warriors, the issue was none of the batting did click, and United carried on in strong form when they got a wicket against DJ Munich. DJ Munich, has to be said, did restrict the powerful United to a score of 103. That's even with Sharada scoring a very fine 61 not out, but she once again was in great form with the ball, only conceding 8 runs over 2 overs, and despite a good knot there from Kirsty Moan, who made 32 not out of 20, they fell 32 runs short. So good start there from United. But Munich would come back in form when they took on the Western Warriors, despite being well restricted by the Warriors to a score of 92. Nikki Kingsley this time, 56 not out of 29, was the player of the match, was very good with the ball as well, just conceding just a couple of runs there. And Alex Brodin put a fine performance in for the Warriors, 31 not out, but it wasn't enough. They went down by 26 runs. And then it would be the Warriors taking on the United side again. We thought that this may be another one-sided affair, and a kind of worse with the Warriors being restricted to 62. But they did fight with the ball, it has to be said. And they managed to restrict the United side not getting the win inside the 7 overs, which meant they picked up a point. And of course, that was a match where it was Karina Kermea who took the hat-trick. Fine performance from her, 3 for 3. And a wonderful scenes when she got that hat-trick. Her first hat-trick ever. And of course, we captured it live on the stream. The last match then was always going to be a good match, we felt, with Munich once again taking on United. And DJ Munich, thanks to a 119 partnership between Kirsty Moan and Amaya Kanakuntla, their captain, both of them in the 40s, got to a good score on the board, and then they restricted the BV United side to a score of 109, despite once again Sharada Palanier scoring 54 of 34 deliveries. But there was some excellent bowling there from all the bowlers. The fielding was spectacular. I suppose it was Chandana Vasant, her 1 for 23, that managed probably to be the pick of the bowling performances there and got them that very important win. So that meant that it gives them a chance today, does it, DJ Munich? If results go their way, they have an opportunity. So quick look at what the win percentage here is. No real surprise there with United, big times favourites, 76% to 24%. That's the way it's looking out there at the moment. So let's see how this one works out. So DJ Munich, beg your pardon, big time favourites. Welcome to everybody in the chat, all excited for what is going to be another fantastic day of cricket. I know that Rob Thompson was in there early, John Heasham. So we are ready for the start of day 2. Bat versus ball. Here's the first. It's played away quite nicely. It's going to be a long chase here. Be a good test to see how this outfield is first thing in the morning. Just slows up there as the ball gets to the rope. The birds are here as well in the background. Of course, they can't stay away. Of course, they were here for that last match yesterday. And they thought, we want some more of it. We want to see some more of that action. This morning, we have had a bit of rain. I know that I arrived here slightly later than Tina, and Tina said the rain's only just stopped. So that will make the outfield, I think, just a little bit slower. That's a good delivery. Nicely bowled there by Antonia. She was good yesterday. Good with the ball, good in the field. So expecting a good performance, not just from her. I'm expecting all the bowlers to be better today. Expecting the extras. Now, extras was a big issue in that win for DJ Munich yesterday. It's a short one, gets nurdled away. It's again going to be a test for the outfield, but this time the ball will get to the boundary. First boundary of the day, and it's Amaya Gunakunla, the captain of DJ Munich, that gets that away. Very good player. I mean, let's just talk about her for a moment before we go back to that match yesterday. I mean, she put on a fantastic partnership there, didn't she, yesterday? Great to see. 41, 9 out of 31. Kirsty Moan was 46, 9 out. Helped them to get that at 119. For a young player, she showed so much maturity yesterday in that performance. And plays that away this time, says no run. And she's got a lot of talent. And I think her future is very bright. And with one or two other players here as well, she really is a talented player. So let's see how she goes. But yeah, in that match yesterday, the extras that were given away by BB United was that caused the problem. I think that's going to be a no ball here. They had 3 outside the circle. So that's been picked up there by the match officials. And that's an error. So here we go. Free hit to come as well. Short again, and that may be a wide. Well, and Antonia, I don't know what she had for breakfast. Maybe she had the 3 Weetabix this morning. She bangs this into the deck. And look at the carry through. That's almost off our screen. So that's going to be a wide. It's also will be the one for the over. And that means that, of course, this still is a free hit. Amaya Kuntla will be looking to get it away to the boundary. And plays it away. There's a sweeper out there. It should be just a single. So good comeback there from Antonia. Yeah, yesterday in that last fixture, United did go down. They also gave 5 penalty runs away. Remember, they took too long to bowl their 10 overs. And the reason for that was there were so many wides. I think in the end, something like there was over 30 extras in that match. And so they're a team that will definitely want to be better today when we see them. And we will see them, of course, in match number 7, the one after this. Will they take on the Western Warriors? So the Western Warriors and DJK Munich today will play 3 matches. United, who had a big day yesterday, played 4. Well, they'll have the morning off. They'll be pleased for that. And they'll play the middle 2 matches, match number 7 and 8. 4 matches today. So we've got an exciting schedule for you. And I think all of those matches probably very important. This one should be caught, and it will go down. Oh, dear. The ball comes out of the hands of Antonia. It goes down. She goes down. She's, of course, very disappointed. Had the opportunity to take the big wicket of Nikki Kingsley without scoring. Now, keep a note of that. And then Nikki has to then dash back as Amaya didn't seem to be moving from where she was. And now the runs will come. That's played away quite intelligently. Another shorter delivery from Antonia. And end of the first over. So I suppose the big talking point there was that Kingsley going down. Remember, she was also in the runs yesterday. He put a good play of the performance in when she scored a fine half century herself. So it's not somebody that you want to be putting down. It's 56 not out of 29 in the win against the Western Warriors. Take a quick look at our tour of Germany. Well, sadly, today is the last day, especially here in Krefeld. But, of course, our tour of Germany, though it does go on hold for a little bit, it will also take us to Kiel a little bit later. So we will be going back to Germany and a different part of Germany. And somebody who knows all about those parts of Germany, Tina Goff, joins me back in the commentary igloo. Good morning or guten Morgen.
Guten Morgen, Rico. Sad day, but also an exciting day as that one runs away for 4 runs. The final day in Krefeld. And, well, I'm hoping that the weather will hold for all 4 games as well, as the cartwheels come back out early on this Sunday morning. I remember yesterday in the Munich game, I was crying out for Nikki Kingsley to open.
Yeah.
I have my wish, and it almost backfired spectacularly in that first over. Probably should have been taken by Tony. She's got a decent pair of hands. I know it's difficult off your own bowling. It was up in the air for a long time. Maybe just a bit of moisture on that ball and it went down. It was a early reprieve for Nikki, and she'll look to make the most of it here, as it will be Tony on this occasion doing the fielding.
Yeah, it was one of those. I think the actual the moment got the better of her. I think she knew it was a big wicket, and she just seemed to snatch at it, and it just pops out of her hand. It happens, and you are right. I think that ball, as you can see, that the rag is being used. The ball has got some moisture on it, and every time it goes along the deck towards the boundary, it comes back with more. So they're going to have to try and keep it dry and control it. It's a little bit short in the air. Another chance, though. It's another one that doesn't quite go to hands. This time, I think that's Varsha there. Shakti. So an opportunity to have removed both the openers. That's Amaya, the captain, that gives the chance there on 7.
Just need to settle down these 2 batters from DJK. They've got off to a good start. 15 off the first 9 deliveries. But they'll be a bit concerned that they're giving up these chances, and at some point surely the Western Warriors will take one, but that's nicely played away. It'll take some stopping, and even with the moisture out there, that Grizzly will race away to the boundary. Already the 3rd boundary of this early innings. Nicely played and controlled by Amaya there.
Yeah, good shot. A little bit short there from Sitara Panika. A bowler who we were saying yesterday, it looks like she's cut her run down a little bit actually here today. The run seems to be shorter. So she's had a look at her performance yesterday. It's a shorter run. And Summers getting down the leg side. This one should be going to Tony. It does. She deals with it nicely, gets the throw in. Yeah, yesterday she probably had a run. Her run up was double what it is now. Now whether she's made a change to that because it is slightly wet, but she still does come to kind of a standstill just before she bowls. But it's all about having that rhythm and that momentum behind you. I know a lot of bowlers that do the same. A lot of men, they seem to have a big run up. And when they're trying to adjust that run, they never feel the same. So I do get it. It's all about the momentum and how you feel when you get to that point. One's just going to be down leg side. Good work there from Verena. I think I heard you say that she probably is going to be a big player today. I feel that the same. If she can get in the runs, and score a little bit quicker than what she did yesterday. She did get a good 19 yesterday as well. But yeah, good behind the stumps. Loving her movement. Steps across. Takes that lovely take down the leg side.
Yeah, we feared that the batting strength would be a question mark for the Western Warriors, as it has transpired yesterday. Didn't get a score above 80, but I do feel they've got some potential there, none more so than Verena. And let's not forget Alex Brodin as well. She didn't play in one of the games yesterday. It's Susie again captaining, but I think Alex, because she was captaining a few games yesterday, she was maybe just being a bit too generous rotating the squad. I completely get that. That one's cracked away and that won't be stopped. One bounce for Nikki, making the most of her second life here, and there are the cartwheels coordinated as well.
Oh, wonderful.
They've been practicing overnight, I think.
Wonderful. I think the thing is, yeah, you're right. The court is basically synchronized so well. Well, there's the boundary, and as we saw yesterday, the boundary brings out the cartwheel trio, and perfectly executed. And what a way to start the morning. Hey, we'll have a look here at the standings as the score is 26 without loss. But, of course, both batters have given a chance. And as we say, well, I thought we'd have a look at the standings. They're going to come up very quickly and go. Quickly, look at those. So 12, 6 and 2. So there's catching up to do. So this, you would imagine, is quite a big match for DJK Munich. If they can get a win here, then they certainly will keep up with United. And remember, they will play United. That could be a cracking match, and that could be a bit of a decider. And then it'll be in their hands when they play a repeat of this match, the last match of this series. So they could, if they get this win and continue in winning ways, they could end up being the champions. But United have got that gap of 6 points, but of course they have played a game more.
That third game today, I think, could be an exciting one. If the two first games go to form and the Western Warriors go down in both of them, which is not a guarantee by any stretch of the imagination, as that one's hit just over the sprawling hands of Point and will go away for 4 runs. They're slowly finding their rhythm, these two out in the middle. So it's a big if, but if Baden-Württemberg and DJK win their opening 2 games against the Western Warriors, that third game becomes so important, because it will essentially be a must-win game for Munich. If they then win it, they would draw level with Baden-Württemberg, but if Baden-Württemberg win it, they've won the title. So it's all intriguing and exciting in the 4 games today.
Nicely played away, and that's what I like. It's a good throw, good bit of fielding. Just politely inquiring with the umpire, how's that? But I think you'll see here that the batter sliding the bat in and does get home. But that's Amaya, just watching her. I like the way she plays with such soft hands. So even a good delivery like that one from Vurushali, she's still able to just guide it away and take the single using getting her wrist into play, soft hands. And that's where I think some of the other batters we saw yesterday, they weren't able to do that. Over pitch. There's going to be a chase on here, but I feel the Grizzly is going to make its way to the boundary once again. So Nikki Kingsley, remember, after being dropped on 0 by Tony, is now starting to get moving. She's a powerful hitter of the ball, and she's starting to find the gaps in the field. 4 more runs, beautifully played.
Good morning to everyone in the chat. There's a few questions coming in as well, but firstly, morning to Dave and to Ash and to Johnny, Rob Thompson in there as well, and Ricky comes in with a question. I mean, just to clarify the length of the boundaries for women. So for the men's boundaries, 50 meters from the center of the pitch, and for the women it's 45. It can be ranging between 40 and 45, the boundaries for the women, at the discretion of both sides and the tournament referee. I think here we are at 45, and we've seen that some of these players can comfortably clear those boundaries as the sun tries to come out. That's certainly going to be a no ball for high. I think Nikki almost doesn't want to give up the strike there because she wants to get the free hit. One of those Tina rules I would bring in. Whoever faces the no ball should get the free hit, but on this occasion they run through for a single, so it will be a Mayer on strike.
Yeah, that one just, again, I think with that ball going to the boundary, it came back nice and slippery. So slips out the hands. And this one's a bit leg-side-ish, but gets a swivel on this. They have pushed the fielder back now, so it won't go to the boundary. And Nikki's going to have to get her skates on to get herself in as that gets tickled away on the leg side from Amaya. So Rushali just struggling a little bit with getting a good grip on that ball. There's been a few wides and a no ball in this over. So 14 off it with the ball to go. And that's about his delivery, but it's also a very good shot. Well watched, played away. No mistakes from Tony out there. She's a very good fielder. Gets the throw in. So 16 coming off the over. So that is the end of the power play. 41 without loss. And over by over scores at the moment. We've had the 10 and 2 lots. 10 a 16 there of Citra. And this one also will finish with 15, taking that score to 41. And hey, I gotta own up. Yesterday, I never gave the answer to my question because it became such an exciting match. So I need to give it today. Remember, I did say that in 1993, Ian Botham played his last first-class match. No wickets, but he did steal the limelight. And I said, what did he do? Well, it was the last day for him. He did score 30-odd runs, but no wickets. But this is what he did. We'll have it on the screen here now. So in the very last over, he kept a wicket without any gloves or pads. I wonder if anybody remembers that. So Ian Botham, his very last first-class match, and he said, you know what, I'm going to keep wicket. No gloves and no pads. And that was the way that he finished his first-class career and stole the limelight. So apologies I didn't give you that yesterday. A few people sent me some messages on Insta, said, were we right, etc., etc. And I said, look, it was so exciting yesterday's finish that I forgot all about it, but I'll give it to you today. Nicely played. The sun, Tina, the sun is out. I thought my equipment was going to be all right today, so I didn't put the old contraption up. So I think I'm going to have to get that sorted a little bit later on, because otherwise the computers are going to be frying again.
Yeah, I'm just fishing around for my sunglasses, and this is a welcome sight because this morning we were slightly more concerned about the fact that we might lose some overs, but at the moment it'd be the equipment that's getting lost. We're celebrating women's cricket here, of course, today, and there's a question from Nicola in the chat as well, asking if there's any information about the Meltle Shield, who the teams are, etc. Well, we can confirm the 4 teams are the same 4 teams that compete, well, the team names, not the actual players, in the Western Shield. That one's played away nicely into the gap. It's delicate hands from Nikki, so she's not just about the brute force. So we have the European 11 and the British and Irish 11. That's the 2 sides that competed in the Meltle Shield last year. But now we're making it double as big, double as exciting, and bringing in the Asian 11 and the World 11. So the same 4 sides that competed in the Western Shield will have those 4 sides in the Meltle Shield as well. The squads, I know, are still being confirmed, and I can guarantee you it's going to be worth the wait as Stoller, while she has to do the chasing there off a wide delivery. The names I've heard thrown about for icon players and actually just for the normal players as well, quite exciting. So watch this space, Nicola. As soon as we have information and the squads have been locked in, then of course they will be all over our social media channels with that tournament happening in September, just before the Western Shield. Actually, the Western Shield and the Meltle Shield this year are overlapping slightly, and I think that's going to be an exciting format. Yeah,
it is. I think it gives the players the opportunity to enjoy some time in the beautiful province of Andalusia, the region of Malaga. Gives them a bit of time to explore and I know that a few of them will come with loved ones as well. That gives them a chance to go out and explore and enjoy some of the beauty that Andalusia offers. And also then come back refreshed to play some more cricket. Well, we've certainly come back refreshed after a fantastic day yesterday. I don't know about you, but by the time I got back yesterday, I was exhausted.
Yep.
There wasn't too much energy left to do too much, and even eat. It was just the case I got back. I must admit, I did force myself to do at least half an hour in the gym, and then after that it was shower and just sat. I pretended I was watching some TV, but I wasn't. Made some calls, and that was me, out like a light.
Yeah, I was pretty much the same. I was trying my utmost to stay up because, of course, Germany were playing in the Women's Euros yesterday. And, well, when they got an early red card, I thought, that's bad. Also good, though, because I can go to sleep. And then they decided to battle their way through against France, against all the odds. That one's going to take some stopping, and Nikki hits another one to the rope. 4 runs takes her to 22, and DJK just one short of the half century. There at the cartwheels.
Oh, we're missing one. What's happened? We're missing one.
It's Sunday morning. Maybe she's realised she needs a bit of more time for her breakfast to go down.
I must admit, I loved them coming in the morning, and they know that they made the highlights yesterday, and they were all bubbly and bright and breezy. As I would say, more bright and breezy than me. Asking the question here, I think the umpire might go upstairs to have a look here. Had to fetch this from pretty wide, did Verena, but it's still worth a look. I do suspect, though, that Kingsley probably does get back. Let's have a look. Here we go. Does she get that back down in time? Ooh, it's going to be close. And with the fielder in the way, that's Beatrice Pierre. I think we're going to have to go to umpire's call. I don't know if we got another. Does camera 4 show this any better? Can we have a look at another camera maybe here, Dennis, just to see if we. I think what we're looking to see if where the bat comes down, does it come down past the line, before the line? It's going to be a tough one based on that, but I think they've given it out. They have given it out. So they must have gone with umpire call here, and the umpire. That's umpire Nikhil, who's the man at square, has probably said, I'll check it, but I think it's out. Tyrone Peters, along with umpire Jason, would have said, we haven't got conclusive evidence. What's your call? And Jason says, it's out. So, well, there you have it. Well done again to Verena Stoll. She's been good behind the stumps. We saw her involved in some stumpings yesterday, and that's a good wicket to take. It breaks this partnership. I suppose when you look at it there, you just feel, I think what may have happened there is the bat goes down perhaps before the line and then bumps up. And as a result of that, well, Verena's there. She's a sharp cookie, isn't she? Gets those bails off pretty quickly. Good work from her, and that partnership is broken just one short of the 50.
I saw it at the time and thought maybe she's in trouble because, as you said, Rico, the bat went backwards and it kind of bumped up as she was trying to ground it. I think that just put her in trouble, but fair play to Stoller there because she had to fish it from out wide and whip the bails off in one quick movement. That's exactly what she did, but still a solid start from Nikki. 22 off 16, including 4 fours. Be disappointed, though, that she doesn't push on and maybe go towards her second half century of the series. Just finishing off then, the Euros yesterday, Germany battled through. I think France had, by the end of the game, 3 disallowed goals for offside. The red card was actually for one of the German players pulling the French player's hair, which they're trying to, rightfully so, stamp out because it's pretty nasty. And it was also pretty brain dead from the German player because there are cameras. It's what we often say to the players playing here. You know you're on camera.
You're not going to get away with it.
And she didn't, and she was sent off after, I think, 10 minutes. And I thought, uh-oh.
It was pretty early on, but you're right. I kind of was following it. I wasn't watching it. I was following it because I knew, of course, we are in Germany. It was a big thing. That's going to be 4 more runs. So, well, we did see that Nikki does depart, but her partner comes out and she says, you know what, don't worry. I'll take over from where you left off. Now, remember that Simone and Amaya put that 119-run partnership on yesterday. So, okay, they have got one good batter out, but another good player comes out. and replaces her. And I think they play very similarly, don't they? Their style is very similar. They're both hard hitters on the ball. And you saw there from Simone, she plays a cracking shot through the covers the same way that Nikki was playing earlier. So well played. But yeah, I must admit, I thought it's one of those where you think the result is going to go the way of the French. It goes to 90 minutes, then the extra time, and then you just think, I think by the time we got halfway through extra time, I just thought, I haven't got the energy to still follow this anymore. And it did and would, of course, go all the way to penalties. Hello, good morning, and welcome, cricket lovers, wherever you are around the world. Of course, Rico Full here with Tina Goff, and we're just talking about some of the footy here yesterday. And, of course, I think after all that, at least the locals here in Germany would be happy with the result.
Well, you know what? I went to bed even before full time, but I thought if it goes to penalties, you never back against the Germans on penalties.
True.
That's what happened. And I think it was the goalkeeper who's overcome cancer twice, who then recovers from that and saves the penalty and then scores the penalty.
Yeah.
That's what dreams are made of.
Good. It was let's just say it was a better penalty shootout than the one the other day. But yeah, well done to Germany. And they continue despite being the underdogs in that match. It's going to be a no ball, that's called. As we see it's Tatiana Quintus coming on the ball. I don't think we saw Tatiana have a bowl yesterday, so let's wish her well. It's the first one. Well, she gets the loosener out the system.
Speaking of underdogs, I think that's what the Western Warriors are here. But if they break this partnership, which is something, of course, that BV United weren't able to do yesterday evening, then maybe they can keep a lid on this innings and keep it down to something chaseable. But Tatiana here just struggling. You can see every time the ball goes on that grass, it's just getting wetter and wetter. Well, and it's not picked up cleanly either. It's not going to help the cause. Don't think they have any rags out there, so they're relying on trying to clean it on their shirts.
There was a rag. I don't. Yeah, look, the rag person's Citra, who's on the boundary, so she needs to pass that really on to Elia, who's in front of us. Maybe just pass it on. That seems to be better directed, but it's well struck as well. They have got a fielder back and well watched. And in comes the throw there from Rushali. Hey, put your shades back away, because as soon as you got your shades out, the sun went away. And I noticed the same with Citra. The 12th ran on and gave her a cap and a pair of shades. And at that moment, as soon as she put them on, the sun went. Tossed up this time. It's down the leg side, which missed out on by Amaya. Should be disappointed there. She plays that shot pretty well. But I suppose that Tatiana, if she gets it to pitch, because of the height she's giving on the ball, it's a good bounce. Well, so if you don't get right on top of it, it's going to beat you, and that's what happens on that occasion.
She's another one who takes her time at the top of the mark, rocks backwards and forwards, almost like she's about to launch a javelin, but she launches the Grizzly. That one's a better line. It's played away nicely from Amaya. Should just be the one with Tony. Oh, slipping and sliding. But I think they'll content themselves with just the single.
Tatiana seems to have got her rhythm here again. And the field's been well set as well. Just a quick look at the field. They do like to have the two players left on the offside. Now, I don't mind that if it's to Simone, but to Amaya, you don't need that. To Amaya, you're better off maybe pushing one more on the 45 on the boundary. They've got two on the leg side, two out on the offside. So that's, again, see, it's been dragged away to the leg side, so it goes to one of those fielders. And once again, it's Rushali. So you got Rushali there at sort of quite a wide, long on. You got square leg where Tony is. Then you got a very fine 45 on the boundary. But on the offside, you got two sort of cover and extra cover. And I just feel that to Amaya, you don't need that. And interesting enough, see how we go here. Tossed up and wide balls down the leg side. You'll have to be bowled again. But I like the length here that's been bowled from Tatiana. It took her a while to get it right, but she got the length right. So, yeah, I think you just need to be able to change that field when Simone is batting I think the offside field probably works because she does play in that area. But I think here you're probably better off to kind of having also one more back, maybe have a orthodox mid-wicket, another one wide. So I would certainly be going with the 45 that they've got on the boundary. That's fine. Maybe the square leg just behind mid-wicket and long on. So strengthen the leg side. That's where Maya likes to hit it, and then just make that change when Simone is the batter.
Hi to Hannah Berrington in the chat, saying enjoying the game from a stormy Perth in Western Australia. Well, you can maybe say hi to Vinny while you're over there. And well, it's not quite stormy here, but it had that air about it, didn't it, last night? When we got back, it was still about 30 degrees. We've got a mix-up here. The throw comes to the wrong end, and Kirst at the non-striker's end ends up running a 2. Will count for 0.
It's a great stop. Look at this bit of fielding. Sensational. Well, we were talking about penalty saves yesterday. Well, that was like a goalkeeper saving a penalty. Absolutely brilliant. Wonderful stop. She froze on instincts. If she had managed to, I mean, it's difficult when you're lying down, isn't it? But if she did throw to the bowler's end, probably was a possibility to get Simone out. That's going to be a big wide. They think about taking the run. A little bit of a communication fail, really, between Kirst and Amaya. Shouldn't be, really. They batted and scored 119 runs together yesterday.
It's just always a confusing and slightly stressful over. If you do get wides and no balls, you still, though, as batters, feel like you should be running and getting runs, and that leads to sometimes a few mix-ups. They probably on both occasions could have run had they set off straight away. Kirst is certainly backing up and looking for the run at the non-strikers. Amaya seems to be playing it a bit more conservatively. This time, though, she knocks it into the gap. We'll take a single. It's interesting what you say about the field, Rico. I'd like to see the Western Warriors, at least for Amaya, have one more in on the offside, because that shot right there just exemplifies the lack of pressure that is on her. I think she likes playing the leg side. If she goes offside, she often pops it over the top of the ring. And at the moment, there's no risk in that shot because they've got 2 people out, but no one actually in any kind of catching position in front of the bat, which means she can just throw her hands at it and get the single. And she does that, keeps the strike. It's a mixed over from Tatiana, but actually doesn't go for a boundary. 9 runs coming off it, 64 for 1 at the end of the 6th. It looks like it will be Sitara to come back on. She gives the rag away. I don't think anyone's using the rag at the moment, but that one's hit deep. 1 bounce, thrown in nicely by Roshali.
Yeah, now, well, she's been off strike for a bit, hasn't she, Simone? Just faced the 8 deliveries. So she's probably pretty keen to start to get on with it. We're into this now, the 7th over. And Citra coming back on. Manika off a slightly shorter run up from what we saw yesterday. And so that's hit straight down the ground. That's going to be 4 runs. Good hit. It would have been a wide ball. But Kirst is saying, nope, I've seen it. I'm going to hit it. It gets played away. The trio, the cartwheel trio, come out and do their thing as well. Good hit, nicely played. I always say, if you think you can crunch the ball to the boundary, no matter where it is, we'll do so. You'd rather take the 4 than the 1. But yeah, so what would you do in that case? Would you just move one of those fielders into Amaya and then so you have 3 and then 1 between the bowler and the keeper, just set the sweeper in the right angle for the sort of cut shot out through the covers? Well, that's big. That could go all the way. No, just 1 bounce. It gets over the boundary. It's the same again here from Simone. She's opening up and she's hitting the ball big.
That's a lovely shot down the ground, and it's good that she's been back on strike now, because she is the more likely of the 2 to hit these boundaries. And I think you're right. That's what I would do, Rico. Amaya, she's a lovely stroke player. She doesn't quite possess the power of Kirst, and I think 1 boundary rider out there is enough. And the field that they have for Kirst, I would actually set for Amaya, as that one's a massive hit. Marzi, where are you? Oh, and he fumbles it. It's a wet ball, but still, come on, Marzi. You need more Biff Tiki in you.
Marzi, shame on you. And look who's looking on as well. He's there. Look at him. He's like a naughty child. Sound the naughty seat is Marzi. But let's talk about this shot. Boom. Shakalagya. Bolle, is what our survey says to Marzi's fielding. under the watchful eye of the legend here himself. Right, here goes another. This one also is going to be a spicy stop. Can't be stopped by Tony. Going to be 4 more. The cartwheels are coming thick and fast. So are the boundaries as Simone has gone up a gear.
That's 4 boundaries in a row. Backs up that monster Maximo with one slightly finer. Satara here just bowling a little too short, a little too leg side. That's exactly what Simone wants. She needs to get this outside the off stump.
It's down the leg side again, and that's more trouble. Fielder's got work to do, and well, it's doing a little bit of dirty dancing. Does the splits there. That's Tatiana, and it still saves the boundary. Well, take a look at this. Well, yesterday we were being asked to do splits and cartwheels, and I said if I did this, I would not be getting up again. There we go. Excellent bit of work. Slides. I mean, it is a little bit wet. The outfield, the Tatiana slides, does the splits, but still stops the ball from going to the boundary. And of course, you were talking about this a little bit earlier. Rise and shine. Of course, it is the launching ground for tomorrow's champions. Of course, we're talking about the Meltel Shield starting on the 15th through to the 21st of September. And yeah, folks, just watch out for the teams. They'll be released pretty soon. And you're going to see some very exciting names and players taking part in that. It's going to be a blast.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that one. It's going to be bigger and better than ever. So it certainly looks like here they're going bigger and better. DJK Munich, 21 runs coming off that over number 7. The vast majority off the bat of Simone. And well, when you've got someone hitting the ball so powerfully, I think Amaya's done the right thing here, and that's just get her back on strike, because we might have another Maximo there. Does it go all the way? It certainly is close. I think it might be a 1 bounce 4 in the end. But Kirst, she's putting her foot down here and taking on the mantle, of course, from Nikki, who fell earlier in the innings. But when these threw it at the crease, then you know there's going to be fireworks.
Yeah, it's just the bowling. It's just been a little bit short here, and they just haven't been able. What I've noticed, it's worth mentioning that 2 bowlers who I think were pretty exceptional for the Western Warriors yesterday, because you may remember I was saying that I felt this one's going to get in the gap. Watch the bounce on this. It's been well watched. But I was saying yesterday I felt that we were a much better bowling side than batting. And, of course, 2 that featured really well. One was Shafat Khan and the other one was Mohini Sagawan. Both of them not playing this match. And you can see that they definitely do seem to be missing their accuracy and their length.
Yeah, they're sort of victims of their own squad here at the Western Warriors. Beaver United, they've had the same 11 players. I think DJK Munich maybe made 1 or 2 changes, but because the Western Warriors have a bigger squad, they've wanted to rotate, and I can absolutely see why they wanted to do that. But when you have the likes of Alex Broden then sitting off, as she did yesterday, and then the bowling options sitting off this morning, you do just take a bit away from the team. And when you then need runs like they did yesterday, Alex wasn't there, and when you need probably a good bowling option like they do now to pick up a wicket, then your options are lacking.
Yeah, and you know, I think she was probably their bowler of the day. Shafat Khan not playing in this one. That's another one that's been hoiked away, trying to get it through. The 2 fielders won't do so. It's well fielded again out there by Rushali. I mean, they're working hard. I mean, their work rate and effort in the field is splendid. But unfortunately, as we're seeing here, the line's just a little bit too short. And that's where I think Shafat Khan and Mohini Sagwan yesterday were good. They were really getting the ball up there. That's a better length, and great effort to try and stop this from Sangeeta. And Nandi Kuma will just be a signal on this occasion. So that's not a bad over. It's a good comeback. After that one from Sitaro went for 21. Sangeeta comes and she just goes for just the 9 in that. So good comeback. But still, you're just starting to feel, I think now already, Tina, considering what we saw from the Western Warriors yesterday with the bat, they made 52 when they needed to get to 128 against United. We also saw them struggle to get to the 99. They got to 72. That one's played away. I don't think the height is a problem there. So certainly batting was the issue yesterday, and batting first in the 3rd match. They just got 62. So probably already seeing a score on the board, which unless somebody like Alex Brodden really gets going, they could struggle trying to get to this already.
Yeah, I think so, and it'll be good to see if Alex opens up. I think at some point you have to be a bit selfish as a senior player and say, well, if we want to get a win, which of course would be great for the whole side, then it's less about opportunities at this moment and it's more about being ruthless. And that's what I would like them to see. I'd like to see that lady on the screen there as well probably go a bit higher up the batting, as Susie is bowling the 9th, and well, she's got a responsibility on her hands here as well to bowl these next deliveries in 90 seconds. That one is being given a wide as well, so she's still got to bowl the 4 balls.
Clock, yeah, the clock is counting down. Now, we did say, especially early on, especially the way the first first 3 overs went, there was a lot of extras, and we thought that could be time trouble. And I think there's it's been called a no ball as well because of the height. So time trouble is the issue. So free hit to come. And the clock is ticking away. The umpire, they might get a bit of extra time there with the umpire, just spending a bit of time communicating to the bowler. But you've got to try and get 4 good balls in. Well, that's great. Got to run back to the mark. I mean, the umpires must have told them that they are behind time. But so they are trying to speed it up. But I just don't know if they're going to do this, Tina. 40 seconds.
Yes, you're asking to bowl every ball in about 10 seconds, and well, if it...
Oh, that's out. Well, I tell you what, I reckon I've seen an umpire given an LBW before the appeal is even completed, and I think Guru knows it. Guru is smiling. Guru has given this LBW before the appeal. I'm telling you, watch it. Guru has given it. Now, they've got a minute here. Now, the smart thing to do for the next batter is to take... Oh, she's running out there. She's going to get out there in about 20 seconds. Watch this. Watch Guru here. Watch. Watch this. Watch Guru here. Look, he gives it before the appeal is even made. It is going to be LBW. It is a wicket. Amaya's going to go. Guru gives the trigger. Now, the reason why I think that's worked in the favour, could be another one. This could also work in the favour. 2 in 2. How about that? Mahana will go very first ball. And after the LBW of Amaya, then Susie gets another one. 2 in 2. And, well, we did have a hat-trick yesterday. Could we get one here today? Susie Burton is on a hat-trick. The other thing, Tina, there is that she's just given them 2 extra minutes. Now, with the batters running in so keenly, I mean, they probably got a extra minute and a half added to the time. Well, let's have a look at this first. Of course, Karina, she did pick up a hat-trick yesterday. It was lovely to have her in the commentary cube yesterday. We gave her the hat-trick ball. Are we going to be giving another one today? Here we go. And, well, it's a dot ball. Oh, well, Guru so quick to give the LBW. Takes his time to give the wide. So it's got to be bowled again. What's the time? Well, here we go. Time pressure is back. She just can't bowl another wide.
I'll tell you what, though, those 2 wickets are not only worth the actual wickets, they're worth those 5 runs, because she rescued that. The time it went to, what, about 15 seconds? And then it went back up.
They were going to get 5 penalty runs given to the opposition, definitely. But she takes a wicket. But the thing about that was not only did Magana get out herself, she pegged it out there. She was out there in, I reckon, 20 seconds. We couldn't even hardly see the replay of the LBW again, which meant she gave 40 seconds to the batting side. So then she gets out early, first ball. Then Viola, that comes out there. She also pegs it out. So that's where they gained that minute and a bit. So, yeah, you're right. Well, this one, I think, is going to be a real challenge. Oh, what an effort. What an effort. Oh, that's an incredible effort. I think that's Susie again. Diving to her left. Gets her hand onto this. We'll see we won't see it here. But the question is here, is it 4 or 6? I mean, it's a brilliant effort. Watch this. Incredible effort. That would have been sensational. Now, I think that's 4 runs. For me there, I think she saved 6.
Yeah, it's tipped it over the crossbar, and luckily for her, because that certainly didn't deserve to go for 6. Just the 4 runs, but it's a big crack off the bat of Kerr Simone, and she's got to face the majority of this over, you'd imagine. I wouldn't take the 1, and that's exactly what they say as she sends back Viola Muller. So So they've got 4 deliveries left now. 100 on the board now with that 4. They moved to 102.
Comes Antonio again, and okay. Well, that's gone. You know that they weren't sure. It's a catch taken there behind the stumps from Verena. She sort of gives it a half-hearted appeal. Then the bowler Tony also turns around and says, "How's that?" And the umpire, this time umpire Nikhil, says, "Yeah, it's out. Have a look at this." So there's a good ball. It cuts away. So there's a kind of a, is that out? Verena says, "Is it out? We don't know." And the umpire says, "Well, if you're asking, I have to give you a decision. And my decision is it catches the edge, and that's out." Big wicket. Nicely taken. So just as 100 comes up, they're starting to claw their way back into this. But as I said, at around about that 8th over mark, I think it might be too many runs already. But they're making a good fight of this. And Nikki will go for 22 as well. Well bowled there. But Simone, beg your pardon, well bowled. Simone goes for 37. And good catch there from Verena. And Tony gets another wicket. And well bowled, dot ball.
That's a big wicket because you wanted, if you're DJK, to have Kirst on for those final 3 or 4 deliveries. That could be the difference between another 10-15 runs added to the score. It's now Chandana for her and Viola at the other end. It's just about getting bat on ball and getting a few more runs to add to their collection. Of course, wide balls that will certainly help their cause.
Chandana doesn't have to do anything with that. If it's wide, you just leave it here. Just try and get that score to keep ticking upwards. I don't feel that they're going to get that 115. That'll be quite an achievement. And that's going to be okay, says the umps. Just sneaks that one in. A ball to go then. What's happened to the expected score thing here? Come on. Knock, knock. If it goes to 115, I'm going to eat whatever you give me here. I'll eat me shoes.
You do a cartwheel.
I'll do. Well, running, no run, get sent back. And
now they can run.
They could here now. I think it could be a run out because I think it's not. The arm's not strong enough, so they will pick up a bye at the end of that. 104 is what they'll end up with. So, expected score person, or the robot, or whoever it is, wake up, because that's the end of it. There's going to be 104 after the 10 overs. I suppose you'd say that the Western Warriors came back pretty well there towards the end. They certainly do win the last 3 overs there, I feel.
Yeah, absolutely. 55 for 1 at the end of the 5th. From there, we were thinking maybe they'd go on to 110, 120. But they lost 3 wickets in the latter half, and especially those final 2 overs, going for just 10 runs combined.
Yeah.
Susie bowled an excellent 9th over, which was the difference between 5 penalty runs and not. Got herself on a hat-trick, didn't quite manage it, but the 2 senior bowlers, Susie and Antonia, doing the job at the end of the innings. As we take a look back, and Amaya and Nikki again looked like they would take this game away from the bowling side with our partnership of 49. This was a costly drop. Tony could have got Nikki early on in the piece, and that probably would have saved the side about 20-30 runs. It's good to see even on this early Sunday morning the cartwheels are still out for DJK Munich. Remains to be seen if they're going to be cartwheeling at the end of this innings, but they've certainly got the runs on the board here. The question is for Western Warriors, who's going to step up and get them? Yeah,
that was good work there from Verena. So that was a very important wicket that got taken. That was to remove Nikki. Now remember, as you said, 2 very good partnerships in this innings. There was that one of 49, and when Nikki went, well, Simone came out and she said, "Don't worry, I'll do the same," and she basically did, because then there was a 48-run partnership between her and Amaya. But like I said, it was a good comeback from the Warriors. Here we go, 2 in 2 there from Susie, and not only did she take those wickets and only go just for the 4 runs, but I think she saves 2 runs there as well. That could be very important as well. It's a good over there from Tony right at the end. It goes for just the 6 runs. He picks up the wicket in that one as well. But they also avoid giving away those 5 penalty runs. So I think in all, in kind of the last 3 overs, they probably, the way they fielded, the way that they bowled, and also the way they saved those 5 penalty runs, it could quite easily have been another 15 to 20 runs on the board. So they've done well. They've kept the score under that 120. Question is, though, can their batting click? Now, they need to do, for me, the same thing that we saw there from DJ Munich. Need some partnerships. So we saw a partnership of 49 and a partnership of 48. That was basically gets them the bulk of those runs, doesn't it? And that's exactly, I think, what the Western Warriors need to do. And I think myself and Tina have already said this. We think that the performance there and also the batting position of Alex Brodin could be pretty key. So runs there for Kerr Simone, 37 of 21. Amaya Kari Kuntler makes 25. They're also a very healthy 22 there from Nikki Kingsley. And on the bowling front, again, look, all right, I think Sidra Benica, she goes for 37. Once again, she had a few issues with the wide. She was the most expensive, but Antonia, I think she bowled very well. 1 for 16, good figures from her. But what about that from Susie? Her 2 overs, 2 wickets for 7. That is kind of player of the match bowling figures. It really is. And Sangeeta and Tatiana also played their part in that as well. So, well, it's pretty tight. It's pretty even. You still would feel that DJ K Munich are in front here. They've got the runs on the board. And if you go by what we saw from the Western Warriors yesterday, you'd feel that they've got enough on the board. But it's another day, and I think the Western Warriors will be better for their outing yesterday. Maybe they come back strong in this one and give us a pretty close finish. Maybe they surprise everyone, the underdogs, and they get the win. Join us back, Rico Full here with Tina and the rest of the gang on a Sunday. And we will hopefully be bringing you a very close and exciting finish to this match number 6. We'll be back in about 10 minutes' time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back. The umpire guru who, well, it is quite interesting that it was the Western Warriors that are playing in. Well, umpire guru was the quickest umpire in the West when he put the finger up on the LBW. That was absolutely plumb, by the way, but I've never seen an LB given by an umpire before the appeal. With that score of 104, this is the bonus point equation, 72. So restrict to 72 or under. There's an opportunity of getting all the 4 points and get this score in 7 overs. Look, I'm not going to say it's not possible, but just what we've seen from the Western Warriors, it would seem unlikely. Of course, it is Moon Day today, everybody. Don't be naughty. I'm not talking about that type of moon. It's the moon, you know, the moon up there in the sky at night. Because on this day, of course, in 1969, it was when man first stepped on the moon. Neil Armstrong and Edwin Buzz Aldrin landed on the moon, and several hours later, Armstrong became the first person to set foot on its surface. So come on then, you boffins. What was the name of the craft? What was the name of the craft that landed on the moon? As this one doesn't quite land properly on the pitch. It's going to be a wide to start. They'll take whatever runs come their way. They certainly will. Also, International Chess Day is celebrated today. I know that Gerard, he's a very keen chess player. He's always playing, whenever he gets a spare time, a game of chess on his phone. So enjoy the day, Gerard, and all of you chess boffins around the world. International Chess Day celebrated today. The origins of chess are a matter of debate. Multiple theories attribute to the beginning of the game. Countries like India, China, Russia, and Central Asia are talked about being where the game first originated. That gets played away. Nicely played away. And they could be looking for two here, actually. They think about it and in the end decide not to. So just the single taken. And Verena gets off the mark. We saw Verena, I suppose understandably, in her very first match yesterday. She took a while to get going. In the second match, she got run out pretty early, but when we saw the third time, she did bat well. She looked dangerous and was starting to strike the ball better. She played some nice pull shots, played a lovely shot down the ground for 4 as well. So she's looks like she's found her form, and she's out there with Susie. Susie so far has already made a big impact in the match with her bowling. 2 for 7. Here comes Amaya once again. That's nicely guided away. Just slightly wider delivery. And Verena, she does struggle, you feel. I think she's just a little bit late with her calling. I mean, this one should be her call. I don't think it works out that way. I think it's, again, that's a direct hit. I think a bat wasn't past the line there. So Susie went straight away. Verena was caught in a crease. Just needs to back up a little bit better. She's on strike here now. Hits this down the ground, and now she calls this. Now this was very similar to the way she was out yesterday, actually. Just exactly a repeat of it. Played the same shot, but on that occasion it was a direct hit on the stumps and she was out. And she literally just hits this and goes. So you see here comes the throw, and have a look at it. Pretty close, but this time I think she does get herself in. It's down the leg side to the left-hander. That's why. Susie. Now we'll wait for the next one. 4 on the board. They need to be going at around about 10. And, well, that's Marzi having a chat with Diana, the ECM photographer. I wonder what that could be about. Yes, this one is going to be okay. Marzi, who's of course already been on camera and then been sat on the naughty chair for a misfield. He's probably just checking that Diana didn't get a shot of that, and he's probably working out a deal to not post it. Another wide. Good deliveries these to a right-hander from Amaya Ganakutla, but not so good to the lefty. So It's another good reason always to have a lefty up there, top of the order. Just throws the bowlers just a little bit. And how's that one? That one is going to be okay. Dot ball to finish. So 6 on the board. And 17 matches since a golden ball. So could this be? I must admit, I did say to a few people this morning, just as I got into the car to get here, that I don't know why. It doesn't happen normally, but I had a golden ball feeling. And maybe it will happen in this match, or maybe it will happen in the day. I think that would be good. If we have one more here, I know the men delivered us one in a 3-over-a-side match. That was quite crazy. Could we have another one? And that'd be nice. I think everybody would love the women to dish up a golden ball as well. Here's the next, and it's going to be Lashika Roda. And it's a little bit short, well hit, gets through the fielder, but I think she does take some of the pace off this. Only taking the one, though. This is something that I think myself and Tina spoke about yesterday with not just the Western Warriors, actually. I think we also said that is something that TJ Munich could also improve on, and that's the running in between the wickets. Just have to back yourself a little bit. Well, there you go. That's the United turn up. There's Karina. Remember, we had her in here yesterday after a hat-trick, and, well, that's an interesting one. Oh, I couldn't be doing those. I couldn't be, unless somebody's pulling me back up again. Oh, that's pretty close. Pretty close. You can see that Lashika holds her head, and they will run 2 this time. That's much better. Good running, good alertness, as the fielders were sort of passing the parcel around. And that is going to be 2 runs, and a good time to welcome back Tina in to the commentary igloo. That was pretty close to hitting the timber.
It was, but it does feel nice to be listened to, because I said Susie should be higher up, and here she is opening. I just think the left-hand, right-hand combination is always a good opening prospect. And Susie just has this tendency to hit the ball in different areas. Like there, where there's no fielder, she does take a tumble, so they'll have to content themselves with just the one. It'll just be a case here for the Western Warriors if they can stay in the game. They don't need to go all guns blazing. They just need to go at 8s, 9s, something like that, to keep that run rate at least manageable, and then see what happens later on in the innings, especially when Munich might have to go to their 4th, 5th, possibly 6 bowlers. That's when they have to cash in. But in order to get to that point, they need to just stick on in there, and especially Stoller and Susie, there's a big responsibility, as that one's going to be called a no ball. It's a big responsibility for those two to try and get runs on the board.
Yeah, just tries to go a little bit fuller there. Lashika, she's bowled actually pretty well. That one just comes out wrong. They'll have to bowl it straight into the hands of the keeper, actually. You don't often see that. And, well, I don't know how much Viola Muller knew about that. One thing, she was waiting for the ball to bounce. The next thing is in her gloves. Here comes Rodda once again. That's swinging away, but too much movement. It's just about controlling the swing here. She's bowling very well, I think, Lashika, but you can see that swing just takes that ball away, too far away from the batter. Gets the wrong side of the wide line. We'll have to bowl it again. So Dave is saying they never went to the moon. It was all a hoax. And yeah, that is one of the theories. I know, Dave. I have seen the documentary. But we can only go by what they tell us, I suppose. And but yeah, it is Moon Day today. And of course, I was saying, what was the name of the craft? So on this day in 1969, the Eagle Luna landed on the moon. The Eagle Luna. And carrying the US astronauts Neil Armstrong and Edwin Buzz Aldrin to the moon. Moon Day celebrated amongst other things celebrated here today. It's going to be another wide, unfortunately. And also, I said it's International Chess Day. So plenty of things to be celebrated today. Did you hear also, I think it was something started by a German actually, on World Jump Day. It's actually World Jump Day today. And there's many interesting stories about this. So basically at 11:39 GMT time, they say that everybody should jump. So I wonder if we should, that one's played away quite beautifully. It's going to be 4 runs. It's another over-pitch delivery. And yeah, a bit of a full toss gets played away. I think we might have a look at side on this as well. Now this is one angle. See the height on this. Yeah, we got this on side on because I feel it felt high. Even though I think the batter is ducking here, yeah, I still think that if the batter is standing upright. No, they're saying it's okay. Okay, fair enough. Probably a harder one to call with the batter is down. But yeah, World Jump Day, I think it was a German that came up with this idea. I know that you're pretty good at finding things up. But the idea of it is, because we're similar, and it's going to be a bit of foot fielding to make this up. This one has been called a no ball by the square leg umpire, so no ball called, doesn't go to the boundary. So unfortunately here, the bowler just started really well, I have to say, did Lashika, but just starting to over pitch here. Yeah, but the theory being that because of global warming, we're so close to the sun, that if at that particular time, 11:39, if you want to be precise, 11:39 and 13 seconds, GMT time. If over, I think it's something like 600 million people jump at the same time, it would move the Earth ever so slightly away from the sun, and it will save our souls.
Yeah, I suppose. It was, you know, it takes all sorts, doesn't it? Apparently it was German artist Thorsten Lauschmann who came up with this idea. The fact he's an artist rather than, you know, a physicist suggests there's maybe more stylistic license taken in the idea. It was 2006, and yeah, he wanted to reduce global warming and apparently extend the length of a day by, and get this, you'll have to let me know what you do with all this extra time in your day, 25 hours. So it would actually go from 24 to 25. What would you do with the extra hour in the day?
I'll be in bed. I'll get that extra hour in that I feel that I'm missing. I know what you'll do. You'll have an extra hour in the gym.
Yeah.
Or in the nets, which is a good idea. But yeah, it's an interesting one. So are we doing that? Are we going to stop the game at that time and say everybody has to jump? What do you reckon?
So. I mean, if 600 million people can't do it across the world, I reckon, you know, 50 people in Krefeld, we've got a chance.
Got a chance.
There's always a chance.
Didn't they say recently when India had that was it when India won the World Cup? Did they not say that at that moment, that because of the celebration, everybody sort of jumped or whatever, that they felt that there was kind of a tremor that was felt, and that also sort of moved the earth a little bit? I don't know. So I suppose if you think about it, if everybody did do it at the same time, I mean, who knows? Who knows what could, until it's done, you never know, I guess. But
I think where this theory falls down a bit for me is that how do you know that Earth's orbit is going to be moved kind of in the right direction? What if we go to 23 hours and global warming gets worse? I feel like
that's right.
Some things you just don't want to risk. I quite like 24 hours in a day.
Yeah, exactly. What if you go the wrong way? Sorry, it didn't work. And then everybody be frantically jumping around all different times of the day to try and set it right.
And what about the Northern Hemisphere and Southern Hemisphere? We're jumping against each other.
Yeah.
So we'll actually counteract the jumps. I feel like Thorsten Lauschmann should stick to art. Still in the power play here then, Western Warriors.
They're up with the rate, you know.
Yeah, I was
they're
just
up with
gonna
the
say,
rate.
they're
That
not
last
out of it.
over, 17 came off it because of all the, and the other thing, of course, that over is a sort of over that puts pressure on your time as well. So we'll be watching the clock here.
How important will those 5 runs saved by Susie be? If she's out there and gets some runs, she's got 9 of them so far. Could be a match-winning performance, especially on that 2-2 as well. The wickets. Chandana, who was such a reliable bowler actually for DJK yesterday, just lost it a little here. That'll be a no ball, so a free hit coming up.
She started like this yesterday in her second match. She bowled short. I remember saying she's kind of pitching it at her feet, and then all of a sudden she just got it right, and she became unplayable. And that one gets a little bit off the bat, I think. If that was caught, I think that would have certainly would have been an appeal there. Muller just not able to get in the guts. But yeah, that's the way she starts. It's interesting, considering that her actual style of bowling is to toss the ball right up. But she starts with some real short deliveries, which she bangs into the deck. And then she starts to get the loopy bowling going, but that one's off the pitch. It's going to be a no ball. So extras continue. Now that certainly could be an issue going forward. Just too many extras.
Interesting to see who the third and fourth and fifth bowlers are for Munich. They've got Nikki. She bowled some good overs yesterday, as did Kirsten. If they bowl 4 of the remaining 7 overs, then maybe they can reel it in just a little. This one will be a chase on for Maya. She does well there. She's of course got 1 over left. So I think for Munich, again, it's a balance between sharing the load and giving other people a chance, and also going for the kill. And this is the game they have to win. As well, it looks like the bird's going for the kill there as well. Early bird catches the worm. Sunday 10 a.m. we'd call that early, especially in just the 24-hour day.
That's it. Probably. Oh, there could be a run out here. Oh, it was in 2 minds if you would have saw the situation and then panicked and didn't know which way to go. Went for the bowler's end, misses the stumps. I think a direct hit once again would have been interesting, but they survive. This partnership does continue. I said at the time they need to do exactly what DJ Munich did and get a couple of partnerships going. This one is going nicely at the moment. And, well, interesting shot. Jumps right across the stumps, plays it away, thinks about the second, won't get there. That's the only thing. I like the creativeness of that shot, but the outcome, the result from it, you want more than just a single. And that's all they get. It's end of the over. Power play is completed. They are right where they want to be. They're going at about 10 and over. The extras are helping them out immensely at the moment, and that's what they've got to keep an eye on. So in the 18 balls that have been bowled, there's also been a few illegal ones as well. There's been 12 illegal deliveries, 1 by. That means there's been 13 extras. Now that is already, I think, put them way behind time.
And I think they've done a good move here, bringing Nikki on. I was just saying that she also starts with a wide, but maybe a few sore bodies out there just need to get the arms moving again on this Sunday morning. Jeffrey, hi to you in the chat. He's asking where we're off to next, so there's whether there are still more games in Germany. So not for us. This is the final day of our tour of Krefeld. I'll be off to the UK tomorrow, playing a few games for the MCC, and then I'll be, of course, staying in the UK because Wimbledon, the next series, starts just over a week's time. So
playing a few games for the MCC. Look, folks, we all know what that means now. It means lunch. No, it means tea, lunch, and maybe some dinner.
Yeah, I think the one on Tuesday, I think it's against, Wednesday, sorry, is a little series with the Army and I think Dorset, and there's talk of a barbecue. So
tea, lunch, and barbecue. That's nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just do this to avoid having to pay for meals.
What we've seen it. Oh well, nearly have the full splits done there almost. Well, stretching wider than the umpire stretches his arms to call the wide here. So who's there? The Army and
I think it's Dorset. So
okay.
the MCC is it's called the Mabway Trophy. It's a tournament we historically don't win, as this is again a risky old run, but they get through for one. We don't usually win it. We don't usually win it. So I think this year the captain has brought out all the big guns. Not me, but bigger guns, and we're going for the win. Hopefully we still get some meat on the barbecue, even if we do beat them.
Do they not run there? They don't run, do they?
This running between these two, it's a bit harem-scarem. They run when they shouldn't. They don't run when they should.
Yeah.
It's when you're chasing a total where every run might be important. I feel like they just need to get the communication going here.
Yeah, how do you not run there? That's pretty weird. And well, there's that shot again. So it gets just paddled away to the leg side. I mean, again, it's probably the awareness of Arena to play that is good, because there is no fielder there, not that fine. It's just a shame she just can't get a little bit more power in the shot. So they will take the single on that occasion, but it is also the end of the over. So Arena will go back on strike. So that over there does hurt them. You're right. They do go to Nikki. And you can see why, though she started with a wide, and she did bowl, I think, 2 wides in the over. She only gives 5 runs away. So 35 without loss after 4. So that over just puts them behind slightly, and you can see the difference that it makes to the rate. It takes it up now to over 11.5. And you can see there, kind of following the same sort of pattern that we saw from Munich, but Munich did get a much better start. So now you see they've stopped that shot. So good captaincy this from Amaya. She says, all right, if that's the shot that Verena's going to play, then I'm going to stop it. And puts the fielder in there. So this time, if she's going to play the shot, she's going to have to hit it harder.
Morning to Chris and Julian and Kroom in the chat. And David Swan as that one, well, somehow goes full 360 for should be a single. Good bat slide by Susie, who gets a face full of the DJK fielder for her troubles. David Swan asking in the chat, should be David Attenborough really. Looks like an oyster catcher bird that we had on camera. Are you near the sea? Very much not. The closest sea, I think you've got to go all the way through the Netherlands. But we are near the Rhine River, I think one of the biggest rivers in Europe, and maybe the birds are enjoying the water there. They were enjoying the water last night because it did start chucking it down at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I tell you what, the National Geographic Channel have got nothing on us. We bring you everything. And I think we'll have some more bird action today, and whatever else we can find. So over to you, Dennis. We want to see some other animals and creepy crawlies or whatever you can find around here.
Not the flies though. The flies were a bit weird. I don't need the flies.
The thing is though, I have to say, is that good use of the feet. Didn't quite get these out in the middle, but we'll get the ball away. But it's just tiki-taka at the moment. Tiki-taka, and I'm just having a quick look. Just the 1-4 that we've had, and that's all we've had so far. That was from Susie. One thing about most places I've been to, and when we went on that the crew dinner the other day, I noticed it again. So you can eat and sit outside here, but you don't get pestered by flies.
Not so many flies, sometimes mosquitoes, but even here I think we've been quite lucky this week.
The odd wasp that wants to get into your beer.
Well, who wouldn't?
But other than that, it's been it's a pleasant surprise, because most places, no matter where you are, if you sat outside and you want to have a meal or something, you know what the flies are like. They're non-existent until your food turns up, then they're everywhere. But you don't have that here, and even here at the ground, I must admit, the odd mosquito or a fly or wasp, but it's been pretty pleasant. Even the ants have kind of stayed away. But there was that Friday, of course, on Friday, when out of nowhere, just when you had to go out there and do the presentation as well, they just came from nowhere, and there was millions of them. It
was like, I know at Lord's the last week, they had to stop because of ladybirds. And we almost had to stop the play here because of flies, because I know the bowlers were struggling with it, and the umpires as well. There could have been overthrows, but really, again, Susie and Stoller just not on the same wavelength. And it's an overthrow that's not punished. Just as we say that, though, I just had to pick a spider out of my hair. So it's not all glamour here in the igloo, but I think we have escaped a lot of the creepy crawlies that we've seen elsewhere. So happy for that. And also, I noticed at the start of today, Rico, I mostly sit down when I'm commentating. So I've got basically footmarks. I posted it on my Instagram as well of where I've been sitting all week. Yeah. And I've run myself into the ground. You have a bit more of a, in football they have these heat maps.
Yeah.
You have a bit of a bigger heat map because you do like to stand up a bit.
I do. I stand and walk around backwards and forwards, yeah.
I know the umpires that were saying as well, they have heat maps because they just have divots where they stand their feet, and they know they're standing in the right place because they go back to where their footmarks are.
That's right, yeah.
So we're going to have to water, I think, the igloo before we leave because we've been treading ourselves into the ground here.
We have, yeah. We've flattened the ground a fair bit, but he'll come back. Well, there's that shot again. This time it is a little bit more oomph in it, but it's just, like I say, tiki-taka. The rate has just climbed in the space of, what are we at here now? The space of about 12 deliveries. So 2 overs. It's climbed from 10 to too much. Well, that's a bit more like it. It's a good effort from the fielder. That will go to the boundary. And now's about time, really. Susie clobbers that pretty well. Brings up her second boundary. And the umpires are talking about something here. I think there's a no ball called. They had too many out, I think. So, that hurts you. That hurts you as a fielding side. Just when you were getting well on top, you hit for a boundary. 4 becomes 5. Now there's a free hit as well. Nikki Kingsley, who bowled a very good first over, which only went for 5. Well, concedes 5 just in 1 ball. Have to say, what a great over that was from Jelka Saini as well. Just the 2 runs came off that over number 5.
Excellent work from the teenager. Really good effort to wrestle this back in the favour of DJK. They just didn't want continual and successive overs going for 10s and 11s because suddenly momentum is built up just a little. But yeah, Jeffrey asking then what is on tomorrow on the network and who's commentating. Well, we're going to continue with the women's cricket, ECS-W over in Sweden. A few familiar faces there as well. I know a few of the Swedish national team players will be taking part in that. And, well, I must say, I'm not 100% sure, actually, Rico, who's commentating on that. Is it Danny?
I think it might be Danny. Yeah, Danny Hudicek may be there. But here we go. This is where we're going. So tomorrow, as you can see, we start there in Sweden, in Stockholm. We have the Budapest Cup coming up in Hungary. And then, of course, Rains Park in Wimbledon. That's where myself and Tina will be next. We have some fast and furious action in Gibraltar happening during the weekend of Wimbledon. Remember, no action at Rains Park during Saturday and Sunday. So we'll have the weekend off. But I think Vinny Sandhu is going to be jetting off or bizzed away to Gibraltar to cover the action there. And then also Croatia is on the schedule where, of course, once again, I'll be making my way there. And I believe I'm going to be reunited with Phil G in Croatia. So plenty of cricket still coming up for you folks. And a bit of everything. A bit of T20, T10, men's, women's. They're spoiled. Sport for choice.
Lovely swing in the air on that occasion. She really gives it some flight, does Saini, and again, rewarded with that excellent first over, coming back here to bowl the 7th and not giving away too many runs, and importantly as well for Munich, not giving away many extras, although here I think the umpire just, again, having a quick chat with her.
Saini, like what she's doing, Joker, and it was nice for her to come over and say hi to us. That's hit pretty well. Well stopped. Well, Verena finally crunches one hard out the middle of the bat and it goes straight to the fielder. She'll be disappointed with that. I think Western Warriors, we've talked about them as a team and when they're in the field. I think even though today they had a couple of the good bowlers missing from the side, they didn't have Khan playing and there was no Sajwan in this match. So I think they felt that, well, there's the wicket. There's the breakthrough. So one will come and it's going to be a big one, really. Susie is going to have to go. And she gives a little bit of a fist bump on the way through to Verena. Probably says, keep on going. 21 of 25. Now, what was going to lead on to say? I mean, let's just see how this works out. Because I was going to lead on to say that with the bat, they've got 48 on the board. They're going down in this match unless they do something pretty soon. There's the joy there, by the way, of this. Let's have a look at this one more time. So, goes for the big shot. Has to really. Nice catch there taken by Muller. And then the celebration start. But I was about to say that I would have been tempted to make a double change there.
Yeah.
There's no wickets down. You've got possibility of batters going out that can make a difference. Alex Broadin, I mean, she just waited and she's out there now. But look at how much time she's got left. I mean, we're coming up to the end of the 7th over. She's got, 20 balls? They've just got to make these calls, smarter calls a little bit earlier because I think they do have the ability. And here we go. Look, if she hits the first one for 4, there you go. That's exactly what we're talking about. If it's not happening, they started all right in the first 3. They had 30 on the board. Then after that, in the next 2 overs, they scored only the 7. 9 came off that over from Nikki where there was the no ball, etc. That's the boundary of this over. So this over so far has gone for 6 with a ball to go. So they've slowed down, and when you slow down, you've got to make a change. And I think they just left it too late. Probably spoils wide. We'll get a singer, though, as Joker does the strange bit of fielding. Kicks the ball away, but then does find it. And now she says, ouch, that hurt me toe. And here we go. Doesn't get a hand to it, but gets a good fair bit of the toe. And kicks it away. So beats the offside trap here beautifully.
And it's also a beautiful spell from Jelka picks up a wicket, goes for just the 9 runs, and those could be 2 match-winning overs from the young bowler as we take a look ahead at the next game. And well, would you look at that, Rico? Look who's come in for BV United.
My word, am I seeing right? Is that Diana Oroz? Our Diana Oroz, ECN photographer, is in the lineup. Well, now I can tell you that will be, so that's the first time, well, this will be the first time that Diana Oroz has played in a match. First time. I know that she's very keen. She's, wherever we're at, she's always turning her arm over. Likes to do a bit of bowling, likes to do a bit of batting, but never played before. So a first on the European cricket. Diana Oroz, ECN photographer, making her debut playing cricket, full stop. And well, I think spread the word, everybody. Diana Oroz, ECN photographer, will be playing.
Very much looking forward to that one. I'm sure Diana is too. It's a big game as well for BV United if Munich win this one. And well, there's a chance they'll still win with a bonus point. So let's not forget that. If they get 4 points here, then that becomes a must-win game really for BV United, looking ahead to that match number 3.
Hey, I've got to say, I know that you gave up the spot, so well done to you. And you gave it up, and Diana gets the... I think they were then also working on Surya as well. But in the end, I think Diana steps in. So we wish her well. And, of course, we're not going to give her a hard time, are we?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
We also have to give well wishes to Carly Nannett, because the reason they have a spot open is because Carly, we think, has broken her finger. We saw her in a bit of pain yesterday. It didn't stop her from completing the game. She's an absolute trooper. But the finger was going up and up and up, and well, the finger doesn't need to be raised here because that one goes straight through Stoller, who tries to play that kind of trademark shot of hers, and it's such a risky shot because if you miss it, she steps all the way across to the offside. She does miss it on this occasion, and it will be the 2nd wicket to fall. Don't think it's actually the worst wicket, though, for the Warriors. Stoller wasn't going at the pace needed now, and she needs to have someone with her, Alex Broden, to keep up to try and at least get that bonus point. So Stoller does depart for 11 off 21.
Yeah, well done to Chandana. I just said she always has a strange start, but once she gets it right, she picks up wickets. We saw that yesterday, consistently picking up wickets, and she's got another one here today. Floats that up. That's well bowled, played away, no run. Stay there, says Pierre, who, of course, we did see Beatrice play there in Belgium as well. Played in the European Cricket Series there, so good to see her also playing here. So, well, that's the end of another over, 56 for 2. So, in a way, we've seen that in 5 overs, after being on 30 after 3. In 5 overs, they've just scored 26 runs. That's why they find themselves in this position. Remember, 72 to get the point. So they're way behind that as well. Here's the next. It's only just misses the off stump. There's Simone now comes on to bowl over number 9.
Now I think it's a case of the Western Warriors revising their target, and the bonus point is still on here. They just need to get, I think, Alex on strike as much as possible. It's the 2 French internationals at the crease together, so you'd hope they'd have a bit more of an understanding than maybe a few of the other batters. But Alex holds the key here.
It's nicely played, single, but singles, of course, has been the issue. Not running the singles when they're there, not doubling up when they've got to turn the 1s into 2s, and just not getting enough boundaries. But I think more importantly, they just didn't make that change early enough, Tina, did they? Needed to make a change. And Verona, you can see that she was out there for 21 deliveries for 11. So it was kind of back to the way she batted in the first match yesterday. And this is what they were missing, a little bit of firepower as Brodin gets and brings up a second boundary. And remember, she hit a first ball to the boundary. So if only they could have had this, say even if they gave it up until the 5th over and then made a change, I think they would still very much be in this match. Good shot, though, from Alex Brodin. She made a fine knock yesterday where she put a score of 30 on the board. And that's what they needed from her today, really. That's played away nicely. And that could go for 4. It won't go. But they will come back and get a couple. So well run this time.
I think BV United are watching this game with a lot of interest now, because this bonus point could be all important. If DJK pick up the 3 points here, they would go to 9. That's 3 behind BV United. That means if DJK win that game against BV, it could all go down to net run rate. But if the bonus point is won here, then that could, provided that DJK win that big battle at the top, it could mean that DJK emerge from this series as winners. Let's not forget as well, based on how that game goes, number 3, DJK could go into that final game against the Western Warriors knowing exactly what they need to do.
Yeah,
but it's all ifs and buts, because they need to get past a very strong BV United side first. But very intriguing 3 games coming up here with still everything on the line. Now the equation is getting ever closer. It'll be interesting to see who bowls the final one. They've got Amaya to still bowl. It looks like she's not going to bowl it, and I don't know. If I'm the captain, I've given away just 6 runs. Arguably the best bowler. I'm not sure I turn to a new bowler here with the bonus point on the line.
Yeah, and look at the way it starts. Starts with a wide as well. Ooh, well, you can see what's required here. They needed 8. Now it becomes 7 of 6. 7 of 6. And when you go to a new bowler, it's Megane and Lakayel. Go to a new bowler. Needs a bit of time to get set. Could be a few extras. That one, though, is okay, but it's well struck. And they will take just this single. So that means you're taking Brodin off strike, Beatrice Pierre on strike. So that works out pretty well here for DJ Munich. And the field now changes. Get a few bodies to come a little bit closer, come into the ring to the new batter and maybe the less powerful Pierre. It's well bowled into the pads. They are running, though. They have to run. And it's, where's this been thrown? I don't think they're going to be interested in running the second. It's just all about getting Brodin back on strike. So they take the leg by. Well run. They scarp her through.
I just don't think it's the right decision here to not have gone back to Amaya. Lashika, okay, she went for 17. So I don't think you go to her. Kirst, you can't go back to her because she bowled the 9th. Get away with this one, though, so it will be a dot ball. Take nothing away from Magana. I think she's started off very well here. It's just what we always say, Rico, throwing the ball to a bowler in that number 10 over who hasn't bowled yet. Not even hasn't bowled, you know, in this game. She hasn't bowled today, so she's still kind of warming her way up into this game. And it's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, it is. It's very risky. She comes again, and she's going to bowl another wide, you know. So now that becomes 4 of 3, the equation.
I wonder whether Munich as well. Been getting biz-awayed somewhere. Or
what's going on there? It's got like, what's that kind of
the
dangly bit from it? What's that?
I think it's the wing. I think the problem is here Munich might not be aware of that figure. You slowly, when you get on the network, that's brilliantly stopped. They're going to go through, and they need to throw it to the wicketkeeper. But it just goes in too slowly, and I think the batter there is home. If you're chasing as a side, well, we'll have a look at this one again, but I think she's safe. If you're chasing, you always know in your mind, okay, 7 overs, that's the total. The thing is, when you're defending, that target changes. And if you don't have that magic number in mind, you can do this, which is almost potentially throw away. But actually, she's going to be out here.
So.
And that single won't be a single, it will be a wicket. So maybe, just maybe, Munich can get the point here.
Yeah,
and it could be such an important point, Rico.
Very, very important. I mean, what the umpire wanted to check there, because when I was looking at it, I thought she's short, but I didn't know she broke the stumps before taking the ball, but she doesn't. So that's really good work from Viola Muller. So another wicket goes. Of course, it won't be a run. It also means that a new batter. First of all, it's a really good stop there, actually, from Megahana, because she gets down, stops it. Now, who knows where that could have gone. If she doesn't stop it, it could have pierced the field and gone to the boundary. Right. 2 balls to come. You can see what they're after. They want to get to 73. And not even, oh, well, they will run in the end. It was almost like you just wanted to block it, not run. So they get a single.
And it's Alex on strike, isn't it? So she can hit a boundary.
Yeah.
She's more than capable of doing it. I wonder if she knows. I wonder if anyone out there knows. We know it, Rico. I'm sure that they can ask the question before the game.
Yeah, I think I get the feeling that Alex knows the way she's been batting. Whether the other batters kind of aware of what's going on, I don't know. But anyway, here we go. Needs a big hit. Hits it well, but it shouldn't go to the boundary. Oh, no! Hang on a minute. Where's it going to go? Oh, it just stopped short of the rope. The throw comes in. They're still running. They're still running. And oh, what's happening here? Will anybody? Oh, finally! Oh, what a chaotic finish! What a chaotic finish! Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! That is just a comedy of errors, but they will finally do it. Well, I don't know what music you play to this. It's got to be the circus music. But in the end, well, I think they get 2. They were trying to get the 3rd. Have a look. Well, first of all, there's the misfield. The ball just ends up stopping before the rope. In comes the throw. And then they go for another. The keeper misses it. The fielder there picks it up and dives and knocks them over. That's good work there from Adita. And that means, I think we'll wait for the scores to be confirmed. That means that they fall short by probably a run to get the 73. I think they get 2. They finish on 72, so agonizingly short. They won't get the point here, and I think all 4 points will go to DJ Munich, and that is a massive, massive, massive win for them, getting all 4 points.
Huge. That takes them up to 10 in the table and puts the pressure firmly back on BV United. BV know that they will want to beat the Western Warriors, but also repeat the trick of DJK, which is get it with a bonus point. And, well, this one remains to be seen whether then we go into the 3rd game as that effectively being a final. I think we might do, Rico, but for now we'll take a look back at the highlights. And, well, unfortunately for the Western Warriors, it was a decent enough partnership from Verena and Susie at the top. It just wasn't quick enough. When Susie departed in the 7th over, the score was 48, but you can see that once the wicket fell, and especially then the wicket of Verena, actually the acceleration came. We've been calling out for Alex to go up the order, and she again just came in too late.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's little things like that. I mean, Western Warriors, I know that they're made up of players from other teams, so of course perhaps the gelling together takes just a little bit longer, but just some of the calls that needed to be made there. Like I say, no problem with the start. They were going at 10s and over, but then really you saw after the 3rd over scores of 5-2, 9-7. They just needed to make a change. In the end, the changes came because wickets went down. That was Verena going for her favourite shot, but gets it wrong. It's a risky one. It gets bowled. But you said at the time that's probably a good wicket to fall. In fact, both of those openers came within balls of each other. But Susie was trying. She was trying her best. 21 off 26 with 2 fours to her name. But 11 off 21, that was just a little bit too slow. So sort of going at the same number of balls more or less, but going at half the rate. But then Alex Brodin comes out, not out 18. If only she was out there a little bit earlier, who knows what could have happened. I mean, probably may not have still got the win, but certainly would have got a point to their name. But all smiles on the faces of DJ Munich Cartwheel, because they have got 4 points to their name, and now I think the gap between them and United at the top is just 2 points. So we know what that means, that when those teams do play each other, that is like it's going to be a final. Quick look at the scorecard there. So 21 there from Susie, but Alex brought in just 18 of 14 deliveries. How things could have been different if she came out a little bit earlier. You know, Alex Brodin and Susie opening up. I think that's what they really seriously got to think about going forward. On the bowling front there was a wicket there for Chandana Visant. Once again, though she has a few issues getting a line right, when she gets it right, she's difficult to get away. But Jelka Saini What a good bit of bowling from her. 1 for 9 there. And then also Meghani bowls that last over. We were a little bit, hello, especially when you have Amaya, who's bowled 1 over and only given 6 away. We thought that's going to be the call. But when they go for a new bowler, we thought that's a bit risky. But she holds her nerve, even though she bowled a couple of wides in there. And she ends up containing the Warriors and not conceding what the number of runs that were required, and ends up winning the match. Not just winning the match, but getting all 4 points for the Munich side.
Yeah, it was a thrilling end in the end, with the bonus point possibly being so important. The Western Warriors, they gave it their all. I just think that run chase was lost in the first 5 overs. By the end, they had that intent. If they started with that kind of hustle, could have been a different game. In the end, the losing margin then is 32 runs. The Western Warriors, well, things don't get any easier for them as they come back against a BV United side who will have seen that, watched with interest, knowing now that the pressure is back on them, having to get the win and possibly even get the 4-point win to keep this resurgent DJK Munich side at bay. It's a quick turnaround this time, less than 20 minutes before that next game is coming your way. There's going to be a very exciting debut for BV United as well, so keep your eyes peeled for that and make sure you join me, Tina Goff and Rico Fall back on the network for match number 7 here in Germany.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
It's the second match of the day here in the ECS-W, and it's an important one for BV United. They had the morning off, but they want to win this one against the Western Warriors to keep that gap to the top of the table with DJK Munich. Let's go to Tyrone Peters, who's waiting in the middle for the coin toss.
The Western Warriors to call.
Heads?
Oh, heads is a call. And it's a head.
Okay, I think we want to bat first. I know we want to bat first.
They know they want to bat first.
Thanks, Ty. The Western Warriors have won the toss and they will have a bat. I think that's actually a toss that suits both sides. For the Western Warriors, it's just a case of seeing if they can get runs on the board. I know they've got the potential there. Alex Brode and Verena Stoller have both proven that they can hit a long ball. It's just whether they can get all those parts of the machine working together. They've got impressive bowlers. Susie, she took 2 in 2 in that previous game, was almost taking the hat-trick. And of course, Antonia, she bowled a brilliant final over. If she can get her bowling going, then they could be able to restrict BV United in the run chase. As for BV, I think they're actually quite happy to chase on this occasion. They had a big shift yesterday, 4 games, and they've got 2 games today. And if they win this one, of course, they set up what could essentially be a final with DJK Munich. So I think if they want to conserve their energy, they're going to look to try and chase and maybe even get that 4-point chase in. But take nothing away from the Western Warriors. They want to go out there and win this game as well. Rico, he is waiting in the commentary box to take you through this one. It promises to be another exciting one. And the news from the toss is that Western Warriors have won it and they will have a bat.
Thank you very much to Tina Goff, doing a wonderful job out there in the middle as always. So it's the Baden-Württemberg United, or BV United, taking on the Western Warriors. And United will be looking to make a good start to their day as well after having a good day yesterday, despite going down in the match late last night. And it is women's cricket that we're talking about. And of course, on this day in 2017, the innings that would put women's cricket into the mainstream once and for all. It took India their second World Cup final, and it was Harmanpreet Kaur thundered a 115-ball 171 not out in the World Cup semi-final in Derby against defending champions Australia. It was made all the more impressive because it came in at a rain-shortened 42 overs a side match, and because she was batting with the dislocated finger and carrying back and hamstring injuries as well. She arrived at the crease in the 10th over with a score 35 for 2 and reached her 50 in 64 balls, her second 50 in 26 and a third of just 17. Australia chase of 282 fell short by 37 runs. And, that was a fantastic innings there from Harmanpreet Kaur, putting women's cricket on the map, and that's what we're doing on the European Cricket Network. This should be a great match. We're ready to start. We heard from Tina. It will be the Western Warriors having a bat first. Here's the first. And it's going to be a real loosener, which the keeper's done actually very well to get something on that. A bit of a loosener first up there from Sharada. She had a good day yesterday, and well, at some point today we will be talking MVP, and her name certainly will be in the hat, but let's see how she performs today. Well, she gets that one out of her system, and she comes again, and that's well bowled. That's on the money from Sharada. Now, of course, the big news, which everybody is talking about as well, and is that the ECN photographer Dana Oro is also making her cricket debut. I think she's there in the point area. I can just see it. Diana, of course, never played a match before. And she's very keen, as that one is fortunately going to get away. The fielder's trying to stop it, gets a boot on it. That's Karina Khmer, the hat-trick hero of yesterday, but all she succeeds in doing is taking that past the boundary. We just saw a little bit of Tina walking this way as well. She'll be with us soon. And there is Diana. Normally we see Diana with the camera in hand taking photos. This time, well, she's no camera and she's ready to get into action, the ECM photographer. That's, well, first bit of action, chase for her. Not going to get there. There's going to be 4 runs. Cuatro carreras, nicely played away. And that's a good start here from Antonia. Ball gets that one away nicely, flies through that backward point area. Chasing that one in vain, Diana. Save your energy. That was always 4 runs. And this one, basically, I mean, if you have a look at where the 2 teams are in the standings, United 12 points, having played 4. Just behind them now, Munich also played 4 on 10. But the Western Warriors played 4 as well, just 2 points. So it's all really, you feel, just about them saying, look, can we cause a bit of an upset here? Of course, Diana playing because of Carly's broken finger. So Carly, if you're listening, of course, the thoughts are with you. And I know exactly when that finger went yesterday, actually. And talk about that in a moment after this delivery. That's down the leg side. Good take once again from the keeper, Jyoti Rawat, who's behind the stumps. He's got the spot for choice for keepers, really. You've got Rawat there, and we know that Kartik can also take that role, and she probably will keep it later on, but they're probably just resting her knee a little bit. And Julie Josh did really well yesterday as well, so 3 keepers. So they're keeping that rotated. That's played out. Shouldn't be a run there. Yeah, Carly went for a catch yesterday. The ball was smashed. She dived forward. It hit her fingers hard. To her credit, she got up smiling, saved the boundary, and then literally a few balls after that took an excellent catch over her head. But, well, at the time, she didn't realise that she had broken a finger, so fair play to her. So Carly unable to play because of that injury. So Diana Rose steps in. Of course, Diana's never played for any other club before, never played for any nation before, though I know that she's pretty keen to be featured for Romania when they start playing. So, yeah, it's a good call-up for her, and I know she'll be looking forward to the opportunity. And as we look at the European Cricket Championship for the women's coming up in December, it's a good time to welcome Tina in. Well, Tina, this is going to be pretty spectacular with the emerging division for the first time. Of course, we've seen Challenger and Premier before emerging. Czechia, Malta, Greece, Croatia and Sweden in that. And that's going to be really interesting. Malta playing some good cricket at the moment. We know Czechia and Greece. I mean, keep an eye on Greece. They take the cricket very seriously. And also Croatia. I had the chance of seeing Croatia play in Czechia, also playing good cricket, though I haven't seen too much of Sweden.
Sweden are a good side. We've played them in the World Cup qualifiers just a couple of weeks ago. They gave us a good run as well. And some of those players playing for the Swedish national team will be on show, of course, tomorrow. ECS-W starting over in Sweden. Maybe the likes of Romania, featuring Diana, and I know other sides are basically queuing up as she does the fielding there, does Dee, for the first time. They're queuing up to get into that emerging division. I know Estonia and, of course, Mira, she wants to get her side into that.
Yeah. I
know I've spoken to Isle of Man as well. They're a strong team that want to get in. So it's 3 divisions for now. It wouldn't surprise me if even next year we go to 4. I know we've got some room to grow like the men, as this one is a vicious bouncer and it could be out here. Now that will be a wicket. Rami, we were saying she was bowling a little short yesterday, but this time she gets the bouncer perfectly right, and all Verena can do is just fend it away, and it's chipped back to Rami, who takes the catch.
Yeah, banked it in. We know that she does like to bowl the short ball. I think you touched on that yesterday. You thought that she was sometimes a little bit too short. The thing about this one, though, is I know it's short, but it's not down the leg side, which was a big error from her yesterday. I think the last 2 overs she bowled yesterday both went for 17 runs. She was expensive. But this time it's straighter. Just tucks the batter up. You can see that Verena wants to be aggressive, but unfortunately it's going to be a 2-ball duck for her. Doesn't really see that one. She doesn't really, you can see she loses track of that. She hasn't got too much of an idea where that ball is. But high fives all around as Ramesh Shahid does take the wicket. Well done for Rami.
I'd still like to see her target those stumps more. I know that one was a successful delivery, but she can still be so much more dangerous here. If she gets them into play just like that, that one is slightly wide, but throwing in the Yorker is just such a good move here, especially against a new batter. It's Varsha out in the 3rd spot for the Western Warriors. I know for a fact that batters who are maybe less experienced won't like to face someone like Rami. She's left arm, she swings it in, she's vicious, she's a lovely girl, but she is an absolute competitor. And you know she's got that bouncer. And that means they're just going to be slightly on the back foot. You can see a bit tentative there at the crease, Varsha. And Rami can make the most of that by then getting it right on their toes, see if they can move their feet. But it's already good to see Rami bowling a bit fuller than she did yesterday.
Yeah, this is much better, better line. And the other thing also don't forget for the batters, they've got to contend with that. The batters will know that short ball can come any time, but that's got to be the surprise ball. But yeah, she's just got to keep that full. Keep it nice and full and straight.
That one is reverting a bit to old habits from yesterday, but well, get away with it as they'll run through for 1. It's a great throw in, but well, Antonia was home about half an hour ago. It will be leg byes. I've got a philosophical question. Who photographs the photographer?
Well, you asked a question just when Richards comes across, goes into Diana Oro's little marquee and walks away with the burrito. So if Diana thought that she was going to not be snapped up, well, I think there's it. There's Richards. Richards has got the burrito, and well, he's hoping to get a few pictures in. That well, not that we need the pictures. The proof is, of course, on the stream, Diana. And that's well bowled again. That's good areas.
I'm glad actually that Diana will have some photographs, because she does such an excellent job of snapping the action of everyone else.
Yeah.
It would be such a shame if on her ECN debut she doesn't get a few action shots of herself. So fair play to Richards. I know they asked because Diana doesn't let just anyone near the camera. But if anyone can do it, I'm sure our friends at Two Circles can. So looking forward to seeing some of those action shots, and maybe even Diana will get a bowl. For the 3rd over, though, it will be Anshu, and take a look at those standings. There are the updated ones. BV United top by virtue of those 2 bonus points they picked up. But assuming, and it's still very early doors, of course, that BV sneak the win here, and they'll certainly hope so against a Western Warriors side who haven't taken a win yet, then they'll be in the better position. But then it'll go into that game essentially as a final. And if DJK win that one, they know the destiny is in their own hands. They go into that final game against Western Warriors knowing that a win will see them through. So it's all heating up nicely here. It's heating up in the skies as well. We were worried all week about the Sunday weather. It never looked good, and even last night we were thinking, okay, well, if we get the games in, we'll be lucky. There's Richards again in the Diana pose, doing it perfectly.
And well, that's nicely played away, just lobbing the infielder. You just joined me as I just started telling people that I know it's a big day, always a big day you feel nowadays for women's cricket on the European Cricket Network, but I think on this day, in 2017, is when a particular innings put women's cricket into the mainstream once and for all, and that was when, I don't know if you remember it, Harmanpreet Kaur thundered that 115 ball, 171 not out against the defending champions Australia in the World Cup semi-final in Derby. And I still remember that knock, and how women's cricket has come along since that day and that knock.
Absolutely, it's been an upward trajectory since then, and I know figures like Harmanpreet and Smriti in India, and of course the likes of Heather Knight, Nat Silverbrunt here, and even going to Australia, Elise Perry, Meg Lanning. These are all now household names and superstars in their own right. So is that Ali? He's still recovering from his shift yesterday in the commentary box, and I don't know if he's just had a fall and he needs assistance, but looks like he's having a relaxing Sunday morning. I know he's got his eager eye on a lot of these players as Anshu puts in a great over there. Just the 2 runs coming off it.
Well, the last 2 overs, in fact, have only gone for the 3, haven't they? Shahid went for just the 1. That's gone for 2. And the runs have really dried up, 14 for 1. But that's what we saw United do in the first 2 matches that they played yesterday. They just didn't allow the batters to get any runs off the mainstream bowlers. It looks like Tina's been attacked by some more spiders. These little spiders are everywhere today. I've had to I've had to double check my headsets every time before I put them on because they're in there.
Oh, don't tell me that, Rico.
Well, you do know the fact, don't you? You know the fact that every human being in their normal average lifetime has had at least 3, not 3 actually, 8 spiders have gone into your ear at some point. It's just a well-known fact.
I think it's a well-known fact in quotation marks. I think it's one of those that's
I know you don't want to think about it, but it's happened. It's happened. And I think with us, more so, that's a chance and really well taken. Very good catch. Never was going to drop it, was Ramisha Shahid. Comes across. Catch par liya, badhiya catch. मैंने कहा आज ने क्या मैंने जलेबियाँ खिलाऊंगी पर हाले तो नहीं लेके आई पर जलेबियाँ दा मैं तो वेट करता. Wasn't quite a jalebi catch from Ramisha Shahid. But she comes across, look, was never going to drop it. Eyes on the ball, into the hands safely. And the captain, Milena Beresford, will pick up a wicket of just a second delivery. And that is the end of another batter. Here we see it again. And she did say to me, Ramisha, that she will bring some jalebis today for me. I haven't seen them just yet, but I'm still waiting. She's saying she will. She just gives us the thumbs up again. So 14 for 2.
Milena picking up her first wicket, and she goes up for the second here. It's a tight one.
It's not a bad shout, you know. The umpires continuing the appeal is Milena. Let's have a look at it. It's pitching on. It's. I know it strikes high, but there's no pace on this. This could be back on the way down. What do you think? Is it back on the way down?
Oh, I mean,
I think that's a good shout. That could have hit the top of the stumps.
It's a good shout. I think benefit of the doubt there does go to the batter. We've seen so many that have been given. Well, this might be a chance. And Diana, it was almost a brilliant catch for her. In her enthusiasm to get to the ball, just takes a step forward and it goes out of her grasp. But she gets a big applause from Milena as BV United here really trying to turn the screw. And well, hopefully Richards, you can see him in the background.
Look at he's got this on camera, you know, where Diana normally is the one who's catching the players when they're maybe performing some highlights or some bloopers. Well, I think Richards has got Diana's attempt at that catch, but it was just out of her reach. This one though is out of. I've got it.
He's gone. Rico's gone. Clubbed down the ground by Vrishali, and well, probably more in the direction of where Diana would be sitting, but Rico, that was textbook. Well, first removing of the headset, just to make sure that we're still up and running here in the tent. But you were out like a flash there, rolling back the years.
I had it. I said, yeah, and you're right. Equipment switched off nice and neatly first. I did get told off in Belgium when I almost ripped everything out of the box, but not this time.
Gives it flight, Millie, and goes past everything and everyone. Excellent over from her comes to an end. Despite that boundary, just the 4 runs coming off it and the 1 wicket. Yeah, we've got to give a shout out to Rami. She's clearly trying to get on the good side of the commentators, and well, I don't blame her in the slightest. Got me with the protein bar yesterday, getting you with the jalebi, and well, I know Johnny who's in the chat, he's very much on my good side as I've seen him twice, he's given me some chocolate treats both times, so I know a few of you will be in Rains Park. Not saying anything, but me and Rico will be as well. End of the 4th, 18 for 2. Good start from the Western Warriors, just halted by some excellent.
Look who's got the ball. Look who has the ball. First ball ever. Diana Rose will start with a good strike. It will be a single. In comes the throw. That probably would have been a wide, but batter plays at it. So, hey, can you remember the first time the first ball you ever bowled, the first time you ever played? I mean, what do you go through here as a player? More importantly, this time it's on camera.
Well, this is the thing. I was going to say, that was my point. When I played for the first time, it definitely wasn't on camera. I remember the first time playing on European cricket, and it's scary. Especially, actually, and I have so much sympathy for Diana here, and I'm wishing her so well, that when you're involved in European cricket, it feels like extra pressure when you're out there. It's a good delivery. It's just the wrong side of that line. Boo, umpire Jason, boo. But because you're already involved in it and people expect a certain amount of cricket knowledge and talent from you, when you're out there in the middle, you're suddenly like, oh, jeepers, I better not let the company down. But of course, for Diana, this is maybe a different situation to mine, because this is her first ever game. But her technique is excellent. That's a brilliant delivery. And that's one that goes straight through comfortably into the hands of the wicketkeeper. And Diana, well, she's loving life out there. It's great to see that all her new teammates are giving her loads of support. And again, this is what it's all about, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And Diana, I mean, as I've said, she does like to turn her arm over whenever she gets the opportunity. That one's just going to be, well, they're asking the question, and probably would have been going down the leg side. I wonder what the height on this is like. I think it does dip down. It is a bit fuller, but I think it's on the way down. We'll have a chance to look at it here. So, yeah, no issues with that. And if that was straight, that could have been the first wicket. You could see that the Anshu was certainly appealing. Diana was just like, nah, it's not. I suppose she's seen it enough times. That one she'll know is a wide. But one thing about Diana is if she gets it right, she gets that extra bounce. And I think on this pitch, which has got a little bit of extra bounce, it could go well for her. But she seems pretty focused. I suppose she should be used to the cameras being around.
Well, I've got to say, step aside Pavel. Diana is the new premier Romanian cricketer, and another excellent delivery. And you're absolutely right, Rico. It's just that lift and bounce. As a batter, it's so hard to know what to do with it, because you see it and your eyes light up. You think, okay, I'm going after this one. But it's such a dangerous delivery, because you can already see there Giotti behind the stumps. She's waiting to snap up any stumping opportunity. We could have a wicket here. It's got to just drop agonisingly short of the onrushing fielder. They scamper through for one. But that has been, and there's still one left, a dangerous over from Diana. Yes, a couple of wides in there, but, I mean, she's not the first this series and won't be the last. But she's bowling when she gets it on the stumps with so much danger. You can feel a wicket is round the corner here. Yeah,
and the other thing is, don't forget, I can't remember the last time that Diana did actually have a little bit of a practice. I know that when she got the call up, once is going to be worked away. It's a little bit leg side. This is a good hit, fielder coming across, and excellent fielding. And look who it is. Of course it is. It's the Ramisha comes across and saves it. So a very good over. A couple of wides in there, but pretty tidy. Got 3 very good balls in just outside the off stump as well. So well bowled. And it's a opportunity for us to welcome you, our viewers, on this Sunday. Now, I don't know about you, but normally I like to have a bit of a line on the Sundays, but not this year. This year we've seemed to be working a lot of Sundays. It's been a funny one. We've actually started events at the weekend, so it's got to a point now we kind of don't know what day it is, but it is Sunday today. Hope you're having a good Sunday. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for joining us. It's a sunny Sunday now here in Krefeld, and well, for us, every day is a cricket day. It doesn't matter what day it is. We're coming to bring you the cricket, some action, some thrills, some spills. We had thrills from the bowler that's coming on now, because of course we had the hat trick from Karina yesterday. Lovely girl. She came into the tent, was absolutely overjoyed to have this opportunity, of course, to play, but to do it in front of the cameras. And then I think just to then get the hat trick was the cherry on top for her. And she's got the opportunity here again to get some wickets, do some damage as we go into the 6th with the Warriors on 24 for 2. Remember, they won the toss on this occasion. Susie deciding to have a bat. Susie, of course, we haven't seen out there yet. Again, they're just rotating, giving others a chance. Maybe Susie should think about coming in next, because the senior batters, the likes of Verena and Tony, are already back in the shed. And, of course, Alex isn't playing this game. I know she is nursing a little bit of an injury, so maybe just trying to manage the workload. Remember, the Warriors have 3 games today. They will be featuring in that last game of the day against DJK Munich, which Munich will be hoping is still a game with a lot riding on it. Ooh, that's close. Good delivery there from Karina. I have to say, I haven't complimented on you and your colours today. I think they're absolutely brilliant, and I love the way that they blend in so nicely with our colour schemes for women's cricket. Also, I think you got a little bit of the Baden-Württemberg United in that as well. I think it goes pretty nicely with their kit as well. Well, thank you very much. They did point it out very quickly to me. They're like, "Oh, you're supporting us then today, are you?" No, absolutely not. I've got a couple of good friends in every side, and I'm remaining firmly neutral today. There was one person that was going to put on the BV United shirt for the first time. It was going to be Diana. Just a few readjustments here. Batter
Rashali getting settled. They could do with a couple boundaries here, the Warriors. There was those 2 in the first over, but since then just the 1. But again, BV United are such a well-drilled outfit in the field. They know exactly where they want to put their fielders, especially the best ones. Schrader has been patrolling that leg side boundary all weekend so far. Not too much gets past her.
Yeah, it's Schrader or Ramisha. Ramisha's there now. Schrader's now taken the long on. But yeah, they're absolutely superb ground fielders. That's a little bit shorter, this from Karina. I think it bounces twice before it gets to the ballast crease. So we'll see this again on side on. I know we had a little bit of a talk about this yesterday, but you see on the second bounce, it's still a good bounce, but like you quite rightly said, though it not seen for me to be an issue on the artificial pitch, it certainly is on a turf. And nice shot there of Richards as well, sitting there with the European Cricket Network banner behind him and taking some action shots for us, while Diana, the usual photographer, is out there in the middle. And I wonder if she'll have another bowl. And I'd like to see her have a second over and see if she can pick up a first wicket for her on playing in her very first match.
All of the bowlers that have bowled so far have kept it economical, surprisingly. Actually, Schrader, usually so tight, went for those 2 boundaries, but Ramisha, that was a wicket maiden, including that vicious bouncer that got the wicket of Verena Stoller. And she just went for the 2 million of the 4, Diana 6. This is Karina then finishing her over, which is again a very tidy one. The Western Warriors, the batting woes continue, and
it matches. It matches. Can we have that in here later? I think you've got to try and put that in put it in your jacket somehow. It actually matches. Beautiful. What about you? Keep saying for Tina, how come I'm not getting anything? By the way, I had a question in there from, who was it? Ricky Adams, saying, what a lovely badge you've got on my jacket. What is it? Well, it's a duck. I always tend to wear a duck in support of the derricks that are missing from the screen. So myself and Ash and a few others are on the Save the Derricks and Bring Back the Derricks. And the one I've got actually is a derrick with a little flower on top of his head as well. And again, you give you a chance to see that a little bit later. So thank you for that to Ricky Adams and everybody else that's in the chat. It's been brilliant today. I see Scotty, he's joining us as well. Lovely to have you all with us on a Sunday. And Sunday's day of rest for some, but not for us. We just keep on bringing you the action and the women out there as well. And once again, though, United and their bowling attack just a little bit too strong and too powerful. As Melina Beresford does come back for her second. And nice to see that some of the spectators at the ground as well, and taking some protection from the sun that is out now again. We did start kind of a rainy... and will be... this is close. We're going to have to look at this foot. Does this foot get anywhere near the rope or not? This is going to be... That's Ramisha, who Shahid is there. So the ball, where's the foot? We'll have to get pretty close to this. That is going to be 4 runs. Yeah, 4 runs. Ramisha, your shoe size is too big. You still got to bring me the jalebis, though. Yeah, look, that's the shot of a guilty person who knows what she did. She knows what she did. Look at her.
She's arresting herself there.
She said, I know what I did. Cameras are there. We see it. Okay, 4 runs. Welcome 4 runs. It's a good delivery. Just drops the bat in time on that. Otherwise, that would have been another very easy decision for Jason. Whether he would have given it out as quick as what Guru gave out in the last match. Beresford keeping it nice, keeping it simple, keeping it full. Slightly shorter. Well, that's going to be another no ball, And just, you see, trying to do something different there. If you look at the way she was holding the ball, it was almost like she was trying to bowl a bit of leg spin or something. And the arm didn't come up as high. You can see she drops the body downwards. And that bounce just there before the bat got onto the ball, anywhere near the ball, means that needs to be bowled again.
Melina is another one where there's a few tells, especially I've known her now for a good few years, similar to Susie. When the ball goes wrong, it's because she's not quite completing the action. You can see that She's almost trying to place it, like we said before, and get the ball up there without really committing. And you can see it's pretty much identical to Susie. She's looking to see where the ball's landing before actually going through. That time it's a bit better. This time it's just wide. But those previous 2 deliveries where she dug it in short, she was just trying to get it somewhere there without actually committing to the action. And that's never a good sign for a spinner, because especially with spin, you want it to just flow. It's all about the rhythm.
Yeah.
When you lose that rhythm, it's very difficult. And that one's fuller, and it could be a chance here. And Kartika at mid-wicket, usually behind the stumps, but of course it is a no ball. Is it a no ball? Looks like...
I don't think it was. I don't actually think it was. I think this is dipping. We'll have a chance to look at it here. So very low. So that's not a no-y. And it gets hit high up the air. See the bat also just slides. You see a good look at the bat there as well. So Guru doesn't call anything there. Just saw the bat slide in the hands of the batter. If we can see that shot one more time side on, you just see the bat slides, and then we can also see a very good catch. Catching has been good. So just watch the bat here. So the bat just slides, and so on just before impact, there it slides. So all the power comes out of the shot. You can see the bat ends up almost vertical as it goes up in the air. And a very good catch taken. Another one goes. So a bit of a full toss delivered there, but sometimes even a straight full toss can get you a wicket. Kartika makes no mistake. Another one will go.
And there's Simon, who is the husband of Susie, who's just gone into bat now. So I don't know when he arrived, but he's now here sitting at the perfect time to see if his wife can inflict some damage here on the BV United bowlers. Good to see Simon here, always supporting Susie. He's quite involved himself as well in the cricket in the local area. So if he was supposed to play today, clearly sacrificed his Sunday. You always talk about cricket widows, don't you? He's a cricket widower. And yeah, good to see Simon. I'll go and say hello to him later. Hopefully Susie will be out there for a while to give him something to cheer about. Misses, though, out on that occasion. That will be the end of the over. 8 runs coming from it and a wicket. 36 for 3. And again, the Western Warriors, it just hasn't clicked for them in the batting department. Those early wickets certainly didn't help them. And they'll be looking here to get possibly a 50-plus score, something to keep BV United at bay. Of course, DJK will be watching this one with interest, just hoping that the Western Warriors bowlers, who are certainly the stronger aspect of their game, can at least keep this game going into the 8th over, which would take a point off BV, which could be all important in the standings. Taking a quick look at the calendar, how much more there is to come your way. There was a few questions in the chat about what's up next. Well, tomorrow we go to Sweden, and what's up next could be a wicket, but it just bursts out the hand of the fielder there. I think that's Rabia, and you can see doesn't hit her hand. She's rubbing kind of on her hip. Just one of those where on the run it's hard to get your hands in the right place, and I don't think she gets any fingers around it.
No, Rabia, she took a very good catch yesterday, didn't she, in that same area when it was smacked at her. On this occasion, just doesn't get in the right place. Where is another opportunity? Maybe no, just dropping short of Gerardo. That comes in, but does the fielding. So hands now the strike back here to Susie. Now Susie can hit the ball pretty big. Now there's those birds again that somebody was saying. Well, they were saying something to do with oysters or something. Oysters.
It was the name of the name of the bird, and I think they're usually birds seen near the sea, but maybe just the amount of rain we had last night has brought them out. They're certainly not the same birds that we saw flocking in their millions yesterday. We're still on bird watch. They haven't come out yet. I don't know if that maybe Sunday they're at church, but they will come maybe this afternoon. They come and go as quickly as that, so there's no warning. There's no kind of rumble of thunder or anything, but we'll keep an eye out. This has been a decent over so far from Karina.
We can hear something making a fair bit of noise. I don't know what bird that is. Well, it's going to be a wide, but it might have been a hint of a stumping opportunity here for Jyoti. We'll have a look at this again. Jyoti, she kind of goes backwards. I think that's smart because she knows that the ball is going to bounce a fair bit. But you can see that by the time she gets the ball under control and has a shot at the stumps, the batter, Susie, is comfortably in. A wide ball day it was from Karina. In she comes again. And, this time bit of the inside edge. Diana Oro's there. She is. And Diana comes in, pounces on it, and gets the throw back. She just must be loving her moment. She's waited a long time. Diana, I think she started, if I'm right, probably about 3 years ago. She started. I think we were in the SCG there in Portugal, in Centrum, where she first started sort of thinking, you know what, I'll have a go at this. And everybody encouraged her. And she sort of had that, she didn't have that issue. You know, like some people have the issue about getting, not being able to keep the arm straight and bowl legally. She didn't have the chuck in action. So people thought, right, okay, the direction was a little bit off, but she worked on it. And whenever she gets the opportunity, I know sometimes like on finals days we have that hour break, she always gets involved. I know she's bowled at many of the ECN crew. Well, late running, good hit, could be trouble. And, well, we're going to have a photo finish here. I think if the keeper dived here, if Jyoti dived and took the bails off, probably. But here, well, she's still confident. I don't know. We're really going to slow this down and have a good look. So she decides not to have a throw, but just a dive may have done it. Just keep an eye on the bat. So photo finish coming up. Does the bat come down? No. I think the bails, and the stumps get knocked over first. Technique here, Tina. It wasn't really sliding the bat in. If she slid the bat in if you were running with the bat down and slid in, I think she would have made it. But I think the bat is in the air. The stumps are knocked over. That is going to be out.
Just, you could see when that shot was hit that she wasn't quite backing up there, Varsha. I think it was actually a fair enough call from Susie. It was into a bit of space, and had Varsha been backing up, she should have actually been home fairly comfortably. Again, probably not the worst wicket to fall, 7 off 16. And it brings Snigdha to the crease, gives her an opportunity. And, well, we thought really the opportunity had gone from Jyoti. Even if she didn't dive, she could have just given it the underarm bowl from a metre or two away. Because certainly the ball in the air is quicker than a foot race, but just about gets there ahead of the batter. So it will be the fourth to fall. It's the end of the over as well, 38 for 4. No Karina hat-trick magic on this occasion, but still 2 excellent overs from her. Go for just 6 runs. It looks like here turning back to Anshu to bowl the 9th. So our hopes rest on Diana possibly bowling the 10th, but if she does just bowl the 1 over here, she can be absolutely proud of her efforts going for just the 6 runs.
Yeah, she can be. And, you know, just talking to her, I know I started talking about her that she just stuck with it. I know she's got the likes of Marzi out, even Vinny a few times, and when she's bowled, because like you said, she's very similar, well, from Romania as well, like Pavel, so has a similar action. If that one gets worked away, it will just be a single. But I think the story here is to all of the youngsters watching, and not just the youngsters, but anybody watching that fancies playing and never has done, just do it. Just do it. Let Diana Oro's be inspiration for you. Never played before, wants to play, obviously waiting on what happens there in Romania. And the other thing is, Tina, that in a lot of countries where there might be a national team, and I think Romania is a good example. I think Austria probably is another one. In the air, Diana! Oh, well, she had the chance. Maybe had the chance to get a name in the book for being assist in a wicket, but just doesn't get behind it. But this is just about practice. I mean, you can't, never played before, probably hasn't practiced, hasn't caught too many balls, and kind of gets in the right position, and then at the last moment, it's like the hands come away. And she'll be disappointed that she didn't grab hold of that. But, yeah, let Diana be an inspiration to you. Just do it. You know, if you fancy it, do it. Don't be afraid. Go out there, have a go. Find where your local team is. But the issue is, I mean, how do you go about this? It's a good question, actually, for you and for anyone that's listening. So if you're in a country which there's no domestic cricket being played, women's cricket, so there's no teams, how does a player get involved? Do you sort of just go to a club, whether it's mainly men orientated, and say, look, I want to play, can I just practice with you guys? How do you go about that? Yeah,
I think men's cricket is the entryway. I think another good thing to target is schools and universities, because there you have quite often at universities students who are up for anything. They want to learn new things, meet new people. I mean, cricket and sport in general is such a great way to meet new people and find like-minded friends. And I think Diana's already made 10 other friends out there in the middle. And also, the men's cricket, there's so many women's players. I know Stoller has played some men's cricket. Ashvini, who played for the national team in the recent qualifiers, has got that distinctive slinger action.
Yeah.
She plays mostly men's cricket, and the development there is so huge because you're forced to kind of compete and grow up. And the best compliment men can give you is that, oh yeah, she's just one of the team. As that one just goes past the stumps.
So close.
And I think you've just got to put yourself out there. For Diana, it would have been so easy to say, you know what, I'm just going to hide behind my camera and take my photos, which are beautiful photos, by the way. And instead she says, yeah, you know what, I'm going to make myself vulnerable, because going out there, playing your first ever game for your employer, basically. She's employed by ECN, and she's putting herself on the big screen with a team she doesn't know. I bet she, before this game, doesn't know any of the team's names. She'll come out of it with memories for life and friends for life, and that's exactly what it's all about.
Yeah, it definitely. And I think, I actually feel, I think I was speaking to Ali about this yesterday. We were both saying that when we got involved in cricket, that was exactly what cricket was. Cricket was social. It was meeting and making friends, getting together with friends, and doing it via playing sport. I know with a lot of sports around Europe, that's the way it is. I know my daughter plays handball. At the moment, she's playing in Bournemouth in a beach handball tournament. So good luck to you, Sonny, and to your team. But it's all about being part of that team. And, that's how you grow up. That's how you develop a lot of other skills. It's about life-growing skills. And cricket was that for me. And I think even though that some of that people say is kind of dying away in the men's game, just purely because of the way the world is changing. It's when cricket normally is over at the end of a day's play, players have to go to work, etc., etc. But I feel that the women's game is very much still that. It's very much about getting together, being part of a team, not just a team, but both teams. I love the way that both teams come together. It's not about them and us. It's about we're together, we're united together. And I love that. And I think that's why women's cricket is so enjoyable to watch, because the action is happening in the middle out there, but the way that they interact off the field of play and outside of cricket as well is fantastic.
And I think that's especially the case across Europe, where obviously cricket is a minority sport, and women's cricket is an even more minority of a minority sport. So you build this community, and you get so close, and while you're on the pitch, it's all serious and competitive, but as soon as you cross the boundary and you finish for the day, you just realise you're all there in this combined love of a sport. And you have to be a bit mad if you play cricket or watch cricket or promote cricket in Germany and in Europe, because it's an uphill battle, and it's a constant battle for pitches, for recognition, for funding, for players. And these are the kind of adversities that bond people together. And you can see that in women's cricket, you can see it in cricket across Europe. And it's a community that's such a powerful one, because you're all combined in this love of a sport. And it doesn't matter, there's a car on the pitch. Well, it isn't actually on the pitch, it's just an optical illusion. I think that's our lunch being delivered, so we'll let it go through.
Yeah, that's allowed. That's allowed.
There's nothing like it. Sport is the great unifier, and it's great to see the women out there doing what they do and loving what they do as well. And hats off to Diana. Is that one? Well, goes over Diana, just as we say, and I think she'll be able to do the fielding here. It's not going to go all the way. And there she goes. A good pick up and throw. And I've said it before, and it's easy, and it's great to see that everyone in the chat today is being so supportive, but it's easy to sit at home in front of a screen and say, oh, this is rubbish and this is boring. Well, you're not out there, and Diana has put herself out there, as have all of these players. And you know what? They probably don't care what you think.
Yeah.
Because they're having a great time.
Absolutely.
And it's Sunday, the sun's shining, and we're playing cricket. So those kind of opinions, I just think, well, just keep them to yourself.
Yeah.
And if you've got nothing nice to say, you don't need to say it at all.
Absolutely. What a great delivery that was. In fact, what a great over that was. And in fact, it has to be fair to say that I don't think there was a bad over in that entire innings. It started with 11, and I feel as that one, only 3 comes off the last one there from Sharada. I think 11 was the best over that they had. They keep this score to 45. So, of course, we know that BV United are going to be very happy about this. The Western Warriors won't be too happy, and I think that also TJ Munich won't be too happy, because I think they would have at least wanted the Western Warriors to try and take a point away from United. But with that target being 46, you get the feeling that United are going to knock these runs off pretty easily. And, well, we started with some flowers around. Flowers for you, nothing for me, again, I have to say. But I'm not bitter because we are a team. I'm sure that my time will come as well. There was the catch, the short delivery, sharp short delivery there for Verena. And, well, somebody who was making the most of Sunday morning in the sunshine was Ali. Ali was just lying there doing a little bit of stretching. Well, we think he was doing a little bit of stretching. If an ambulance pulls up in a few moments' time and carries him away, Ali will say nobody cared. Well, we cared about that as Ramisha Shahid thought she was going to get away with just touching the boundary rope there. It wasn't to be. The 2 circles had that well uncovered. That was 4 runs. But that was one of a few. Then this was a race on the Iba as Jyoti Rawat got there first and inflicted a run out there on Varsha. But yeah, a number of boundaries in that innings was just the 4 fours, 2 of them from Antonia, who batted well before she got out. And once again, it was a good cat from Ramisha Shahid to remove her from the bowling of Milena Beresford. And also 2 boundaries there from Vushali, who hit 2 fours on her way to 10 of 16. And it was Kartik that took a really good catch to remove her on a high full toss. And once again, it was Milena that got the wicket. So there's a look at that scorecard. And what that does, it just shows you just how strong that BV United bowling is when they get it together. We know they needed to come back strong. Remember yesterday they gave away something like 35 extras. In that one, just the 14, a big improvement, 11 wides, 2 no balls, but no byes and no penalty runs, most importantly as well. Just the 1 leg bye, keeping the score to 45. There's the bowling figures, and I think everybody should be very pleased with what they did. Beresford, the captain, bowls 2 overs, 2 for 12. 2 overs there from Sharada, go for 14. But good bit of bowling there. And what about one more time? A big round of applause for Dana Ores as well, playing her very first match. And I don't mean her first match on the European Cricket Network. I mean her first match ever. Never played before, never even played a 6-a-side, 5-a-side. It's her first match. And she goes out there, probably very nervous. Of course she's going to be. And remember, she didn't even know she was going to be playing. It was sort of, she found out about 25, 30 minutes before. So well done to the ECM photographer, Dana Ores, 1 over and concedes just 6 runs. 3 of those were in wide. So she should be very proud of that. And who knows, she might even get a chance with the bat. Well, we'll have to wait and see. There's the mid-match summary for you. And as you can see there, the Western Warriors, their trouble with the bat continues. 46 required then for United to get the win. And I'm pretty sure they're going to be hungry to do it inside the 7 overs and walk away with all 4 points. Join me, Rico Full, and also Tita Goff when we return for the conclusion of this match. Match número 7. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back as you get ready for what we expect to probably be a pretty short innings. But mind you, we have been here before and I have said this before and it's not been the case. But you just feel from what we've seen from United already, particularly with their batting, that they shouldn't have any issue in knocking off these runs. You can see that that's what the bonus point equation is with the score of 45. 31 or less. Seems unlikely that the Western Warriors, even though it has to be said they are probably far better in the field than perhaps with the batting, but can they restrict this very strong BV batting lineup to a score under 31? I don't feel that's going to be possible. Somebody who's going to have a go, though, is Tony. Antonia Mayonborg is going to bowl the first over. It's a very good competitor and a hard worker. But going to be up against two good batters, though. You can see Sharada Palanir out there to face the first. Now, she's been in very good form in this tournament so far. Very good player. And go with Ramisha. I think that's a statement to say that they're definitely going for this. That's a good start. Pitched up. No run. Talking about good partnerships. In 1900, the birth of that famously combative Yorkshireman Maurice Leyland, who saved the best till last. More on that in a moment. As Tony comes in again. This one is played away. Want to take the run on. Good running. I said before that the likes of the Western Warriors and also DJ Munich can learn. If there's one thing that they can learn from United, it's the running between the wickets. Just back yourself. Run hard. And support each other, look at each other and go. So going back to Maurice Leyland, his finals test innings of 187 was played during a partnership of 382 with Len Hutton at the Oval in 1938. Still England's highest stand for any wicket against Australia. And born on this day in 1900, Maurice Leyland, who saved his best for last, scoring that 187. It's just pushed away. This time no run. Ramesh Shahid. You feel that she's waiting for the big shot to be played. Good start though. I like this. Getting the ball pitched up is Tony. And welcome back to everybody in the chat. And Ricky Adams, loving your comment about promoting women's cricket based on the efforts there from Diana Oro's going out there. And I think a lot of people are dittoing what you said there. I think Diana today is doing really, really well. And yes, great inspiration, not just for younger girls and boys, but anyone wanting to play the game. Lovely. And saying empowering women's cricket. Nicely said there, Ricky. And I have to give an apology also to Sandy Willow. That's in the air. Well, that's a good hit from the Willow as well. The Willow of the bat from Sharada will just be a single. And I think at the time that myself and Tina were talking about spiders, and it is a fact, by the way, you can look it up, that in our lifetime we'll have at least 8 spiders go in our ears or mouth or nose or whatever while we are sleeping. Here, when we're doing the commentary, I can tell you, I think it's a lot more than that. We're getting a spider or 2 or an ant in our ears and things all the time, but not the nice feeling. I've eaten a few flies along the way as well. But just as we were talking about that, Sandy Willow says that she was a little bit late in a reply to Wayne because she was taking care of a huntsman spider on her wall. Commentator's curse indeed. Sorry about that. You see, the commentator's curse doesn't just always apply to the batters or the fielders. 18 matches since the golden ball. Well, I did have a feeling about a golden ball today. It hasn't matured yet. It's not going to happen in this match either, but maybe it's going to happen in the important matches to come a little bit later. Terry Richmond, hello to you. Terry did say that he did a recard. Terry, I don't What did you do? Tell me what you did. Plays this down the ground. It's going to get past the infield, and it's probably going to go for 4. It does. It's a solid strike, and Sharada hits this really well, powerfully off the back foot, and it's just timed beautifully. And that will go for 4 runs. Good hit, powerful hit. And the first over actually went very well, just a 3 from it. But now they're trying to get that score moving again. They know they have to. The first ball then from Snigdha goes to the boundary. That's up in the air. It's going to spin away from the backward point. They'll take just the 1. Yeah, who else did? I know Helix. Hello, Helix. I don't think I've said hi to Helix today. And to Monty. Helix and Monty in there. Lovely to have you. And Deborah was saying, come on, let's go to BB United. And they're going pretty well, Deborah. And Julie Dawson was in there as well. That's asking the question. The umpire says no. Back to the action here. And just got to believe here. I mean, thing is for the Western Warriors, I think they know that probably going to finish 3rd here. They've been outplayed by the 2 other teams, but you always want your own moment, don't you? You want your moment of glory. And they will want to take something away from the day. A victory would be great, but of course they are running out of time to do that. And after this match, of course, we will see them play their final match, and it'll be the final match of this European Cricket Series Women's Edition here in Germany, Krefeld, when they play match number 9 against, again, DJK Munich. So I suppose no match for them is going to be easy. But if they are to get a win, maybe it will be against the DJ Munich side, but that could be a very key match for them. This one gets through. Unfortunately, the fielder and the batters running very well to double up. Changing the keeper in this one as well. This Verena Stoll was doing the fielding there. So you got Aliyah, who's behind the stumps. Wish her well as well, but it's over a little bit better when it comes to the scoring front after just the 3. The first one from Tony. You would imagine that Tony, you'd have to bowl your best bowlers first. You can't really be trialling anything here. So Tony, you feel, has to come back. Snigdha tosses this one right up. That's been hit forcefully. It's going to be a brilliant stop. Outstanding. Absolutely outstanding there from Tony. This was clobbered. It actually looks like it's gone past her. And with the left hand, she's brought this back in. This is tremendous fielding. Have a look at that. That is superb. Absolutely superb. And definitely saves 3 runs there. Saves the boundary. Just the 1 taken from the 2 batters. Well, want to do the reverse Malachi. It's going to be called a wide. And also goes for buys here. So it ends up being a perfect dummy for the keeper. I don't think Elia was quite expecting that. This over's getting a lot better. They've got gone up to double figures now. 33. Now, well, with those 2, 31 required of 31 deliveries, but it's not the case of the win. The win is on the cards. It's the case of if they can do it inside the 7. Smashed. It's going to be 4 runs. Really good hit. Has so much power, Sharada. She really does. And we've seen that power off the back foot. That is a lovely shot. Kinna Sona. Batake shot Maria. Choka Lagya. And, well, Ramesh Shahid, maybe she's admiring that one. She goes straight up to Sharada and says, Kinna Sona shot Maria. But yeah, that was good. I shot the deke swad agya. 19 on the board. And a good time for Tina Goff to come back. They needed that over, Tina, didn't they? Just to get themselves back in the hunt for the 4 points.
Absolutely, and I've been doing some number crunching as the standings perfectly flash up on time. because assuming now that BV get the 4 points, which is looking increasingly likely, that will, of course, take them up to 16. That's a wide that's been spoiled by the batter of Rami, but they get a single. Sitara bowling this third over. So they go to 16 if they get those 4 points. Of course, the next game is then BV United against DJK. And what DJK basically need to do is win both of their remaining games by 4 points, because if they win the next game, which would be a great achievement against BV United, but only get 3 points, that takes BV up to 17. And that basically means they would only be able to get up to 17 with a 4-point win in that final game. And if you take a look at the run rate's only going to go up for BV United after this game. So the only way they could win in the next game without a bonus point is if it's an absolute slaughter in that final game, basically.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's likely, given how high this net run rate will go up for BV United in this win. So basically, it's a clear equation for DJK. They need to win both games with a bonus point, which is a tough task against... Munich have to win both with a bonus point, which is a tough task against BV United, who essentially know that a point gets them the title.
Yeah. And once again, great fielding there from Tony. I am surprised that they don't go back to her straight away, actually. But her fielding, I touched on this yesterday as well. I think, for me, the way things stand at the moment, if there was an award for the most outstanding fielder, it would be Tony. She's been absolutely brilliant. She really has. Her ground fielding has been sensational. Talking about the field, we can have a quick look at it there. You see that there is one player there on the leg side mid-wicket, and the rest of the players pretty close and tight inside. Of course, we're still inside that power play. So 2 on the leg side. One was camouflage, actually, to where those tents are, where the food hut is. So both players that are back are on the leg side. So no sweeper out on the off. And, well, one of them may be called upon to try and get to this one, but it ain't going to happen. And that's Verena that's chasing after that one. It's a full toss on the leg side. And, well, we know one thing about Ramisha Shahid. She doesn't mind going after the wide ball. Sometimes she does spoil them, but more often than not, she puts them away. What Dana Rose, there she is. She's got a nice smile on her face. Her new family, her new friends. She's not part of the blue crew anymore. She's part of the pink.
You can see here that BV United have one thing in mind, and that's the 4 points. Oh, that one gets almost clonks Sitara there, as she has to do a bit of breakdancing to get out of the way of it. It goes straight down the ground for 4 runs. Worth taking another look at this one. I think Sitara was surprised how quickly it was coming back at her. She kind of almost turns her back on it and then realizes at the last moment, oh no, I'm supposed to catch it. Throws up her hand, but it was never really an opportunity.
No, I don't think it was. I think it was higher than I first initially thought. A few matrix moves there from Panika. Well, Panika certainly was panicking when that one came away, and this one's been missed out on. Probably should have, she then shows us the right shot. Should have been looking maybe to hit that one straight as well, but wanted to kind of flat bat slap it on the leg side. Misses out on it. But you can see they're almost there, aren't they? The ball to go in the power play. They've got 30 on the board, needing just a further 16 for a victory. Somebody else is having a nap out there now. Who was that? As this one also missed out on. I think she might have touched this, I think there might have been a bit of bat on this. Wonder if we can see this one more time, please, Dennis. I think there might have been a little bit something on this. And I don't think we're going to get a good look at it at this angle. But, yeah, she does, but it doesn't go anywhere. Almost drops on to the stumps. End of the 3, going along nicely. 30 without loss, needing just 16 for victory.
As I was saying, BV United, they're really going for the jugular here. They know what's at stake. In maybe other circumstances, they might have just switched up their batting lineup to give others a chance. But here, they know that they want the points. So that one's being called as a no ball on the field. They're going to run back for 2. It's slowly rolling to the rope. It's not going to get there. But it's nicely played, given that it was quite a high delivery, and not only the 2 on the board, but the 1 for the no ball, and of course a free hit coming up. And someone you don't want to give a free hit to is Schrader. So of course early in the day, still 2 games to come after this one, but Schrader's surely up there in the MVP discussion.
Yeah, I even said that when she bowled, and I didn't realise actually at the time, because purely there was a run that came off the over she bowled, but once again didn't come off the bat, so she again gets a maiden over in as well. She just is. She's doing everything right, isn't she? That's the thing, doing everything right with the bat, hitting the ball well. We've already seen her crunch 2 cracking boundaries in this innings, and and also I just love not just her in general, but I love the attitude of all the players. They're so bubbly, so jolly, and they're playing and having fun while doing so. Taking on the second, good running again. This is what we're not seeing from some of the other teams. So, I mean, I think we both touched on this yesterday. The big advantage that the players will get from this series, that their coaches, their management will go back and watch these games, and they will learn so much from them. About the bowlers, about the line that they're bowling, maybe about their action, the batters about the balls they're playing at, and the shots that they're playing. The captain, when it comes to the field placements, that one is going to go for another boundary, so 4 more runs. So this is going to help these teams, these players develop immensely.
Absolutely. There's nothing like being out there in the middle. You can do all the practice, the nets in the world, but it's a whole different kettle of fish when you're out there. And there's Simon. Well, he's on the phone, but I think his eyes are on the prize because Susie, his wife, is out there in the middle. Yeah, maybe he's asking for a transfer for Susie. He wants her to be up in those big leagues, but she's an excellent player, and she's obviously done some captaincy here as well for her side. Again, a newly formed side. I know Simon is immensely proud of her, as he'll be as happy as the rest of the side if they do manage to pick up a wicket here, just to give them something to celebrate. But that one's played nicely around the corner, and well, if that one races away, could be almost curtains, but it's just going to roll to a hole, and Stoller, who is normally seen with the gloves, does the fielding. It's a long old chase. She was more towards deep mid-wicket. So now just 4 needed. It can be done in a boundary. Shraddha, I'm sure, has that in mind. She would add another unbeaten score to the collection. Well, she goes for the big one, and it will just drop safely in front of Antonia. A risky shot there then. You don't want the ball near Antonia. She did drop that one off her own bowling yesterday, but she's quick as a flash. Throws that one in, so just the single. I still want to see if they can finish it off in this over though. Yeah,
how long's Shraddha been part of the setup then? How long's she been playing?
Well, she played back in India. She's from Karnataka, which is the same area that Anu, the national team captain of Germany, comes from. And then I know she played for a while over in Czechia, and now she's based in Frankfurt. And I'll put it this way, Ali might have his eye on her. I don't know. This is pure speculation. I don't know about her residency, what her international status is, but well, surely there's someone you want to get involved. This could be a wicket, but it's a difficult chance there. And it goes a begging as Varsha underneath it kind of makes the mistake of turning her back on the ball. If she stayed square onto that one, it would have been easier to read the flight of it. As it was, it falls through her grasp. I think they scamper through for 2 as well, so they won't finish it off in this over. They will tie the scores at the end of the 4th, 45 for no loss. So now just 1 away from what would be an all-important 4 points for BV United, which means going into that next game as well, they know that a win will crown them champions.
Yeah, well, a win or even a point.
A point, all but.
Even a point.
All
if
but,
they get a point, I mean, they won't, of course, no good team thinks that way. They think positively, and they're gonna go into that match wanting a win. I think they go into that match wanting a bit of revenge for the loss that they had last night. Remember, they did go down to TJK Munich yesterday, chasing 120, but they gave away so many extras. Off the top of my head, it was 30-something. So they've got to prove themselves and come back strong against the team that's in second spot. But if they have a mishap, if they do allow DJ Munich to get the win and win by 4 points, and then of course it goes down to the last match where you would feel that TJK Munich, if they get a good win in the next match, they would be big time favourites. So there you go. It is going to unfortunately be a wide that finishes the game off. Sangeeta bowls it down the leg side. So a good, comfortable win for United. And they do it very quickly as well. That means that we're going to have a long break between the end of this match and the next. It gives us all a bit of time to sort of chill a little bit, get a bit of lunch, and mingle a bit more with the players. And I suppose it always also makes the build-up to that all-important match number 8 even better and even bigger, where DJK Munich take on Baden-Württemberg United in a big match. And all the points needed really for the Munich side, whereas of course the United team with the same team. So Dana Ross will be playing her second match in her entire life, and a second match on the network as well. So wish her well as well. But let's just hope that it's going to be a good, tight contest. We haven't had one really this morning so far. Remember, I did start the day with the golden ball feeling. I'd love that to materialise. And, well, there's one way of letting the scorers know whether it was a 4 or a 6. But easy chase in the end. And once again, Sharada finishes 26 not out, being well supported there by Ramisha Shahid on 12 of 11.
In the end, it was a pretty standard chase for BB United, who sent out the big guns. It's good to see Rami still performing a bit of a bit part there. At least she was going at the other end of Schrader, who was going at 26 off 14. But Rami remains unbeaten. I think that's a little confidence booster for her, because they will need her at full confidence going into that big game against Baden-Württemberg. And, well, it was just the top 2 that were needed. 25 deliveries they faced between them. And Schrader once more showing her potential MVP credentials, but you know, it's the big players, they've got to perform in the big games, and it's the big one coming up. As for Western Warriors, of course, we will see them in one more game, in that final game, which DJK Munich will certainly be hoping is still a game with stuff to play for. Antonia, she bowled excellently in that first over. She knew really it was just a case of keeping the game as long as possible. She went for just the 3, but otherwise just a few overs here and there, and Sangeeta unfortunately was the one to bowl the wide at the end. But they'll have one more chance to try and poop the party for DJK, or if it is a game where the tournament is already decided, maybe a chance to express themselves for one last time. So this one is wrapped up, and it's wrapped up pretty early here. BB United winning by 10 wickets, needing just the 4 overs to get there. So the early finish means a bit of a longer break for us. In just under an hour, it's the big one, DJK against Baden-Württemberg United. Pretty much a final. The winner takes all. For DJK, they know that they need to get the bonus point win if they've got a chance of snatching the title away from BB United. As for BB, well, if they get 1 point, I think it's probably not mathematically done, but everything would suggest that would be enough. But as Rico was saying, they want to go for the win and do it in emphatic style and get a bit of revenge for that chastening defeat they suffered at the hands of Munich yesterday evening. So it's going to be an exciting one, and you've got just under an hour to get some refreshments and gear yourselves up for what will be an exciting 2 final games coming your way from Krefeld. So we're going to go and have a bit of a break, and join me, Tina Goff and Rico Full, back for game number 3 of the day, and it's here in about 55 minutes time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to Krefeld, where we're into the penultimate game of this exciting ECS-W, and this could prove to be a big one. It's BV United against DJK Munich. It's not quite the winner takes all. Well, it is, in fact, if you're BV United, but if DJK win this one, then the destiny is in their own hands as they go into that final game against the Western Warriors. So it's gonna be exciting. It's all to play for. And before we talk about the teams, let's go to Tyrone Peters in the middle for the coin toss.
BW United to call.
Heads.
Heads is a call. It's a tails.
We're batting.
DJK are going to have a bet.
Thanks, Ty. So there you have it. Captain Amaya of DJK. She calls correctly and they want to have a bat first. Speaking to both captains just there, I think both of them actually wanted to bat first. So it's a good little win there for the Munich side, and they'll be hoping to emulate the success that they had last night against BV United. As for BV United though, I think they've come in today with a bit more energy. Of course, they had that big day yesterday where they had 4 games. They've just got the 2 today, and they're going to throw absolutely everything at this one. I know Kartika is back behind the stump, so they're going back to the national team keeper. That is an interesting move because I think they know they need their team at full strength to get past this DJK side. Of course, they've got Shraddha in their side to do BV United. She's certainly up there for MVP contention with both bat and ball. If DJK can get her out early, I think this could be a close one. As for DJK, they've shown that they've got some strong hitters at the top of their order. Captain Amaya, she's a lovely stroke player. And of course, we've got the Nikki Kingsley who can hit a big ball, as can Kirst. So those 3 are the key wickets for Munich. If they can get off to a good start, we could be in for an absolute thriller here. So strap yourselves in. I think this is the big one. Rico is waiting in the wings to take you through this one. And Rico, the news from the toss is that Munich have won it and they will have a bat.
Thank you very much, Tina, and welcome back, everybody, wherever you are tuning in from around the world. Hope you're having a wonderful Sunday, and well, we're going to try and make it better for you. With 2 more matches to come from Germany, Krefeld, when our tour then comes to an end. And of course, we continue there in Stockholm tomorrow with some more women's action, of course. But yeah, this is a big match, as Tina said there. 2 teams go unchanged. So no Carly Lennon in the side, so Dana Ores gets a chance to have another go, playing only a 2nd match ever. And I don't mean on the network, I mean ever. And I had a chat with Carly. Got to say, Carly, her hand is well and truly properly bruised. No fracture, which is a good thing, but she's got 2 nasty bruises on there. She'll be keeping some ice on those fingers. It was good to talk to her a few moments ago, and she's happy that someone like Diana gets a chance. Here's the first, as you get ready for the 2 matches in the afternoon. It's going to be well, let's just say it's one of those balls when you've kind of had a bit of time off. You've had a bit of lunch, and you know, you're just starting to get a bit dozy, and you need a stretch to wake up. So, Ramisha Shahid gets that one out of her system. It's going to be a wide to start off with. Here she comes again. That's also down the leg side, and that's going to be put away quite handsomely. It's a lovely shot, and Amaya kind of puts that one away beautifully, the captain. And what a player that she is, and will become in years to come as well. Kind of good, like just 17 years of age, and it's hard to believe actually when you watch. You know, she's also the captain. You know, just how mature she is, how well she bats, and puts away the bad ball there from Ramisha Shahid. Now, in the last match, she was able to get the ball a bit fuller outside the off. That's where she knows she's got to be, and that's even more down the leg side. It's going to be another one that's going to go away to the boundary. Now, she did this yesterday. She had a very good first match with the ball. And again here today, when we saw her bowling earlier, she kept it nice and tight. And I think she actually bowled it was probably a maiden. She didn't give any runs away. Yeah, it was actually a wicket maiden she got when she bowled that short ball to Verena and got the wicket. So she knows what she's doing wrong. Let's see if she can get it right this time. If not, she might even want to change her angle. This one the umpire feels that it misses the stumps altogether. I thought that for a moment it might have just gone over the leg stick. Probably the right call actually there from the umpire. Remember, the umpire sees that better than we do. He's standing. This is Nikhil standing wicket to wicket. Nikhil out there with Jason, the Grizzly men. And that one is played off the hips. It's a fielder back there that will make the stop, and then they'll pass the ball on. And well, what a good arm that is. No wonder it's been passed on. Good strong throw. I think that's Ramisha who's out there. Okay, single gets taken. And now Nikki, who's already shown her strength with the bat today. We saw her score 22 in the win against the Warriors a bit earlier. It's another one that's short, gets just nurdled away, so it hasn't made the adjustment here. There's the bowler, got to try and get this right. So Ramisha, a bit reluctant, isn't she, to come round the wicket. I wouldn't mind her trying round the wicket. She's being too much on the leg side. I just feel that what she's bowling, if she's struggling to get the ball to go right across, she might actually say, well, okay, if that's the line I'm bowling, well, can I do the same if I'm coming from the other side? I know she loses her advantage a little bit, but I mean, that's where you want to be. That's a much better delivery. It's a good comeback. I mean, if you're there and on the money there all the time, you take it. But if you can't get it there, if you keep, and sometimes it's just a swing. If you find that the ball is always going down the leg, one thing you can do, especially the left armer, is come around the wicket. But at the moment, she's reluctant to do so. She feels that she will get it right, staying that the way she is. And she will finish with a couple of good balls. So it's still a good over, though. 12 coming off it. And if you take 12 off one of the key bowlers, then you take that. And I want to say a very, very warm welcome back to John Hesham, and who's, I think he's talking about what he's had for lunch. I see that he's got some roast chicken up there. Enrico, welcome to you. And Dave says, let's go, let's do it again. Yes, let us do it again indeed. And Wayne was in there a little bit earlier as well. Hello, Wayne. I hope you're all having a wonderful Sunday, relaxing Sunday, watching the cricket. And maybe caught up with a few chores as well during that break. Okay, from one good bowler to another. It's Sharada now. Going to come on and see if she can get the ball right. Here is. This one's going to get played away, gets past her. She gets a fingertip on this. But no run. Here we go. She goes down. Does get past the fielder here. So a little blip, and they will get a run in the end, courtesy of the misfield. Good delivery, nice and full. Well played as well, though. Solid defence. We have seen this from Amaya before, but the one thing that we said about Amaya is, though she is pretty solid with those defensive shots, now she's going to need a little bit of assistance having Lacey start up. She needs to find a way, I think, to be a little bit smarter in still trying to get something out of that good delivery. I think that's one thing that we've said all the way through yesterday and today, that the likes of Munich and, of course, the Western Warriors could do better with the running in between the wickets. So just try and push the good ball away. The bad one, that is a bad one down the leg side. It will be a wide. Yeah, the bad ones, if you can get to them, you put away, you punish them. The good balls try to take those singles. That also brings the field in a little bit as well. So if you're taking those singles, the field get pressured into coming a bit closer. And then if you get the big shots in, then you're pushing them back out again. Just loses a run up here. That's Sharada. Sharada, of course, will know that big match, not just for her team, but for her as well. If she puts another good performance in here, of course, I think she'll certainly do herself a big favour when it comes to talking about the MVP. She's got to be right up there as one of the players that is going to be one of the favourites to perhaps get that award. She's got the most runs, 188, compared to next up is Simone with 116. That's played away, and that's going to get through Diana. That was hit pretty well. Diana does put a hand out there. I don't know if she gets any of this, but does stick a hand out and gets past her pretty quickly. The ECM photographer. Now, you don't want to damage those fingers. There's Diana. She does, just gets away from her. Do not want to damage those fingers. And those fingers are insured for a lot of money. And without her hands, Diana is not going to be able to do her job. And, of course, we wouldn't want that. So look after those fingers, Diana. Now that one just swings in, gets played away. No run. Yeah, I don't know if Diana did get anything on that, but if she did, she does stop the ball going to the boundary. Having a look at the top bowlers, Karina there, of course, with her hat-trick. But Sharada also, she's got 2 wickets to her name. The leading wicket taker is on 4, so that's well played. I don't think this one is going to be stopped by anybody. It will go all the way to the boundary. Beautifully timed shot this time by Nikki. And really does ping off the middle of the bat. It's going to be 4 runs. The second over comes to an end. And it's a good one as well. 19 on the board. 12 came off the first. And with that boundary, the 7 come off that one. It looks like they are going to go straight back here to Ramesh. So Ramesha, or Rami as we say. And oh, that's very nice. Well, we are in Germany, and of course Germany is where Fanta originated from. And Tina, she comes back, brings me a nice Fanta. So thank you very much for that. And a Fanta orange, Tina. Thank you. Cheers.
You're more than welcome. Well, we thought it'd be a day for an umbrella, but actually it's a day for a nice cold drink. This one, though, is far from frosty. This one's getting pretty spicy, especially when Rami bowls as well. She's, again, just bowling a little short. And in that first over, they didn't have anyone out on that shot, which is questionable given that it's a left arm going into a right-hander. They have got someone out now, but she's just bowling the wrong line, and even that fielder's not going to have any chance out there. Yeah, she, I think in the last over she finished well with 2 dot balls when she bowled outside the off. But yeah, she just keeps on spraying on the leg side and too short as well. And reluctant, I was saying to the viewers, she's quite reluctant not to try and come a left arm around the wicket. So again here, I mean, though that's a bit straighter, it's still an easy put away, too short. She's standing there doing the double teapot, but she's bowling too short. You'll see this ball not even pitching, and to a batter of the ability of Amaya, it's an easy put away. So this is a very good start from DJK Munich. Of course, they know what they've got to do here. They've got to try and put on as many runs on the board. And, I think they were thinking if they can get, say, that up the strike rate here and try and be about 125, 130, and then really bowl hard at United and try to skittle them. Well, hands on heads here. I think there might have been a bit of battle on this. We'll get a chance to see it again. And this will probably... So once again, not the best of deliveries, but there is a bit of bat. But the catch can't be taken there by Karthik, who takes over the gloves. I've said before, they've got a number of players that have had the gloves and done a good job. Jyoti Robert was very good and very tidy with them a little bit earlier. And Julie Josh did well yesterday. Short again, just not learning. And for a player who's got a fair bit of experience, Tina, I've got to say I'm a bit surprised that Ramesh Shahid hasn't been able to make the adjustment here. It's frustrating, isn't it, to watch, because Rami can be such a talented bowler when she pushes it up there. She needs to give it a chance to swing. She's got the natural left armour advantage, pushes it towards off stump and just see what the ball does. But when you bang it into the pitch, you just don't give it a chance to do anything apart from on this pitch to sit up. And Amaya is, well, pretty smart to it, and she's pretty quick on the pull there. It's a better delivery.
Yeah, and you see straight away, just by her going outside the off, it's guided away and goes straight to the field. It's a dot ball. That's where she does have to be, and she knows that.
I was chatting to both sides before this game because I wanted to make sure that everyone knew exactly what the equation was. Obviously, a lot of these girls new to the format, especially the bonus point we saw earlier this morning with DJK Munich, that maybe there was a few people out there and with the Warriors who didn't know what the point was about. Well, that one's hit again. It's not an action replay. It's the same. It's the 4th 4 in the over. And there come the cartwheels. Well, if it carries on going like this, they're going to get a bit dizzy. There's 16 runs coming from the over.
They're doing it with the pads on as well. I mean, who's that? The next batter due to come in. He's doing the cartwheel. Look, have a look at this. Pads on. Makes no difference. And still doing the cartwheels. It's quite tremendous, actually. That's Adita Anaparti. And that certainly has been... You know, we always, when we go to events and we come away, there's always something that's memorable. Of course, here we've seen some great cricketing stuff. We've seen some good hat-tricks, and when the men played, we saw some centuries as well. We saw that 4-wicket made, including a hat-trick there from Takir Khan. But I think the cartwheels are going to be number one for me. And it's something different. It's something unusual. And even after seeing plenty of them yesterday, it's still good to see them. And good on you to Adita. Doing it with the pads on.
So I was talking to the sides before the game, and I was asking DJK, of course, they wanted to bat first, what their kind of tactic was, and they asked me to clarify the bonus point thing. I think it's easier. It took me a while to get my head round as well. It's easier to get your head round. That one is cracked past D, and the chase is on. The Grizzly wins once more, another 4 runs. I think it's easier to get your head round when you're chasing, because then you have that 7 over. It's a fixed guideline, and you know whatever the score is, if you get it in 7, then it's 4 points. I think it's harder to get your head round when you're batting first, because it's 70%, so you actually don't know what it's going to be. It's dependent on what you scored. So I said to Munich, just get as many points, many runs on the board as possible, and just bowl and try and keep it tight. It's not actually about then getting wickets necessarily. It's about keeping in this case, Munich against Baden-Württemberg. It's about keeping Baden-Württemberg to as low a total as possible. And getting runs on the board is the main thing, but that one is taken, and it's an outstanding catch from Rami. She knows exactly where we are, exactly where the cameras are. Hasn't been her best performance with the ball, but she's taken a key catch here. And it's that dangerous batter, Nikki Kingsley, who departs. I have to say, on this occasion, it's Amaya doing most of the big hitting, but that still is a big, big wicket.
This is outstanding. It's an outstanding catch. That'll be right up there on one of our clips when it comes to the socials. That's been beautifully captured there by 2 circles. What it doesn't quite show you is how much work she had to do to get there. She read this so well. She knew that it was going to be a straight shot, and normally those are pretty safe, and you can see why, because she's hit that pretty straight. Maybe just needed a bit more on it, but I think when that's been hit by Nikki, she thinks, yeah, that's safe, but she's come around and taken a brilliant catch as Rami. That is sensational, and no wonder she turns around and looks at where the cameras are and where we are, because she knows that we're going to be applauding that, and I certainly was. That's a great catch, and that could make a big difference, because that partnership was looking pretty healthy, and up until then, it never was threatened. One good player goes, another one comes in. It's a shame, actually, that Nikki and Kirsty Simone haven't been able to spend any time out there together with the bat. They sort of, one departs and the other comes in, but they're both very similar, very strong, very powerful. And that one is going to be called a wide. Just get tempted to go after this. The Simone hits the ball very well out on the offside, and I think that's why they've deployed a fielder out there. I think that's Rabia that is on the boundary.
Everyone in the chat knowing just how big of a catch that was. I see Deborah She's clearly supporting BV United, celebrating that catch. And Johnny, Ricky, Dave, Dr. Kazoo is in there as well. And it's a big catch in what is a monumental game, with BV knowing a win here will see them lift the trophy. Even a point, in all honesty, should be enough, by virtue of the fact that they won that previous game by a significant margin. That will have only increased their run rate, and if they pick up a point here, then the only way that Munich can win is if they win that final game by 4 points, or get 4 points, and have a huge run rate swing. Haven't exactly done the maths to the letter, but it could actually be, or to the number really, it could actually be that even the run rate wouldn't be enough, regardless of what DJK do. But I think, as good champions do, and champions in waiting, BV aren't thinking about just sneaking in with a point here and there. They want to win, because that will be an emphatic win and see them take the trophy.
Yeah, I think that's also what the captain will be saying as well. Milena Beresford will say, look, you know, we're going to, let's forget all of that talk for the moment. What we're going to do is go out there and do what we do and go play every match. We want to go out there and win it. So let's just see it as a normal match and try and get the win. And Oro does the fielding there. And gets moved from that point position where it was a little bit spicy, and Rami's the first to come over to and congratulate her for making the stop. It is the end of the over, and a good over there also from Dharma. They just take the pace off. Dharma picks up the wicket, goes for 11, but a healthy score on the board though still. They're going away quite nicely, 46, just with the 1 wicket down, thanks to that incredible catch from Rami. Really good catch. Sometimes catches win your matches, and that could be a match-winning catch.
And Melina, leading from the front now, will bowl the 5th over. Amaya has just been starved of the strike a little. She's been going well, but she's been cashing in mostly on the bad deliveries, and BV, they don't always bowl bad deliveries. It means you have to go after the good ones, and she goes after the good one here, does Kirst, gets lucky. And the one thing I would say for DJK is their running between the wickets hasn't always been the best. They're such a powerful batting side. They can hit those boundaries, but I think they'd get 10, 15, 20 runs more if they ran a bit hotter between the wickets.
Absolutely, and there was another example of that. It's scooped over and got past the fielder, couldn't get there for the catch, but the batters just stay planted to the ground. They don't run. Well, when you hit the ball this well, you probably don't have to expect to run, but you still have to get it past the fielders, and we know that the fielder who's out there, that Sharada, she is just exceptional. I mean, you heard me say a bit earlier that I think that Tony gets my award for the fielder of this series so far, but Sharada's not that far behind. Good stop, saves the boundary. And again, you see there, when the ball's being hit over there, you'd expect the batters to at least take 2 runs. And they're going to have to wait here at the moment as the lady who's got the longest here in the business, that's Anshu Dharma, comes over and ties the laces. How would she get on playing football? We know that what the penalty was given for. I mean, she's an easy target, isn't she? Easy target. I mean, she could be 2 meters away and you can grab her here.
She could maybe tuck her hair into her shorts.
That's actually true, you know. Very true. Right, dot ball, good ball here. The captain just trying to get some stability into the bowling. She would have been disappointed to see that one of her top bowlers, Ramisho, does go for 2 minutes. Holds back on bringing back Sharada straight away. That's got some flight on it, and it's going to be called a no ball. It's being attacked by a little spider at the moment. It's gone from the microphone into the here. Oh, there it is. Right, I have to get rid of this for a moment. Hang on.
It's probably attracted by your Fanta. Yeah, that's going to be a free hit then. Opportunity for DJK to get close to that 50. Kirst is certainly who you want on the strike. And there's a big free hit to go after, and well, he goes to the big swing. Doesn't get any contact, is saved by the raised arms of the umpire. Will be a wide, so it will continue to be a free hit here. It's Spider gone? You all okay?
Spider is gone. Where it's gone to, I don't know. Hopefully not in the Fanta. Oh, well, this one. Oh, Pavel Florin, eat your heart out. Who is Pavel Florin? Pavel has got nothing on this. Have a look at this. And the problem with this is the second one. And it is definitely a no ball. I've not seen one that's gone so high.
Just goes a bit wrong from Milena. When she does struggle, it's usually with the length rather than the line. This time it's a decent delivery, but even the fielding superstar Schrader is not able to get hold of that one. Such was the power of that delivery. It'll be 4 runs.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a ball bowled higher than this one. Well, we see it even goes off the screen. It goes off the screen. That was so high. I don't think it was meant to be that high. But, yeah, you're right. You can always tell when she doesn't get it right. Okay, back to the live action. It's played away nicely. Schrader will be out there again this time. She is able to make the stop. Now, remember when these two met yesterday, the last match, match number 5, it was victory to Munich, but it was kind of self-inflicted by United, who didn't get a wicket at all. 119 on the ball, but they gave away over, I think it was something like 34 extras, which was pretty crazy, and that made a difference. And don't forget, because of all those extras, there was those penalty runs that were given away as well. So that's the halfway point, and they're kind of on course to a 110-115 score, which we've said already that if they can get to that and then bowl really well and take those first 2 or 3 wickets in the power play, they've got every chance to get what they're after. They're after 4 points here. That's what they need, 4 points, and then they've got to try and do it again in the last match.
Yeah, absolutely. And the more runs they get, the more they've got to play with. And if you can get to that 100, 110, then they're looking at trying to defend, let's call it 70, 80. Certainly manageable, especially with the bowling options they have.
So played away nicely, and that's a good early call. Gets played away, and it's going to be a single to start off with. Here we go again. Slightly shorter. Oh, goodness. Lob the keeper. The chase is on. We'll get there. Here comes the throw. So they'll take another single. Now, we have seen on a number of occasions in the past where BV United have given away a few too many runs for their liking in the first 4 or 5 overs, but they've come back really well. And they've got bowlers who can do that, we know that. And Adama is one of them. And well, they're liking this. It's gone. Well, there you go. It's really good bowling. Once again, for those of you that are new to the game, to the youngsters that are watching, well, this is the way to do it. Not trying to bowl fast, not trying to bang the ball in, just getting it in the right areas. And look at them all coming over and congratulating, because that is a big wicket. Amaya kind of couldn't let the captain will go, gets a little edge on this. Let's see this again here. Very good bowling. And it's a very good take there as well from Kartika. And Kartika takes the big catch. And Dama picks up a second wicket, 2 for 13. And that is going to be the end of the captain from DJ Munich. Amaya kind of couldn't let it go for 29 of 19.
Excellent grab from Kartika. I think she might have even caught it in between her legs in the end. There was one that went down earlier down the leg side. Makes no mistake with this opportunity. And that's a big wicket as the captain departs. So both openers already out, which means DJK are relying on batters who maybe haven't got the runs so far to try and get something that's not only defendable, but 70% defendable. Magana comes in. You feel here that Kirst would have to take the majority of the strike and hit a few boundaries, because otherwise this DJK innings is just slowly threatening to maybe fade away, with Magana playing nicely but also just playing into the offside with not too much power. She's practicing a more powerful stroke here. There's 1 ball left, so what actually they don't want here, Munich, is a single. You need Kirst on strike for the 7th over, so Magana here needs to go for 2s, 4s and 6s.
They played away, and they're not going to take that single, and it wasn't on anyway. It's a great over, it really is. And just as I said, that they find a way to always claw themselves back, and that's what United are doing here. And that the last 2 overs went for 11 and 11 from Dama's first and Milena, but that one, well, what a cracking over that is. Just a 2 runs from it, picks up the huge wicket of Amaya. And the score now 59 for 2. And just bear in mind that before that wicket fell, the expected score was around that 100 mark. It was hovering around 99 and 100. And let's just see how that changes. And I think it will change dramatically the more that Simone stays off strike. She is the key. But, of course, while out there, she's got to stay out there and keep at least trying to hit 1 or 2 boundaries and over as well. Won't be easy, but that one's been hit pretty well, and it will go all the way. Well, won't be easy. Forget that, because that's been absolutely clobbered. It's Karina, the hat-trick hero of yesterday, bowls her first ball in this match, and it just happens to be right in the slot. Simone swings, crunches it, and it goes big. It goes for 6. Shaba, Ginna Sona, Shaka Lagya.
Just keeps on going and going, that one. And, well, be careful of the cartwheels because the ball's coming to say hello. She's going to go again. And the comment in the chat from Ederico is, I'm not sure if it's about Nikki or Kirst. I think the same applies to both. They're playing like baseball swings. And when you make contact with it, then it's going to go and it's going to stay hit. I know both of them have hockey experience, so I think it's maybe a hockey-baseball hybrid. But it's the right shots to play on this bouncy AstroTurf. Nothing through the V, high elbow, forget about that.
Karina comes again. We'll probably want to just keep this outside the off again. She does, but that's met pretty well. Work to be done here from the fielder, and gets wrong-footed. Oh, dear. Well, Rabia Khalid is after this. She looks like she's going to cut this off, but it just wrong foot as the bounce comes in. She's going to the right, and the ball cruelly hits the ground just here. And look at that. You can see the deflection there. She has no chance. And that time, it goes for 4.
Lovely hit. There's 10 coming off the first 3 balls of this over. It's exactly what Munich needed, and they'll take that. A bit of luck. It's not going to go all the way. She gets the single, so I suppose now for Magana, it's, again, pretty much 2 free hits. If you can get something from it, and to add to the score, and it's about being sensible here and pragmatic, knowing that Kirst can hit those boundaries. How can you get her on for the longest amount of time? In fact, if I was Baden-Württemberg, maybe not on this ball, but on the final ball, I'd encourage her to take the single. Keep Kirst off strike. So now I would like to see, maybe we can get a wide shot of the field. Everyone go back. I mean, 5 go back. I think they're not going to do it. Milena, maybe. Yeah, well, she's pointing a few here, but I don't think anyone's gone back. And I would have sent, I think they've got 1 outside the ring. Yeah, I would have sent 4 back and said, here you go, have the single.
Push the 2 straight back. Probably put a sweeper out on the off. And, well, that could be a chance. That's a great grab. It's a really good grab. It's down the leg side. What a good catch that is. Fantastic. Not easy, that. And that's Damo who takes it. And the reason I know, I saw the here, but she had a fielder running right in front of her as well. But she just makes no mistakes, does Anshu Dama. Holds on to this. What a good catch. Look at this. With the fielder running at her, and she manages to hold on to it. And the collision is avoided as well. That's going to be the end of the wicket. But does the right thing, I think, Magana, there. As you said, you don't want the single. Try and get a boundary. She did try, but a great catch sees her gone. And she's going to go, unfortunately, without scoring. So there's going to be a 5-ball duck for her. Fortunate
for her, as Viola Muller is the new batter. It will be Kirst on strike then. That was the end of the 7th, 70 for 3. Looking forward to the Meltor Shield coming to screens near you in mid-September at the Cartama Oval. 4 sides battling it out to be, well, now that the World 11 is in there as well, and the Asia 11 champions of the world. Yeah. And of course, the launching ground for tomorrow's champions and September's champions. Looking forward to that one. Of course, we've got women's cricket here. That will be a no ball, so a free hit to come again. Millie just struggling with her length here. Got women's cricket today, and the next thing that will be coming your way on the network is, of course, the women's cricket from Sweden as well. Yeah, looking forward to that. I think, I believe Danny Hudacek will be there, and probably is there now today, actually, getting ready to talk you through the action there. And that's a better delivery point. That's a good shot as well. It's going to be a couple of bounces, 4 runs, really well hit. I think you just got to, what they're not doing here, going back to what you were talking about earlier, Tina, so at the beginning of the over,
you can have 5 back. You got Kirst Simone doing the batting. She's the one who's going to get the boundaries. Protect the boundaries. So have your long off and long on the boundary. Mid wicket is back already. Square leg is there, but have the 2 back. You know, get the 5 back. Protect the boundaries. Protect the straight hit.
And it works twofold with Kirst. That one should be protected, and it's a great pick up and throw from Schrader. If Kirst is on strike, you protect the boundaries, but you also then give her the single, which means you have a go at the new batter. Viola Muller hasn't faced a ball yet. As it is, you give her that boundary hitting option, and more often than not, she takes it. On this occasion, it will just be the single, and now they do all come in, which is the right tactic for now. We'll see how it develops, though, but there's a run there, and Viola gets enough on it to scamper through to the other end. But this is the thing that elevates good teams to great teams. It's this match awareness. Milena, while she does have experience, doesn't necessarily have captaincy experience at the highest level. So it's something that you learn the more you play. It's tailoring your field and tailoring your game to what the opposition are offering.
Smashed. And it's going to be just before the rope. So once again, they're not pushing the field about. You can see now that I think that Schrader is signaling to Milena, look, you do need to have somebody straight back. And I wonder if they make that. It looks like they're making that change here now. They've got to be careful, though, because, yeah, what they got 4 now on the leg side and 1 sweeper out on the off. So at the moment, they're okay. We've seen a few times today where no ball's been called because you've had too many back. Have got a sweeper out there, so this is where the field now works a little bit better. There's a sweeper out on the off. So now you might as well just say keep the field back because there's a ball to go. I don't think they will be thinking about a single. So now you still protect the boundary, but they're all coming in.
It's the opposite of what you want, Rico.
Yeah, they're doing the opposite. They need to be back protecting the boundary because Muller, she's been probably given the license to go really big, tries, scuffs it, but you can see they're not running. They're not going to take the single, so that's why you just try and protect the boundary with the ball to go. So another decent over there for the DJ Munich side. And if you have a look at the last few overs, in fact, if you look, there's only been 2 pretty quiet ones. It's gone 12, 7, 16, 11, 11, 2 from Dharma, 11 and 12. So they're scoring at a good rate. They should get themselves past 100. But like I said, when that wicket went of Nikki, it was around, that was the score that was expected, when also they lost to Maya. So they haven't lost out. They're going at the same rate, but the little bit of acceleration that they probably need to try and get to that 110, 115 score, where they're going to get that from, as there's just 2 overs to go.
It's got to be from Kirst, and she is on strike now. It's a big swing and a miss. Yeah, it's about when you're a fielding side and you have, with the greatest of respect, a stronger batter and a less stronger batter in terms of boundary hitting ability. You keep the stronger batter off strike as much as possible, and if that means giving a 1 to the weak batter and putting her on for the next over, you do that, because a 1 is better than potentially, well, we've seen Kirst Simone hit 20 in an over.
Yeah.
And, well, by my maths, 1 is fewer than 20, and that's the exact opportunity Milena had there to set everyone back and basically say, you know what, you can have a 1. I mean, if I were Kirst, I would reject a 1 whatever happens, but you at least put that thought in their mind, oh, crumbs, we should probably go and get the run. And this is why you want Kirst on strike. They will take the 1. And even then, I think you're at a stage here, Rico, where if I'm Kirst, I'm not taking singles.
If it's the very first ball of the over, I'll take it because you think that Muller might get you back on strike.
Yeah.
But being that was the third, now 3 balls to go, yeah, I'm with you. I would have waited to see if it goes for 4, fine. If there's a misfield, you can come back for 2 maybe, but you don't take the 1. That might be a no ball, and they will get her right back on strike. There's the throw. It was a wild one, actually. Let's have a look at this side on, Dennis, if we can. It did feel high to me. And let's have a look. I know she's coming forward. That's where impact is. Well, I think that's high. I don't think that's going to drop below the waist. Remember, it's waist and above, and there's the call. And it is the right call. So it's a free hit. So this is perfect now for Simone. They get the single. She gets on strike. She's got the free hit. She's got the license to go the full Monty, and she hits it well. And Diana doing the chasing. We'll keep it just to the one. So just a single. So now we get back to that again. Do you take the single there? Because now you're at a point where if you get the strike back, you're just gonna get it for one ball. Then you're your thinking process is boundary or single to be on strike. So probably one that you don't take. Wide ball called as Karina just hasn't been able to find the consistency that she did have yesterday when she took that hat-trick. Of course, her figures yesterday, 3 for 3. Oz is on a Hall of Fame.
We've got, I think, a review for a stumping here. Certainly, umpire Jason was giving the TV signal there, so we're going to have to go to the replay, Dennis. Oh, I think the foot is down. If we carry on rocking and rolling. Okay, well, I think if the knee just moves there of Shiromi.
Where's the bails there? They're not off yet, so there's no bails off yet. Now, let's have a look at this. Keep this playing. So she whips them off there. Now, at that point, she is standing outside of the crease. Look, technically, I suppose you say it's out if the ball's not dead, but I don't think that's very sporting, and I think that's probably what they've decided, that the ball there probably is or has probably been called dead. Well, that's hit. It's hit pretty well, and it goes through the fielder. They will. See, this is the thing here. So now they take the single. So it's Simone on strike. Now, what do you do here? I mean, all right, a boundary is a boundary. And I suppose what Simone can say is that William Muller is still getting her on strike. So you probably say, you know what? Yeah, okay, if I get a boundary, get a boundary. If I get a single, fine. I don't mind, because Muller's doing her job. And she actually plays that for a single, which I don't think is, I think it's wrong, actually. I think she could have clobbered that.
Yeah.
It was there for a boundary hit. She could have gone for the boundary or still gone for the power shot. If it goes for 4, great. If it doesn't, you still get the single. Because I think Viola has done her job well. She's actually, if you look at her strike rate, she's faced 4 balls, 3 runs. She has managed to give the strike back to Simone. This will be interesting now, having made that decision off that last ball of that over, whether if there's an opportunity to take a single in the first or second ball, whether she takes it or not.
I agree with you there, Rico. I think she saw that ball so early on, so much so that she had to adjust her big bash into a little kind of tap.
Yeah.
She could have smashed that one. Instead, she's on strike, great, but she's on strike for Schrader, and you can't guarantee that you'll just be able to hit Schrader for 4s all over the shop. Whereas I think on that ball, it looked like she wanted to hit it for 4, but I thought, no, I've got to be on strike. Well, she's got to make the most of it now. She just swing and swing hard, and well, that's an excellent shot. It goes straight past the 2 fielders. Both Rami and Malin are patrolling the boundary, but that's perfectly placed.
Yeah, and so was the cartwheel as well. And that's the boundary. She just wants to stay on strike and really go after Sharada here. So Sharada's been held back. She bowled a very good first over, which just went for the 7. But the first ball of that one gets whacked for a boundary. Pitched up. Oh, a little bit of a lucky inside edge. And, well, there we have our answer. Not interested in taking the single there. And quite rightly so, I think.
I think at this point you've got to take the strike. Viola's done her job perfectly, but she's not shown that necessarily she can hit a boundary on demand. So you say no to the 1 and hope that you can turn it into a 4 or a 6.
A little bit too wide this time from Sharada. Goes back to her mark. Just misses that line. If she was a little bit fuller, she might have caught it. So back she goes. Looking to try and get past the 100 mark. That's good delivery. That's really well bowled. Simone there just maybe a little bit too focused and trying to once again work that onto the leg side. I think she can play in the offside. We know that. She's played, in fact, some lovely shots through the covers and extra cover. Extra cover kind of unprotected. She knows where it's probably going to be. And this time chases it. And no run, not taking it. Not taking that. I think there might have been a bit of bat on this, you know. I think there might have been a bit of bat. Otherwise, that was pretty close, perhaps, to being called wide. I think bat, it goes to Kartik pretty hard. She partially makes a stop. Doesn't go anywhere near the boundary. No chance of two. So they don't take it on. Okay, that's this. Just short of the fielder. Again, no run. It's good bowling. You got to say from Shraddha. She's not putting it short. She's not putting it in the swing zone of Simone. And Simone is now having to find other ways to try and get the boundary. And so just the boundary of the first ball and one wide. 4 dots. Last ball off the innings. And now she tries to get creative on this one. So it's an excellent over. In fact, once again, what can you say about Shraddha? She just keeps on producing good performances after another. Back-to-back good performances from her again with the ball. This time, only the 12 runs coming off her spell. And that last over only going for 5. And that means that they don't get to the 100. It's going to be a score of 94 for 3.
Yeah, it was a good comeback from BV United, wasn't it? DJK, with those top order batters still in, thought maybe, well, we were talking about 110, 120 with the prospect of trying to keep BV to 70% of that, but in the end they don't even get to triple digits, and that's thanks to those wickets being taken at important times. First, there was that brilliant catch from Rami, who's not had the best of days. Those boundaries were flowing at the start of the innings mostly from her bowling. It was just too short and too down leg side, but when she had the opportunity to make amends, boy did she do so, and it was a big wicket as Nikki Kingsley was back in the shed for just 10. That's that moment, Rami making up an enormous amount of grounds, still going backwards as she took the catch and rightfully celebrating to the cameras. And when she fell, Nikki, it was just a case of whether her partner Kirst could repeat the trick. And well, not quite sure what I'm doing that one. I think I'm trying to make a point rather than drowning. Kirst does then end up on 40 off 29. But when Amaya went, that was a nice catch behind by Kartika, who's back with the gloves on. It was a case of who can stick around with Kirst and try to get the runs on the board. And the problem was that actually the tactics from both sides were maybe a bit off. That was a nice grab. That was Anshu departing, taking the catch, which was Morgana departing. I think for the fielders, they could have done a bit more clever work to get Kirst off strike. Yeah. And I think the batting side could have done more to get Kirst on strike.
Yeah, that's actually a good way to put it. And that's why I think that the score, it stays as it is. I think they got a little bit lucky perhaps in some cases with their tactics for United, because they probably didn't play the cards the way they should have done, but Munich didn't take advantage of it either. So it was one of those, and I think it's a score probably go down as kind of a just above a par score. I think 90 probably is hovering around par, but they know. Remember, the thing about this is for them, I mean, it's a score that can get them a win, but is it a score that can get them a win by 4 points? That's the question, and I don't feel it is, Tina. I don't feel that there's a 4-pointer here. I think for the 4-pointer, we have to go back to what we were talking about before, a score sort of 125 to 130. But on the score, there was Kunta Kuntla once again, 29 of 19. Well done to Amaya, the captain. Good knock from her. Really good catch from Kartika of the bowling of Anshu Dharma to get her wicket. And then, of course, we saw Kirst Simone not out there in the end on 40. She'll be disappointed that for two things really. One, that she couldn't get more of the last over. Secondly, that she wasn't able to touch on another half century for herself. But she does help her team get to a score in the 90s. And on the bowling front, I think once again big disappointment for us with the bowling of Ramisha Shahid. She does get her 2 overs, but is not really able to bowl tidily enough. She goes for 28. But I think all the other bowlers, you got to say, did their part and played their part really well. And that last over and the whole spell there from Shraddha Palanir was absolutely sensational. And I think as a result of that, it keeps the DJ Munich side to under 100.
Yeah, I think at the halfway stage it will be BV United, the slightly happier of the two sides, knowing as we do that just a win, regardless of whether it's a bonus point one or not, will give them the trophy. So it's all still to play for here. DJK, well, you'd probably say they're up against it, but stranger things have happened. And if they get some early wickets, then BV will be under the pressure to see if they can get this win and at least the bonus point, even if it's in a loss, over the line. Quick turnaround then before we come back for the all-decisive run chase. So join me, Tina Goff and Rico Full in less than 10 minutes time as we go to the second half of match number 9 here in this ECS-W in Germany.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back to a day that we celebrate Moon Day. As on this day in 1969, Eagle Luna, the landing module, landed on the moon, and Neil Armstrong and Edwin Buzz Aldrin landed there, and several hours later, of course, Armstrong became the first person to set foot on its surface. Also, International Chess Day being celebrated today, and if you like your lollipops, it is also National Lollipop Day today as well, as we have a look at the bonus point equation. I'll give you some interesting stats about lollipops in a moment, but let's take a look at this first, because this is pretty important. It's a very important match. 94 was the score now based on that. So 65 or less if the batting team who are going out there now, United, are restricted to, then all the points go to TJK Munich. Now that is what they're after. They want a 4-pointer here. They do not want United to pick up a single point. If they pick up a point, then regardless of what happens in that last match, we feel, certainly with the way that the net run rate is looking, that United will be the overall winners. So they've got to really, it's one of those where everything for the fielding team here, TJ Munich, has to go right. Every opportunity has to be taken, every catch. They need probably some decisions to go their way. And if that can happen, then they give themselves a chance. I think they know that. They know what they've got to do here. But at the same time, they also know that they're up against a very strong team as well. So it will be Sharada and Ramisha are the two openers. Now they're playing an aggressive format of cricket. They're not there to hang around. And we certainly saw that when they knocked off the 46 they needed without losing their wickets in the earlier match number 7. So here comes the first delivery. And it's down the leg side, and it will be quarter wide. This is Megana. Laka here bowling the first, starts with one down the leg side. And welcome back to everybody that's tuning in on this lovely Sunday. Gone a little bit overcast, a few grey clouds around us. We know that a bit later on, after today's play, that there is some forecast of a little bit of a rain. But hopefully that will not come into play while we're out there. We don't want the proceedings of this match or the last match we've got planned for you, match number 9, when the West Warriors take on TJK Munich. We don't want that to be spoiled for you, and that could be such an important match. I think it's already an important match for the Warriors. They would love, the Western Warriors, to get a victory, or try to get a victory under their belt. But it could be important for Munich as well, depending on the result of this one. It's a bit of a high delivery. I think that's probably just below the waist. We'll have a look at this anyway. Let's see. It is on the way down and gets cautiously played. There you go. No issues there at all. We've seen on many occasions that be a wicket-taking delivery. Now, they didn't start with too many runs in the first over of that victory against the Western Warriors, it's fair to say. Oh, now that, is it all pad? Think a bit of bat. I think that's what the umpire signals there, says gets a little bit of bat on that. And then the umpire saying, if also, I think, yeah, you know what, Tina? I think there isn't bat. I think he can't see. Can we see this one more time? Maybe after this ball, let's see that one more time. Tina's just coming back into the igloo. Well, and we'll get a chance to look at that ball again, I think. But let's concentrate on this one first. Just blocks this one out. Let's go back to the ball before. And you can see here what Magana does. She ends up going right in front. Watch this delivery. It comes back in. And there's the impact. Now, it might have been outside the line, but the umpire can't see. The umpire has no idea. And I think the umpire wasn't signaling that it catches the bat. The umpire saying, well, look where you are. I can't see through you.
Yeah, I think there was a few things there. I think it was probably outside the line anyway. And I didn't have my headset on a second ago, as that one just chipped over square leg. And it did sound like two noises. So I think even if the umpire couldn't have given it because he couldn't see. He might have been able to not give it on the sound because for that moment just was getting ready to come back on. And yeah, I think it's the right call in the end. And the birds are back. They've gone to church this morning. They've come back and they're just about tuning in for the action. They're like clockwork, aren't they? It's about this time every day.
It's this time of day. And also, they obviously don't like it when it's too hot either. That's hit hard and just drops in front. A good throw here. Could be out. That's going to be out. Excellent work. They get a very important wicket. Sharada will go. And she goes on the hit. But the fielder does brilliantly well here. The catch may not have been on, but comes in, takes the ball, throws it in, and that is brilliantly done. And that's, I think that's Lashika Roda. Have a look at this again. Comes running in, look, takes it cleanly, gets the throw, and it's a good throw right into the hand, and that's out. And you can see that big mix-up between Sharada and Ramisha. Can we just see the batters running again here? Watch says played, but Sharada doesn't move. It's almost like she says, no, it's not on. But because she sees Ramisha coming at her, she's then forced to go. And look at Ramisha's reaction. She knows it wasn't on. So they take a wicket, a very important wicket in the first over. It's a big wicket of Sharada going for just one or two deliveries. And that means that Kartika now comes out at number 3. Hasn't had a lot of batting, to be honest. It's something that I think you were talking about a little bit earlier, that some of these batters, because the top order is so strong, don't really get too much of a chance. Well, she will get a chance here today, but at the moment she's at the non-strikers then. What a good bit of fielding that was.
Yeah, it was outstanding, and when you've only got a few runs to defend, I mean, they've got 94, but realistically they have 65, then you need to make the most of those, not even full opportunities, half opportunities. And if you can get Shraddha Palanir out for just the single, then you have got a chance in this game. Of course, though, extras, they can be a killer, and they don't want to shoot themselves in the foot here at DJK by just gifting BV United in the runs. They've got enough batters that can get the runs themselves, make them work hard for them.
Doing the bowling here now. Here's Lashika Roda, who was involved, of course, in the run out. Now we know about the long hair of Dharma. That's not a good delivery. It's going to be a no ball. He's going to get past everybody and he's going to threaten to get to the boundary. It won't. They will come back and make it 2. That's good running. And you can see that they get back comfortably in the end. So well run. And, now it's all about getting a partnership going here and getting the momentum going. That's going to be 3 runs in total. 1 for the no ball and 2 byes. And there's the signal being given to the bowler, to Lashika, to say, okay, look, not too many of those. You're being given a warning here. Swings at this one, but just manages to catch the line there. It's a bit of a wild swing actually from Kartik. I think she sees the width on it and feels that she needs to try and get something on this. Wouldn't want to be giving her wicket away and getting a snick on that, that's for sure. So Ashika getting good support from the players as the sun does make its way out again amongst the clouds. Good bit of swing, movement, played down, and this time, oh, well, this is exactly where the wicket fell in the previous over. And this time you can see that it is Ramisha who's been sent back. She could have gone exactly the same way that Sharada went.
That was a brilliant one-handed pick up and throw from Magana, and the fielders here are quite tight as well. They're up and about because they know that there's maybe a few nerves jangling there for the BV United players.
Ooh, squares are up. Great delivery.
I've just had a look at the net run rate. So BV United, they've played 5, of course 1-4, lost that one last night against the same opposition. So they have 16 points and their net run rate is 3.903. So very, very healthy. DJK played 4. They've got the final game coming up against the Western Warriors. Lost only the 1 here, but their net run rate is 0.9. Direct hit here will be interesting, but just not collected cleanly by Amaya. Nice throw in though. So we're looking at a net run rate swing here of basically 3 needed for DJK, which is just
huge.
Not going to happen.
Yeah, it's huge.
And that's also on the assumption that they win this game, which is not a guarantee. But if they do win this game with 3 points, they would go up to 13. BV would have 17. So in theory, a bonus point win in the final game against Western Warriors would put them level on points. I just don't think the net run rate will be recoverable. Well, that is recoverable. Good fielding on the boundary there, as that was hit very hard off the bat of Rami. But Midori out there doing the work.
Well, Midori, we know she's skillful. We know that she can get her body into all kinds of positions, because she is one of our cartwheelers, and she does really well. That was hit really well. It's a powerful strike, and she's got her body behind it, taking one for the team, keeps it just to a single. So Ramisha will come back on strike, but it's the perfect start at the moment here for TJ Munich. It's just 9 on the board after 2 overs, and of course they've got the big wicket of the hard-hitting Sharada. So keeping it simple at the moment and just keeping that rate gain upwards. It's about just under 11 and over required as we speak at the moment.
They've got to keep the pressure on here, do Munich. And they throw the ball to Magana, who did that excellent fielding in the previous over. Rami squeezes that one away for a single. I think this is a big game for Rami as well. We saw in that first half of the game, didn't work really for her with the ball, conceding 28 runs in her 2 overs, but she did take that excellent catch. It could still prove to be almost a game-winning catch, but I think she'll want to make an even bigger contribution here, and if she can get runs, then certainly she'll feel that the weekend has been worthwhile, because for her at the moment I don't think it's quite clicked with the ball as she would have liked.
Yeah, that was an interesting one there. Kartik plates that into the leg side. I mean, there doesn't seem to be a fielder too close to it. She starts running, and you can see that Ramisha just say, "Nah, stay there." And Kartik sort of, when she goes back, just looks at her and says, "Well, what's wrong with that? There's a single there." And I think she's absolutely right. There was a single there. And she just needs to be on a top game here, does Ramisha. No ball called. So I think there must be a foot fault here. I wonder if we can have a look at this again, see if we can see where the bowler goes wrong here. So it's got to be the front foot. And from this, I suppose we can't really see from this angle, but looks like she has not planted anything behind that line. So has been called, no ball, free hit to come. So got to really go after this one now, Kartik. Hits it pretty well, firmly, but it's going to be, that would have been out. It would have been out. Kartik could have gone exactly the same way that Sharadu did go. Just look at this. I think even if the ball could have gone cleanly to the bowler, it was an opportunity. It's a good pick up again, good release, and you can see the batter clearly struggling, but a direct hit definitely would have gone out. I think even a good throw into the hands of the bowler, who, if she was quickly able to get and knock the bails off, batter still would have been short. That's well bowled. Good delivery. Really good delivery. Starving the United team of runs at the moment. This is good pressure being applied by DJ Munich. They know what's at stake here. They know how important this match is. DJ Munich know they've got to, the 66 is the goal for them. Get to the 66. They'll want to win. We know they're a top team. That's what they're out there to do, is win. But 66 has got to be. Now that's a big swing across the line. Umpire having a look and deciding not out. We've mentioned about the extra bounce on this pitch before, and unless that ball's really pitched up, we feel it's probably always going over the stumps, and that's on the way up as it's hitting. So that's why it's not out. It's a good call there from umpire Nikhil. The umpires once again have been absolutely fantastic. Nikhil, Jason and Guru during this weekend of play. Of course, Darren Peters, the tournament referee, doing an outstanding job. Full toss, hit into the ground. This one looks like it is going to go all the way. It will. Cuatro carreras Beautifully played. I think the umps might want to just have a look at this side on. Well, there's Ali doing his unusual stretching again. But let's just take a look at this. The height on this now. From where that gets played, I think that could be called, you know. I think that could be called. The umpires have been pretty strict on this. Doesn't look like they are calling it in the end. They've decided that that one was going to be just below the waist. I must admit, I'm a little bit surprised here. I get the feeling that this one, from where that's been struck, I don't know if that's gonna come down enough. Though the batter has to be said, the batter is though leaning forward. And the umpire, oh wow, and there you go. That's Jason doing some of the dance moves he normally shows us on a Friday or Saturday night. Bit of a mover, bit of a groover is umpire Jason.
Yeah, nice little boogie there, and it was a nice shot as well from Rami. A nice release for her because that was her first boundary of this innings. Kartika going uncharacteristically slowly, maybe just playing the situation here. She's 2 off 9, goes for her trademark shot here. Should just be the one, but oh dear, it's gonna go a DT on the boundary. That's not what you need from your boundary riders when you've got essentially 65 runs on the board. Goes straight through her hands for 4 runs, and that's unfortunate. Yeah,
that means that the last 2 deliveries have gone to the boundary, which is exactly, of course, what VB United needed, but it's not what you need if you're DJK Munich, and this is where the captain now has to do a thing and say to all the players, look, come on, let's get back to where we were before. Let's not get sloppy here now. They're played in the same area. This time should just be a single. Yeah, well, I say just be a single. Kartik wants to push ourselves, and at the same time means pushing that knee. She did say to me this morning that it was a little bit swollen after that little scare that she had yesterday. But though swollen, she said no real issues. He's moving freely. That's why she kept wicket, and that's why we see her running around quite well out there as well. So it was a little bit of a scare for her though yesterday, that's for sure.
I just wish, and maybe I have my national team cap on, I just wish she'd be careful, because it's all well and good saying, oh yeah, you know, it just popped in and out. The knees aren't supposed to do that, Kartika. But it's good to see that, well, she was running hard on that too.
Yeah, I think it's always is, and I know you would know as well. You've certainly picked up, I'm sure, a few injuries along the way. I know that I have as well. But when you come back from an injury, especially if it's quite a bad one, then you need the confidence in your mind, don't you? Sometimes it's mind games. And once you've played a good game and you've tested it well, whether it's when you're bowling and you bowled full pelt and you haven't felt anything go on the knee or the ankle or the shoulder, whatever it could be, and sometimes it's the back. If you feel good after a good testing game, you think, right, I'm good, I'm back. And then all of a sudden, that mind over matter, you feel good again. But if you're a bit frightened, if you're still concerned about it and you don't push it 100%, you'll never know for sure. And I think Kartika yesterday, after having that scare, she was able to push it. She felt good. So I think she's now in a place where she's thinking, yeah, I'm okay. And that's what she's feeling anyway. As the birds take off again. Well, that will be a lovely shot of that. I mean, I wonder if we can have a look at this from a different angle with those birds just taking off. The bowler comes in and bowls it. Another wide ball though, but that one going down the leg side, misses the leg stick. Got to be careful though, doesn't want to be bowled around her pads. I think that Shahid did have one yesterday. They did get her bowled on around her pads when the leg stick went. Plays the pull shot this time. We'll get just a single. So just starting to get the momentum going. You can see there that Kartika was ready to come back again. But this time the stop sign was put out there by Shahid. Says, no, stay there.
They're building a nice little partnership, these two. Trying to get their side over the line. Remember, for them, it's not really about the bonus point win. A win of any sort, even if it's on the last ball, even if it's in a golden ball. Wishful thinking maybe, will do it. So just sensible play so far from these two batters out there. They know each other very well, both from domestic and national games. Just trying to steer their ship home here.
Lashika, nice bowling from Lashika. Keeping it pretty tidy, getting the ball in the right areas. She's got a good field set there as well. You can see that there's a sweeper out on the offside where She's trying to keep the ball. That one just goes a little bit too wide. She's also got a fair bit of protection there on the leg side. In fact, got to 3 players on the boundary on the leg side, 2 inside the circle. So got 5 on that leg side. And 2 on the off point and extra cover. That's another one that goes down the leg. You see what I mean? That she's quite happy to let these go by, Ramisha Shahid, but she's got to be careful the one doesn't just come back and take that leg stick. I mean, that's a wide and gets called a wide, but pretty close. Well, you can see that Arada thinks it's close. She's got a bit of smile. Maybe that's the plan.
I'd like to see Rami go after those. I know sometimes we say, oh, leave the wide, but she's got power. There's no one back on the fine boundary. She does go after that one. It's going to race away, but it will slow up. So throw comes in from Saini.
Come back for 2. Good running. Good running from both the batters. They've decided straight away that's 2. That's also the end of the over. And with the 2 that's run there, a couple of wides in there, that was the issue. 4 wides in total, which means that 15 is the best over so far. So with each over, they're starting to get a little bit more. It's been 3, 6, 7 and 15, which at the end of the 4 overs has them 31 for 1. And they're not that far behind from where their opposition were. But remember, the opposition did come to a bit of a halt. You saw there, kind of flat line towards the end of their innings, where of course we know that BV United, they've got plenty of batting still to come. Tossed up, goes after it and misses it. And now this is a young girl that I'm very, very happy to see bowling. This is Jelka Saini. Bowls very well, flights the ball up, not afraid to give it some flight, but has a knack of picking up a wicket or 2. That's why they've gone to her. This one is well met, well struck. Should be stopped though, will be stopped. Good bit of fielding, gets down, gets dirty for a side. Brilliantly done, and they will come back for a couple. Good running, good cricket all round actually. It's a risky but good shot played right off the stumps. A good bit of fielding done there on the boundary by Miduri. And the batters do come back for 2.
It's the 3rd time they've run a 2 actually in the last, well, over and a half. So they're putting their foot down, knowing that there might not be enough pace on the ball to take it to the boundary. Well, they will on this occasion, but even when they don't find the boundary, they know they can run on the arm, and slowly shifting through the gears now are BV United.
Yeah, it's a good shot. And I think the difference we're seeing here, I mean, Kartik, we know she's a very good batter. So when the ball is flighted so high, she's got the time to just walk up to it and meet it on the full, whereas some of the less experienced players are staying in their crease. So that's why this one's been bowled flatter. That will be played out on the offside. But I've said before, they've got 2 sweepers out on the offside. So as long as they get there quick enough and get the throw in, it's not going to be 2 there. So yeah, that's applauded, that bit of fielding. So yeah, that's the difference between Kartik and maybe even somebody like Ramisha, who is not really using her feet to those tossed up deliveries. She's waiting in a crease. Well, let's see how Saini goes here. Does toss it up. And that's going to be 4 runs. That's a really good shot. That's what you were asking for, Tina. Yep. And she delivers this time. Ramisha does go for the powerful shot. Steps out of the way and says, I'll have it. I was just concerned for the keeper here for a moment, because that bat was pretty close to the lid of the keeper, Muller, behind the stumps.
I think if it's there to be hit and you're chasing runs, take the 4. She's going to go again, and she's going to get the exact same result. Rami this time just stands and delivers. Doesn't even move after she's hit it, because she knows that one's gone straight away to the birds. And 2 in 2, and it's a costly over for DJK. 15 runs coming off it. It's looking ominous now. Baden-Württemberg showing us once more that they are made of championship quality as we take a look at what's happening the next couple of weeks. And of course, the action doesn't stop. It's Sunday, the 20th of July, and tomorrow, 21st of July, a new week, a new location as we go to Stockholm, and we're carrying on the women's cricket action as well, with ECS-W coming your way before we move to the male ECS. And first game tomorrow, I think it's 8:45 German time, so I assume it's Swiss time as well, Swedish time I should say. And it'll be Albi Zalmi against Djurgården's first game up. Looking forward to that one.
Yeah, plenty of action coming up, and players that we know well, as they will now go to, this is Chandana. Now Chandana Vasant starts, she needs, she's like an old classic motor, isn't she? She needs some TLC, needs a little bit of time to warm up, but once she warms up, she's a wicket taker. That's unfortunate. That goes too hot and spicy, too quick to the fielder. And tries to put a foot on that, gets past it. But yeah, sometimes Chandana can be a little bit short. She needs a couple of deliveries to get going, but when she does get going, she can be pretty useful. That's well bowled, nicely played away. Two fielders out there should make the stop, they will, but good running. And this is what I expected to see. I was saying that you'll probably see, as we saw yesterday, that on most occasions there were just ones taken here. But I said at the time, they'll get to know the fielders, they'll get to know their arms, and once you know that and you know there's two there, they'll take them. And that's what they've done there, done it quite comfortably. So 2 runs, 50 has come up. Here comes Vasant once again. That's well played. Pull shot, more work to be done. Oh, there. It's, oh, wow, good bit of team fielding. Nicely done. That's worked out pretty well in the end there from Midori. She goes down and the ball hits her and then nicely goes to the fielder who was there at mid-wicket. So nice little lay on. And then in comes the throw. A good bit of work. That's Megana who tidies things up. Of course, I did mention today it's a National Lollipop Day. Lollipop. Are you a lollipop person? Are you nice? Got a favourite flavour of lollipop?
Well, I will say in Germany, there's a lollipop. Kind of, it's not even a brand, it's just a type of lollipop called Traubenzucker. And you can get these Traubenzucker lollies, which are, you know, those energy tablets you can get, like the Dextro energy tablets that sometimes you kind of have before a football match or before you go for a run. Yeah. They're basically them on a stick. So kids get given them, you kind of get them free in some shops, like kind of the Boots equivalent in Germany. So I'm a big fan. And I definitely was when I was younger. And I know my mum's listening because I've just been talking to her on WhatsApp. She'll remember me having the Traubenzucker lollies when I was younger. And sometimes they're free at the counter, at the checkout in some of the German kind of drugstores. Right? And well, I hope they're free because I've been taking them every time. I'm pretty sure they're free.
That's going to be probably a no ball. It is. They're taking on the run as well. Oh, I don't know whether it was quite worth risking that actually. I mean, they will make it, but that was a bit dicey, it has to be said. Kartik will get herself home. She really is pushing herself to the limit. I mean, look where this is. And if it hit, she would have been out. There's no doubt about it. So that would have been a little bit silly, actually, if she got out to that, especially when you consider the match situation. Dandana, free hit. And this will also be a free hit. So, first of all, too short. This time, it's too high, and it'll be a warning as well. Well, I know in Spain we have Chupa Chups, which are not free, but I know they're very popular. Of course, I remember, for me, the image, or the first image of lollipops was Kojak. I think old Telly Savalas was Kojak. You probably have no idea what I'm talking about now, Tina. But I think some people in the chat will educate you. There was Kojak who always had a lollipop in his mouth, and I think that sort of prompted other people to look. I'd much rather see people with a lollipop than a toothpick or matchsticks. I don't know what that's about. So to all of you that are always chewing on a toothpick or matchstick, just have a lollipop, have a Chupa Chup or whatever. But here's some figures about lollipops. That over comes to an end, and the score moves to a very comfortable 59 for 1. So moving along quite nicely, but. Let's have a quick look at the scorecard here. And these two putting a really good partnership on together after Sharadu got brilliantly run out there by Lakshika. But 16 million is the number of lollipops produced per day by Tootsie Roll. That's obviously a particular brand. £7,000, the weight of the world's largest lollipop created by Sea Candies. That's a big lollipop. And the stick for that was 12 foot. It was the height of the stick that was mounted on that. Number of calories, if you're worried about those sort of things, 26 in the normal 14-gram lollipop. And what else can I tell you? And 1958, the year when the first song about lollipops was released by the Chordettes. And 1780s, the period in which the word lollipop was used for the first time. Okay, there's one more, but we'll come back to it. There's a few people that could do with those energy lollipops just now. So who's ever got some, take them over there. Well, you're never going to reach that. Wants to get the reverse malachi in. Ramisha here. So here we go. This one maybe is something we can try and do at Cartama maybe at one day. 12,831, the record for the longest chain of people licking lollipops.
Did they do it on World Jump Day and it was while they were jumping?
That would be even better, wouldn't it?
That's a choking hazard, I think.
Oh yeah, it could be, but it would give a bit more momentum to the movement, wouldn't it?
Well, everyone is holding at least 14 grams of weight as well, so that would increase the jump, I think.
Yeah, that of course, Ted is referring to also this World Jump Day, where I think it was 11:30 something GMT time that people feel this one's going to be 4 runs, by the way. So 4 more, they're well on the way here, and of course they probably need just 1 more run to achieve the 66 and get a point, which we feel, win or lose, would probably be enough. But of course this team, they are a team. They're a team of champions, and champion sides want to win matches, not think about finishing second and just getting a point. That's what they've got on their mind, and this partnership, the way it's going, it's certainly looking that way. This one is going to be missed out on, but it's going to be a wide down the leg side. Yeah. So what we were talking about, there you go, the 66 has now been achieved. But what we were talking about was that if 600 million people jumped at the same time, they say, that one's up in the air, but once it gets past the infielder, there's going to be 4 more. So the score now moves to 17. You feel now it's just a matter of time, as the bowling here from Nikki Kingsley is just a little bit too short. Well, the birds feel it's time to go. They're out of here. There they go. Looking quite spectacular, don't they? And flying around the Cape to watch the game. And I think they'll just park up for a little moment as well. This one is going in their direction. Should just stop, though, before the boundary. This time the batters will happily just take the 2. Yeah, there was this theory about if 600 million people jumped at the same time on this day, then the Earth would move just a little bit away from the sun. That would repair our ozone and will do the world some good. But of course we were worried that if everybody did it and they got it wrong, it might even push us a bit closer to the sun. That wouldn't do, would it?
Well, they were theorising it'd give us another hour in the day. I suppose we could maybe have 6 game days then, 7 game days. I know there's some bumper.
Don't give them ideas.
There's some bumper days scheduled in Gibraltar. But yeah, the Traubenzucker lolly, they come in this strange looking pack. So it's kind of in a string. I've got it on my screen. Obviously I'm going to have to do my best to explain it. But on the side of supermarkets, you sometimes get these snacks.
Oh yeah.
That are in like the little, I don't even know what you call it, like a cardboard container.
It's the best way to describe it is, alone a lot of people in the UK would know what we're talking about. When you go into the pub, you got the peanuts, dry roasted peanuts, and you got the pork scratchings and all of that. They're on these cards. Yeah, a bit like that. Yeah.
It's like an advent calendar of lollies. They're all the same though. It's also very good if you're a child because you don't have any rubbish. Because if they're just hanging up at home, you take the lollipop out the packaging.
That's it, yeah.
The packaging is someone else's problem, which I think children, laziness, often go hand in hand. Well, we're not going to be lazy here as we do have another game. Well, it remains to be seen how important this game is, but it's good to see Shafak Khan and Mohini Sajwan coming back in. It does mean that Alex Broden isn't playing again. I think that is injury related. I suppose she's got other games to come this season back in Belgium and in France as well. So she's just giving herself a rest. It means Susie is captain again. And it looks like it will be Munich mob that bowl first. So Western Warriors have one more chance to see if their batting can click.
We've just seen 3 consecutive overs go for 15, I think, there, by the way. So 15, 15, or is it 4? Might even be 4. We'll have to go and check. But 15s and 13s seem to be the way things are going. They're going to start with the wide here as Amaya Kuntla now comes in. That's a great delivery. That is a great delivery. And question that sparks is why she didn't come on earlier. That's the thing. Just, I don't know what. I don't know if she's just giving some celebration there or just telling everybody to stay where they are. I don't know. What do you make of that?
I think maybe both. Probably high fives. It is a strange one. Amaya, you'd say best bowler in the team.
Yeah.
In a game that you have to win, and she's bowler number 6. Doesn't really make sense to me.
It doesn't, no. And she's coming on the bowl when you can see then she's just sort of. I think she's just saying, just stay where you are. I'll give you high fives from here. But yeah, I mean, once the sort of point, the point that you didn't want to give away has been secured, she comes on the bowl. So that's a strange move. But only she will know because she is the captain. It starts with the wide, then gets the big wicket. Well, that's a good delivery as well. Defensively played by Anshu Dharma, the new batter now. Anshu, again, we haven't had a good opportunity to see too much of her, but what I saw from her yesterday early on in the day, she's also somebody else that's quite an aggressive hitter of the ball.
You can see Amaya there running back to her mark because they do have a bit of an eye on the time here, and well, that's going to help. Why haven't they done this 4 or 5 overs ago? Again, the high fives, the long distance high fives come out. As another wicket falls, Anshu Dharma goes for a second ball duck.
Yeah, it's a really good delivery. I don't know, it's a strange one, isn't it, really? I mean, I'm not saying that the other bowlers have really struggled, but what she did do, she went with the 2 openers to bowl themselves out. So we saw Mahagana and Lakshika bowl the first 4 overs, and then she went to the next bowler, which went for 15, and she went to Chardana also. So Joker went for 15, Chardana 15. So she's held herself back. I don't quite understand why, but you can see just why she shouldn't do so, because she's a dangerous bowler. She's a wicket taker, and here she's taken 2 wickets, and she removed first the dangerous Ramisha Shahid, and then also another dangerous batter. Dharma goes without scoring.
The captain showing just what a talent she is. Going for just the 2 so far in this over. Both of them have been wides, in fact, so she's still running back to her mark. She's given her side more time with those wickets. And what she's doing, which pretty much no one else in the side so far in this game has done, is bowling full. She's got 2 wickets, both clean bowled. That suggests, funnily enough, that she's bowling full and at the stumps.
Yeah.
And if you compare that to some of the bowling earlier in this innings that Rami in particular was able to hit round the corner, this is just a different level. And it's another dot ball. Having a bit of a laugh there with Kartika, who's aggressively backing up. And while suddenly, Rico, there's a bit of a tingle about this game now. 19 needed in 13. Melina, she's a capable batter. She's not necessarily going to hit the ball with fireworks, and that's a brilliant end to the over. 3 dot balls. And certainly now the game is on. Whether the series remains on, well, we'll get our calculators out, but the equation here is 19 needed in the last 2 overs. The good news for BV is that Kartika, who saw everything happen from the wrong end, will now be on strike.
Yeah, and don't forget that Amaya definitely will, you would think, bowl the last over after that. So
we thought that in the previous game, though.
Yeah, but that means that this over becomes pretty crucial. I think United will know that as well. If they want to try and get most of the runs from this, probably didn't have to play at that one. If it goes to the boundary, it works, and it does. And that's kind of, it's almost been taken out of the hands of the keeper. It bounces pretty high. It's probably one for the over as well. And then you can see the wicketkeeper coming forward. And Muller, well, she almost got mullered by it, but it will go for 4.
In the end, it's the right decision from Kartika. She doesn't know how, if she gave the wide, she doesn't know how the extra ball might come out, but she backed herself to hit that one to the boundary and was able to do so.
Oh, that's another moon ball there from Joker. So, the wide ball again. Joker Saini with the ball. Big over, I feel this is in this match. I think to PV United will want most of the runs from this one. That's another one. She gives herself room, plays it away. Fielder's going to try and stop it. Comes across, makes a stop. The batters might think about two. They're taking this on. It's risky. I don't think going to get there. That's going to be out. I think this is going to be out. It was always risky. They're liking it. They're loving it. We're going to go upstairs to have a look, but this is a big, big moment. I don't think you had to take this on, honestly. It's excellent fielding again. She's been an absolute star, Midori, out there. Here comes the throw. And, oh, it's a direct hit, isn't it? I don't think. We'll have to just slow this down again. Make sure it's the ball that breaks the stumps. Incoming. And keeper passing it back. But it hits the top of the stumps, I feel. Let's see. I think that's the ball hit the top of the stumps. I think that's out. And that's the one thing that Jason needed confirmation on, and there's the decision. Massive, massive wicket. As Kartik goes for, I think she'll get one, so 40 run out. Great bit of teamwork there. First of all, the fielding was sensational there once again from Midori. Threw herself at it, got the throw into, the keeper got there, and then throws it onto the stumps. Next delivery. It's going to be a dot ball. Oh boy. Tingle, tingle, tingle. 13 of 9.
I think extras is the only thing that could kill DJK here. I think with the two batters that are in, they feel like they've got every opportunity here, but that's played away nicely. They're certainly going to get the one. I think this time they'll think again about going for two, and it is again Midori who throws it in, and Melina is sent back by Karina. So this is certainly going to the final over here. It's 12 needed in 8. DJK, well, they weren't able to get the bonus point win, but what a boost it would be if they managed to get 2 wins over this Baden-Württemberg side.
This gets played away on the offside. They'll take the single and got to back this up. It does get backed up. Take the single. Score moves to 84 ball to go here. Remember, the target is 95. 11 in 7. I think this is where you just swing hard at this. If you miss it, it doesn't really matter. You want a boundary. She does swing well, gets good bit of bat onto it, but the fielder attacks it, gets the throw in. It's well backed up again. They'll get the single. We're going into the last, everybody, with 10 required for victory.
It's going to be a tight one here. Who can step up and be a hero for either of these sides? We're talking about those middle overs where they went for consistent runs, 15, 15, 13, 15, but the last 2 have gone for just 2 and 9, and 3 wickets have come in them as well. So it will be, I think, it looks like Amaya to bowl the last, which is a good call. Remember, she didn't bowl the last in the previous game. That ended up just being okay, as it was on that occasion Magana who bowled nervelessly in the last one, but this is a good call from the young captain, putting herself in the firing line here.
Yeah, well, has she time? All right, they give away the point because she's come on the bowl so late. But has she worked this right? Well, that's been struck well, you know. Oh, wow. Oh, take a bow. Well, can you give player of the match just for fielding? Well, if you can, well, then you've got to give it to the cartwheeling queen, and that's Midori. Well, we're adoring what Midori is doing. Another great save. That ball was thumped, and it stopped. It's just a single. 9 in 5. Gets played away. You've got to run here, and they will run. They'll get the one. They get the one. 7. So 9 becomes 8 in 4. They need one of these to go to the boundary. 8 in 4. 7 takes us to a golden ball. And it's the captain, Amaya Kana-Gruntler, looking to see if she can bring another victory to her side over this United, very strong United side. Down the leg side, just got to leave this alone. They are running, and that's going to be 2. That's going to help their cause. Amaya just gets this one slightly wrong, goes down the leg side. They'll get 2, and the beauty of that is, of course, that the number of balls remaining stays the same, so it now goes to 6 required in 4. It gives maybe puts the batting team in favour here now. You just don't want a dot ball. You've got to get something from every delivery. It's going to be another wide. And Amaya, who was nailing the Yorkers in the over before, maybe feeding the pressure here. 5 in 4.
Just got to hold her nerve, because if she gets 1 or 2 dot balls, I think that's the game. Melina and Karina, they're doing well. They're just getting back on ball, but they're not getting any more than singles.
Oh no, it's another one down the leg side. Well, you said it, Tina, towards the end of that last over, that wides and extras could be the issue. That could be what makes a difference in this match. It certainly looks that way now. Run a ball. That's all they've got to be thinking. I think you get the fielding closer here. I really do. It's a run a ball. They're going to try and take singles. Get the field closer. Oh, that one is another wide. How close is this?
I don't remember Maya bowling a single wide all series so far. I think that one, yeah, it is a good call by the umpire.
It's the right call. And I'm loving this. Look, that's beautiful. That is beautiful. Well done. Well done. Somebody needs to just come over. That's beautifully well done. Loving that from Chandana. And there you go, Chandana. You did your thing. You did and worked your magic. Now she's got it back. The little bit of the Chandana rub on the captain, and gets a dot ball in, so brings it back to a runner ball. They've just got to get bat on ball, something on it and run. That's what they've got to do. But it looks like Amaya has got her radar back. Okay, got to go here. They run hard. They'll get the single. 2 in 2.
I'm out of my seat, Rita.
2 in 2. Well, I had the feeling this morning, and if it happens, then you never doubt it. If it don't happen, well, I'll just sulk for a little bit. But anyway, here we are, 2 in 2 required. Dot ball here now would be the perfect outcome. Played well. Fielded. Who is it again? Miyadora again. Sensational. Scores tied, everybody. Scores are tied as once again Miyadori makes the crucial stop. Here we go. You've got to bring everybody in.
Everyone's got to get tighter.
Got to bring everybody in here. Amaya, the captain, doesn't seem to want to. You can see some of the other fielders taking over and saying, come on, get in, get in. Going to be a crazy, frantic finish. Could it be a bit closer on the offside? Here comes the delivery. And it's missed. Can it be out? Oh, she's missed it. Oh, she's missed it. They're going to finish and they're going to get a bye. Can you believe it? Amaya is devastated. The captain is down on the ground. She can't believe it. She's probably distraught, probably because of all the extras in the over. Don't forget there were 5 runs in wides there, but right at the end, the wicketkeeper there, Viola Muller, just had to hold on to it. If she got it in the gloves, it would have made all the difference. Emotional scenes here, really is, because they were so close to getting the victory, but right at the end there, Muller just couldn't control the ball. The captain, you got to feel for it. Look, if there's people out there that feel that it doesn't mean anything to these players, if there's people out there that feel that the passion and the desire and the commitment isn't there, well, think again. Those scenes tell you and show you just how much there is. There's handshakes all around now, and I've got to say there, the smiling face there of Miyadori, she was absolutely sensational. If it weren't for her fielding, they wouldn't have even got blows. Look, that's a lovely shot there. You can see there that Ramisha has got her arm around Amaya there. But right at the last, it could have gone either way. We thought we were going to get the golden ball. Here it is here. Just had to get it in the gloves, just couldn't. And then when she throws it back, she misses the target. I wonder if we can see this side on. So just hit them, and she couldn't. Oh, that's how close, people. That is how close that we were to the golden ball that I was sure we were going to get today. It doesn't get closer than that. Well, ladies, take a bow for giving us another very exciting finish. I don't think we've ever been closer to a golden ball than that, Tina. I don't think we've been ever closer to a golden ball than that.
I think my heart has only just stopped racing, and well, I know a lot of girls out there, and I know Amaya as well, and I'm gutted for her because she showed so much character. Well, firstly to captain this side throughout, then to take on the responsibility of bowling that last over, and then having bowled 4 wides, she then puts in 4
perfect deliveries. She only had 3 runs to play with. It was a dot, a 1, and a 1. And then that last one, she did everything right. And she was, 5 centimetres, 10 centimetres from taking it to the golden ball. And it wasn't just because we wanted it to go to the golden ball, because we were just willing Amaya there to get that bit of success. And well, Viola Muller, she had the ball in her hands, she just wasn't able to get the ball onto the stumps. It's always difficult when you're standing back as a keeper and you have to throw it forward. As we take a look at the highlights, a shout out as well for Midori. What an outstanding fielder she has been, and it's great to see her with a smile on her face after the game. And I'm sure and I hope that Amaya at some point has a smile on her face. It was good to see Rami, who of course could be forgiven for going off and celebrating with her friends and her team, going straight to Amaya and taking her away from the rest of the team and just having a few words with her, and that's great to see.
It's great to see. I think also don't forget the little moment there when Amaya was struggling. You know, she just bowled those 4 wides on the spin. One of them they ran 2 on, so that was 5 runs given away. And just Chandana just coming over to Amaya, just holding her. And giving her a little hug and say, hey, it's all right. And that was all she needed, because then after that it went dot ball, single, and then we thought it scores a tie, and what happens there right at the end is this. And even then at the end, if she hit, it would have been a look at the despair, look at the despair, and then of course, look at us as well. We couldn't believe it. Tina, you were up and about, you couldn't believe it. And of course, Amaya there just went down to the ground, didn't she? She couldn't believe it. But look, after all that, the smiles soon appear. But yeah, you said it. Midori, sensational. If it weren't for her fielding, this game would have been over a long time ago. But, another classic. Another classic. We've got a little bit of time, I think, to recover from this one. What do we got? 15 minutes? I think we've got about 15 minutes before the start of the next match. It gives me the time to take a breath and talk you through this scorecard. 22 from Ramisha Shahid. She did start playing some good and brutal shots. Moved to 22 of 90. But then what about Kartik? 40. But again, she put the pressure on her side, didn't she? For going for a run that she didn't have to. Coming back for a second, gets run out on 40. That then creates the pressure. Amaya then comes on. I think it was a great sort of top trump that she held hidden, and she said, you know what, I'm going to bowl 8 in the 10th and just try and get the victory here. The only thing with that plan was that you sort of gave up the point already, but maybe she knew, maybe her gut feeling was that we're not going to be able to save the point, but I do want to win this match. I'd love to get the win, another win against United, but it wasn't to be in the end, in probably one of the cruelest of ways. And I don't think we've ever been closer to a golden ball than that. It was a thrilling finish, and well done to United. In fact, not just well done to United, well done to all the 22 players that were involved in that match. And of course, the players that weren't on the field but were doing the supporting from the touchlines. That was a great game. It was an absolute humdinger. It deserved the golden ball that I was feeling. And I don't think we've been closer to one. What a good match. What a way to finish. It's time to take a break. It's time to take me pills. We'll be back. And Tina will be back with me as well to talk you through the final match of this brilliant series involving the women. Match number 9, when it will be the Western Warriors taking on DJK Munich. Munich, they're going to have, they're going to just have to rally around and say, look, we were just involved in an incredible match. An incredible match that put a lot of joy into the hearts of a lot of people watching around the world. So let's not be too upset. Let's just go out there and do it again. And they'll be keen to go out and win in style. But also, maybe the Western Warriors, they've got a trick up their sleeve as well. And they can get their first victory in this series. So we're going to take a short break and we'll be back in, you can see there, just over 10 minutes time for the last match. And do get involved. Let's get some of your random questions in. And let's make sure that we have an absolute fantastic finish to this series, because it certainly deserves it. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to the final game of this extraordinary ECS-W. It's between the Western Warriors and DJK Munich. And well, unfortunately for DJK, we know now that it won't be a game that has any bearing on the championship. And that's because of that unbelievable game we saw just now between BV United and DJK. And the final ball, it went down to what? 10 centimetres. That's the kind of cricketainment you have on the European Cricket Network. But as a result of that and the win for BV United, we can already say congratulations to them on the win of this ECS-W. And I know we'll be talking hopefully to the captain sooner rather than later. Melina Beresford will hopefully be joining us in the igloo. But there's still some cricket to be played, and I know DJK will want to finish on a high, as of course will the Western Warriors. They haven't quite been able to get a win over the line yet, but there's still one opportunity to show us what they can do. So let's go out into the middle with Tyrone Peters for the coin toss.
DJK Munich to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's a head.
Yeah. We'd like to bowl first.
They're going to have a bowl.
Thanks, Ty. So there you have it. DJK have won the toss and they will have a bowl. For the Western Warriors, it's about whether they can get some runs on the board. It's really been the part of the game that they've struggled with so far this weekend. And they've got the opportunity with some batters. The likes of Verena Stoller can certainly hit a ball. And Alex Broden will be missing from the game again today. But maybe Susie can step up with some runs. As for DJK, well, they have to lift themselves, don't they? Captain Amaya, you could see how much that game meant to her. She put in an extraordinary final 3 balls, just wasn't able to get it over the line for her side. But she's been an outstanding player all weekend, and she's got one more opportunity here to show us what she can do. And one more opportunity as well for me to join Rico back in the commentary box. And Rico, the news from the toss is that DJK have won it and they will have a bowl.
Hello everybody, I'm still here, I've made it back. I've calmed my nerves and I'm ready for the final match of this marvellous European Cricket Series featuring the 3 women teams. It's been an absolute blast, hasn't it? And I think that last match, once again, like the last match we had last night actually, just demonstrated just how good a series this has been. And it's not over yet. And maybe there is time for the Western Warriors to get a highlight for themselves as well. Remember, unfortunately, they are finishing 3rd. They'll stay 3rd no matter what the outcome of this one. But they want to come back with a bang. Look, they've got some good players coming there. Shafaq Khan coming back into the side. She wasn't playing in the previous match. And also Mohini Sajwan. Now, that will make them better with the ball. But you can see that they've got to be a lot better. They're only given a 7% chance of winning this match against a team that's going to be a little bit disappointed, of course, DJ Munich, that they went down in the last. Here's the first ball. It's going to be a swing and a miss. And Susie at the top of the order. I think this will make Tina happy. We will see Tina join me back a little bit later. And she too is probably taking some Valium. Look at those birds over there. You know what I want to see? I'm going to get Diana Orris to go there with somebody who's got a bat and a ball. Get somebody to hit the ball there. And then Diana just capture those birds all taking off. That'd be a marvellous scene. Get the ball going in there and get those birds taking off. In the air, it's not going to go to hand. The batters will take the single. A little bit slow to get going there was Elliot, but she will get there. And the single gets completed. She'll now go back on strike. Maghana is doing the bowling. Welcome back to everybody as well. I know a lot of people just talking about what a wonderful advert to the game that last one was. That's probably the best way to put it. The perfect advert to the game of cricket, or just sport in general. That one just goes over the stumps from Meghana. And it's going to be a good test of the character also from some of the Munich players, particularly the captain, Amaya. And she's going to be, obviously she was disappointed there. I think she just felt disappointed. Not that they lost the match, but I think the number of wides that happened in that last over. But what I say to her is, if you still look at her bowling figures, they were pretty amazing. You can't beat yourself about it. Her first over was great. If it wasn't for that over, I mean, they wouldn't have even been in the hunt, as that one gets played away quite nicely. Lovely shot as Elliot brings up a boundary. Nicely played. It's kind of in a good zone for her. She just helps that along. Gets a fair bit of bat onto it. And with no fielder there on the 45. That goes all the way. So, welcome back, everybody. Hello to John Heasham. And Wayne in there as well. Hello, Ash. And Deborah. And I think Salman Khan was in there as well. Adrika. Really good game of cricket. That was thoroughly enjoyed by everyone. And I don't think I've ever been closer to a golden ball than that. It really was. That's going to be a no ball. And I think that's a foot fault no ball. As the bowler gets this wrong. Let's have a look at the bowler here. We saw her called for one earlier as well. I think she's overstepped. And no ball called straight away by the umpire. So that's definitely called on the foot fault. Or was it? And I think there's... In fact, I think it was called for too many... I got it. I think it was called for issue in the field. I think it might have been too many behind square. It might have been 3 behind square. That's what it looked like. That gets played away. It doesn't get through the infield this time. And Maghana doesn't get punished for the free hit. Yeah, it didn't look like it was a foot fault. And that's when the umpires, looked like the umpires were then explaining to the captain what it was to do with. That's firmly hit. Work to be done by the fielders again, and it's a beautifully thrown in, and we know who that is now. Midori. We adore Midori. Midori Hirono being excellent in that fielding position. She was superb in that last match. Okay, so end of the over also gives us an opportunity to have a look at our upcoming events. Of course, sadly, we say to Germany this time round goodbye, but we will be here again in the 18th of August. But not here, we'll be in Kiel. I'm looking forward to spending some time in Kiel. But of course, tomorrow we start in Sweden, Stockholm. We will start with the women. And of course, plenty of action to come from Stockholm. 28th of July in Rains Park, there in Wimbledon. That's, oh, well, almost gets put into the glove of the keeper there, Viola Muller. And yeah, Viola, that's going to be something that's going to be going through her mind as well, isn't it? First of all, she wasn't, if she took it in her gloves in that last match, I think that she would have just taken a couple of steps and knocked the bells off, and we would have gone to a golden ball. But she doesn't take it cleanly. The ball pops out. Then she has a little flicks the ball towards the stumps, but misses. And even if that had hit, it would have been out. It's cut away. And, chased hard. Single gets taken this time. This is Lashika Roda doing the bowling now. Talked about some of the days today, of course. It's a moon day, International Chess Day, and still lots of question marks about where the game had its beginning. Was it in India, China, Russia, Central Asia? Always debates about that. International or World Jump Day. And at this time, it's 11:39 and 13 seconds to be precise at GMT time. Millions of people from the Western Hemisphere jump simultaneously. It is believed that if 600 million people did do the same, the Earth will move a bit from its orbit, which will increase the distance between the Sun and the Earth, thereby reducing the risk of global warming. Well, that's the theory. I wonder if people did do it today. I wonder how many millions of people jumped. Certainly I didn't feel a thing. Tossed up, firmly hit down the ground. Well fielded, no ball's been called. Will be a run out here. Oh, will there? Oh, on the, oh, she's going to make it. She's going to make it. On the Iba will get home. Well, what an opportunity. Doesn't get taken. Susie was left stranded. As earlier says, I'm coming, I'm here. What are you doing here? Gonna do with it? Gonna mag, you gotta do with it. Gonna jump at you. And luckily, the ball gets thrown away. And fortunately, Susie does get back. That could have been a disaster. And it is Sunday. It's a good day for a barbecue, but Susie didn't want to be on it. And she survives. Swing and miss. Well done. It was also a no ball call, so it would have been another run out of a no ball. Goes for the pull shot. Doesn't quite get it right. Struggling to get there. And that's going to be out. Yeah, was always struggling. Well, I suppose this is Susie's way of saying, you wanted to barbecue me? Well, you might as well go and sit on the charcoal. No love lost, though, between those two. And I think Elia was always going to struggle here. She's a little bit late going. It is actually her call, but Susie makes her run this time. In comes the throw, and no mistakes this time from the keeper. And, that will give Muller a little bit of confidence. Viola, remember that that will help to eradicate the last match out of the mind. So in comes the bowler once again. Lashika, that's up in the air. It's going to get away from everybody. The chase is on the Iba, Speedy Gonzalez style. Will get there. And not so much Speedy Gonzalez happening between the running from the batters, though. But they will at least come back and take a couple. And just a few spits of rain starting, which is not so good, it has to be said. Been a pretty long over because we've had a wide and a no ball in it. And now the batter, this is Vrushali, just seems to be sorting out her gloves, and yeah, the rain just starting to fall. Where's Tina again here? I think, what's Tina up to? Tina? Well, where's she going? I think Tina wants, oh look, she's going after it. Go Tina, go! Arriva. Oh, there we go. That's my girl. That's my girl. Look at them all go now. Look at them go. And Tina, take an umbrella with you because the birds, they have the right of reply, you know. And they can make a mess of that lovely suit that you're wearing. And well done, Tina. Question is, are they going to do a round and come back? How successful are you going to be? That's going to be another wide. Is this over? We just can't get end of the over. They are coming back, you know. They're doing the rounds, and they're reloading. Well, look, birds, it's the person in pink that upset you, not anybody else. So don't go faring in any other direction but the lady in pink. Oh no, that's going to be another no ball because of the height. How many is that now? I guess that's the second. So this over is just getting from bad to worse. The birds have come back and quite smartly. Let's see this first. Can we just show where the birds are landing here? Well, we know where Tina just frightened them away from. So they said, well, all right then, we'll go to the other side. Tina, oh dear. Tina started a war here, by the way. And, well, whatever Tina did has upset the birds. The rain's also come. Meanwhile, this over from Lashika just keeps on going on. It's now gone for, I think that's 12. I think we've had 5, 6 extra balls in it now. So that, I think, is the 4th wide. And we've had 2 no balls. Come on, Lashika. Everybody now, let's help Lashika get this ball in the right place. Here she comes. And it's a good one to the right-hander. But Susie, being the left-hander, is causing the problem. It's another wide. And we've been here before. I think that's just going to put a bit of pressure now. Not just, well, pressure's already on Lashika, but pressure on time. Look at the time already. So remember, we start with 36 on the clock. So free hit. Now I think, well, free hit because it must have missed the pitch. It couldn't be another one for height because that would see her off. She's already bowled 2 of those. Oh no, it's a free hit stays in place because since that free hit, she hasn't bowled a legal delivery. It's another wide. Oh, it's a big over this from Lashika. And the rain, I mean, looking at the skies around, I think there'll be a little splatter here, but it'll soon go. And I think Tina got rid of the birds from one end, but now they're at the other end, and if they're probably looking at. That's played away nicely on the leg side and well fielded. They're probably looking at Tina and saying, "We see you. I'm just worried here. You know what I'm worried about? Tina joins me back here now. Tina, you know what worries me?
What's that?
Well, you've upset those birds now. When we're all going to be standing there doing the presentation a bit later on, they are going to come flying over and they are going to fire. They are going to fire their weapons at us. And it's all because you went and chased them off of that part of the field. They weren't upsetting anybody.
Dennis made me do it.
Did he? Dennis. Dennis just comes on and says, sorry. This is the way the table's looking, by the way. So we know that we know who the winners are. We know who are going to be crowned the champions here. They know it as well. And they're probably sat enjoying themselves at the moment. I think a few of them maybe have taken a little journey to the beach bar and got themselves a few refreshments. But yeah, well done to, of course, BV United. But also well done to both these teams as well. DJK Munich will finish second. Western Warriors, they know they're finishing third, but they would love to try to cause a bit of an upset here. But it all depends on how well they can go with the bat and how many runs they can get. I mean, at the moment, because of that big over, the one that just went on and on and on from Lashika, 15 came from it. It means that in terms of runs, they're all right. But they have been here before. They remember in the earlier match, there were 30 off the first three, and then it sort of went a bit wrong. So they just got to make sure that they can keep it going. And if you get to a point where, let's just say that the batting starts to slow up, be prepared to make a change. I'm just trying to think, off the top of my head, we haven't had a team bowled out. In fact, let's see the most number of wickets a team has lost. So I see a 5 from the Western Warriors in the first match, as Western Warriors lost 8 in match number 4, and we haven't had more than that here today. So don't worry about being bowled out. So it's a wicket here. Don't worry about that. So Susie's going to go. Good catch there, taken once again. Viola Muller, well done. So Viola, of course, she was in action right at the end of that last match when she couldn't stop it. The ball got out of her gloves, and then she had a desperate try to throw the ball onto the stumps. Couldn't do so. That would have taken us to the golden ball. But here, she's been good. Look, she's already been involved in a run-out. She's taken a good catch here, well taken. Removes the dangerous Susie. So Susie, on this occasion, does get given the opportunity at the top of the order. But unfortunately, I don't think she quite got, even with all the extra deliveries that were bowled her way, she never quite got the ball that she could pound to the boundary. And that's why she goes for just 4 of 8. Well done to Magana. That just gets gently nudged away again. Well, batters will just get in. So it's now Rushali is out there with, this is Sangeeta.
I've got to give a final shout out to Susie as well. As I was going on my way to scare the birds, I was chatting to Simon, her husband, again. He wanted to point out to me that Susie has been playing all of these games with a broken finger. She's broken the left ring finger. I didn't actually ask how she did it, but she did it a few weeks ago and has since been playing. They were just deliberating whether to put a splint in, but Susie, and I know her as a fierce competitor, hasn't shown any signs of being debilitated by that this weekend, and she's captained excellently. She shared the duties with Alex Brodin, but when Alex Brodin also went down with an injury, Susie stepped up. It's never easy captaining a new side, different personalities, different countries all represented. And the Warriors, they've acquitted themselves excellently, given that they've come up against 2 sides that are very well established in the Bundesliga.
Yeah, well, you know, that's the one thing. I think we often touch on this. You know, I make some comparisons between when the men play and the women. I always say that the women, they, you know, much more fun. They so much more sporting. They're always the first to let us know if it's 4 or 6 or if it's a clean cut. If they edged it, there's no hanging about. I'm not saying that none of the men do that, but most of them don't. I like their field positionings because they like to have attacking fields. But they're not wussies, are they? They're not wussies. They don't make a meal of things and want the magic spray. In fact, I don't think we've had the magic spray go on once. And that just goes to show that how tough and hard they are as well. 28 for 2 after 3 overs.
Been, a tale of two parts here, with the Western Warriors getting runs on the board, a decent rate, but just losing those 2 wickets. And at the moment, they're relying a bit too heavily on the extras as well, 11 of them so far. But Vaishali is going well here, a runner ball so far, and the extras will continue to play a role here for DJK. I was having a bit of a chat with Amaya after the previous game, also making sure she's okay, and she's an absolute trooper as well, so she was going to always come back into this game. And I said, well, she asked me, she was like, what do I do in this final game? Obviously, there's nothing on the line anymore. There's the potential to just not give up, but just say, you know, that was kind of the final and it's gone now. But they're coming at it hard, and, well, that would have been an outstanding effort to catch that one. That is, in fact, Amaya. And I said to her, you've got to go hard. You want to come off this pitch with smiles on your faces, and the way you smile is if you're successful. And I think that's what they're doing so far, picking up those wickets. It's good to see them still throwing themselves around, even though this game is essentially just a formality. But it's not, in that they want to win it and they want to finish strongly. And Western Warriors, of course, also want to show us still what they can do.
It gets played away. Yes, once again we see that Chandana of Asant coming on the ball, and it starts in a traditional way with a no ball, one that bounces too many times before it gets to the batter. There'll probably be a wide, a big wide, or a no ball down legs up. But once she gets those first 2 or 3 balls out of the system, she comes back and she bowls like this. And it's an interesting one, because for somebody who always does get the ball pitched up, and just have a look at this again, side on. The umpire's not entertaining it, but we'll have another look. We don't mind having a look. So here's the swing, and the foot stays firmly down, and that's why. And the umpire says not out. And Guru is out there with Nikhil again. Jason this time is the third. There he comes. Done it. There we go again. You see, but that's been drilled hard, and well, it's wow. I mean, give me something to hand over to this fielder, will you? Because look at this. I mean, look at this. This is just exceptional. Well, Midori, look at this. It's been crunched. I don't know how she stops it. Watch. Oh, look. That is just this is where it's like, and she then even says, you know what? No. I want it. I'm going to throw it in. It is just desire. It is, I'm not going to get beaten no matter what. I'll stop it with something. And red card offence on the football field, but not on the cricket field. This one's hit pretty straight. The chase is on. Will get stopped. They will come back for 2. In comes the throw. And a desperate dive. And, could have hurt herself here, you know. Diving like that. Fell quite heavily on, that was Sangeeta. Falls quite heavily on her shoulder. I mean, she had to run hard. I think she knew she was under pressure, because it's a good pick-up, an early throw. Good arm, actually. And just watch, that's a nasty fall. Very nasty. She's got up and she seems to be okay. It's a swing and a miss, and it's a wide this time. It's a wide ball. So, once again, though, I think so far, probably both teams are going to be relatively happy. It's not massive runs on the board, going kind of around the 10s, but they need a boundary or something here to help them. That is going to be a no ball. Just, look, disappointment from Chandana. She thought she would get away with it, but you'll see it just bounces before the line there, say the umpire. So it's going to be a free hit.
Need a photo finish on that one.
It's a close one, isn't it? Close one, but looks like the umpire, Guru, called it pretty early. Now that one, it's hit away. So let's see if they can double up here. We might not need to. Might go all the way. It just stops, and they will double up. It's being made to run. There's Vrushali and Sangeeta doing well. Double up. So just with that 2 there, they get I think they'll get one of the 11 of the over. That keeps them going well, going at 10s more or less. 39, 2 wickets down, so they'll be pretty happy. They're going around about that 100 pace. And DJK Munich, they'll be happy that they have picked up 2 wickets, and they know they got some good bowlers to come, and not too many are better than this young lady. This is Joka Saini. She's bowled really well, and she gives it some height. And here we go. There's the flight. Ooh. Well, how's that? Ouch is how I say to that. That's my reply to that. How's that? Ouch. It's certainly not leg before. It's almost head before. Look at the bounce on this.
Is that the world's slowest bounce?
Well, she's going for another one here. It's worked away. Oh, got to be quick here. Oh, my. Oh, my. That almost is another run out. Not the quickest running in between the wickets is Vrushali. It is, once again, good pickup. Nice throw. Only just misses the target. Would have been out, you know. And here we go. Yeah, would have been gone.
But I think she's still gone on the...
Oh, hang on.
Yeah.
Hang on.
I think she's still gone here, Rico.
It's come off the pad, and I think that's out.
Yep.
It's out. Yeah, look at them. As I said, I think that's out. They just screamed and said, that's out. It's going to be... Right, how do you put this down then? I suppose you put this down as an assist without really Muller knowing too much about it. How things can change, Tina. Muller, of course, she missed her opportunity to have the highlight of taking the match to the golden ball. But in this match, she's involved in a run out that she knew everything about, a catch she knew everything about, and then this one she knew not a lot about, but there's not even hardly a peel there. But you can see where the technology comes in handy. Nobody probably saw that happening, and certainly the batter didn't. So that's another wicket, and it's a good one to get. It's going to be Vrushali that is going to now depart.
I'll tell you what, I think Viola wishes she had just a tiny slice of that luck in the previous game, because of course that would have kept things wide open. But I would have been just checking with Vinny in the meantime, and he did do the calculations, and even had they won that game, and they would have had to have won on the golden ball on that final run, there was no way, even with a 4-pointer in this game, that they would have overhauled the total. So actually it was that golden mark. Well, this could be another run out, but the throw comes in too quickly. It's too hot to handle there for Viola Muller.
Gee. Sangeeta throws herself again. What is she? She's a stunt woman or what? This time she dives on the other side. This time Muller can't quite get the ball to be flicked onto the stumps. Sangeeta, she's throwing herself around like a good in here. Plays that away. That's a nice looking shot. Now she'll be running, trying for 2 again. Another dive coming maybe? No, this time it's pretty comfortable. But a nice shot. She gets that in the gap. He played away. And hello to Chris Smith. Hello to Ash. And Tim Harmer joins in the fun as well. Hello, Tim. And glad to have you all with us on this sensational action-packed Sunday here in Krefeld, Germany. Once down the leg side, and well, it's almost like Sangeeta's a statue here. She doesn't move, she doesn't flinch. Just says, nah, I'll just stay here and watch it. Just watch Sangeeta. It's almost like the world just came to a halt, and she didn't move. Here's the next one. It's short. It's nicely played away, but not going to get. Or are they? They decide not to take the run. No run. And we get to the end of the over. And going okay. Look, they're sort of around, I would say they could get to a 90 to 100 here. It's an opportunity for us to welcome you into the Igloo on a lovely Sunday. A Sunday that has been full of fun and action, hasn't it?
It's been all action. We've had a bit of sun, we've had a bit of rain. Now the sun is coming out again. The birds have left.
What happened to you there? Was that just a dare between you and Dennis?
It might have been. It might have been. I think, to be fair to Dennis, he knows a good shot when he sees one, and the view of those birds taking off into the distance
quite remarkable.
is quite something, isn't it?
It was remarkable. I thought you were going to I thought you would have just taken a bat and a ball out there and just hit one in that direction and then seen them go, you know.
Well, Vinny thought when that first shot of me marching over there, he thought I was about to do a cartwheel, and I said, Vinny, I know my limits.
But I'm telling you, if they do come back with vengeance and start dropping bombs on us, it's all down to you. You know that. And your suit is the one that's
Yeah.
going to get more ruined.
White T-shirt as well. This could get ugly.
Well, yeah, it could do. So let's just. Thing is, those birds, whenever the sun comes out, they disappear. I don't know where they go. They just disappear. But when it gets cloudy or when it looks like it's going to rain, then they turn up over here. I don't really know why. I mean, doesn't seem to be any comfort or shelter there for them, but they just seem to be happier when it gets a little bit cloudy and overcast getting over there.
Maybe they go to the beach bar when the sun's out.
Ah, yeah. Now then, that could be a thing.
It's a good place to go on a Sunday, I think. I'll tell you what, we've got an early finish. It's only 4 games out of 5. The usual 5-game day, so beach bar. We're coming for you.
It's not a bad call, actually. If I know that it all depends on how much time the taxis take to get here. Though being a Sunday, it shouldn't be an issue with traffic or anything. But yeah, going to the beach bar and having a nice rattler would be nice. A nice, refreshing rattler before we go back. Clipped away. The fielder doesn't have to move. Now this is where things can start to take a turn here for the Western Warriors, having just lost that 3rd wicket. So Sangeeta's still there, the stunt woman, being joined by Tony. Got to keep that score moving. This is Amaya, who's showing fantastic ability. And you know, one thing that we have touched on a little bit about Amaya, and you know, you just said that you just had a chat with her and just told her, look, just be strong and just go out there and get a win and walk off the field with a big smile on your face. But for a young player to play cricket is one thing, but for a young player to have so much responsibility, you know, and let's face it, captaining a team is not easy. You know, you got to know which bowlers to use, when to use, the batters. You're always going to have some players that are not going to be happy about something, maybe where they're batting, where they're fielding, whether they bowled or they didn't bowl. And also, she's got the additional disadvantage here, if you like, of being very young and everybody being much older and much, you know, as they say, much wiser, more experienced. To have to deal with all that and handle it the way she does and still put in very good performances herself, you got to admire her. You know, she has got such a bright future in front of her.
Absolutely, and she's already shown that she can do it not only at this level but at the international level. Often throw the ball to her to open the bowling for Germany or to bowl in those death overs. She's only 17, still got some growing to do. This one's up in the air. This is a chance for a catch, but it just drops agonisingly to the left of the fielder there. And yeah, Maya, you can see that some of the shots she plays, you can't teach that. That's pure elegance.
Yep.
And if she just gets a bit more power behind those shots, as she will definitely do, then they're going to be flying to all 4 parts of the ground. The same with her bowling. You can't teach that national rhythm. Well, I suppose it's for the national team.
Yeah.
Natural rhythm away from the bat, and she'll get a bit quicker, get a bit more confident in her own skills as well.
Yeah, and you know, you said national rhythm. Well, that's why she's in the national setup. She has that national rhythm. You know, her bowling here, I mean, look, just the shape of that. You know, from the moment she starts, gets the arm right up there, the follow-through is beautiful. She's getting that ball to move away as well. It's just tremendous bowling. And, all right, once again, a few issues with the wides, but only the 8 come off the over. And, you know, again, I was talking in between the start of the last match to some of the players, and all of them, Tina, from all the players, said the same thing. It is so wonderful for them all to be together here for 2 days, playing cricket, match after match, and just getting better, growing in confidence. And they all said the same thing. What the beauty of this has been is if you have one bad game with bat or with ball, well, there's another game coming. You know, like yesterday, they played 3 or 4 matches. Today, 3 matches or 2 matches. It's what, you know, they all said the same thing. It's what they need. They need to play cricket. But to be able to play cricket and not just be worried about one performance and then your day is done, but to be able to say, right, I've got 3 matches today or 4 today, I'm going to play. If I don't bowl well in one, I'll bowl well in the other. If I don't score runs in one, I will in the other. That is such a big plus, and they all said the same thing. They just wish that they could do more of this and do it more often.
We've said the whole week there's no replacement for match practice. And this is what they've had in abundance. 6 games over just 2 days. It's been a punishing schedule for all of the players. And let's not forget, most of the sides, well, all of the sides really have got a small squad. It's not like they've got 20 and they're rotating through. The only rotation really we've seen from the Western Warriors, and that was maybe 2 or 3 players. And given, well, between Alex and Susie, they've got 2 broken fingers. They weren't able to do too much rotation. It's been such a great test of fitness, and match fitness is something that can't be replicated either. And they've done so well, all 3 teams. I think on the balance, as we look ahead as well, of course, the presentation will come later, and I hope Milena will join us in the igloo in the second half of the innings as well. I think you have to say, as with the men's ECS, the best team did win.
Yeah, there's not a doubt about that. In fact, when you look at the way the table has finished, I think nobody would have, based on the performances, expected to see anything different. But just going back to also talking about, when we talk about the amount of cricket they played, but not one in my discussions and talks with all the players. It's that one. It's going to be well hit, and probably we'll check the height on this. The fielding, of course, has been done out there by the ball magnet, who has not missed a thing and not missed a trick so far, and that's Midori. Let's have a look at this. It's going to be difficult to see. I think based on how much we can see, that should be a no ball. And they don't call it. I can't believe that, actually. I can't believe that's not. I mean, no, I'm not going to get into it. The umpires know what they're doing, but not one of the players, Tina, said, "I'm really tired." Not one of them complained about being tired, about being. They're just all positive. Wanting to play more. Can we do it again? Can we do more? Can we get more teams involved? That's what you want to hear. It was just positive, positive, positive. Not a single negative thing that was said. This is what happened tomorrow, by the way. We'll go back to that a bit later on today as well. But Albies Army women going to be in action. I don't even know how to say that second team's name. I think Tina did. Tina, you can have a look at it. Let's have a look. No extra runs here. Let's put it up one more time. So Albies Army, of course, we know all about Albies Army. But what was the next team?
I think it's Djurgårdens. I mean, I might look Swedish, but when I was in Sweden a couple of weeks ago for that series we had over there, I have to say, what went wrong for the Swedish language to happen?
There we go. So
I think, Djurgården. I don't know what the
Djurgårdens.
Any Swedish speakers in the chat, let us know. Because if I go to Denmark or I go to the Netherlands, I think, well, this just looks like drunk German. But when I go to Sweden, I think, what is this? What has happened here? You think they're quite close to us geographically and culturally, things like that, but the language is just something else. It is, don't need to get too nerdy in the languages, but it is from a different root language, so it makes sense. But I was baffled. I just didn't know anything that was going on. But yeah, sorry for butchering that name, but I'm certainly looking forward to those games, and it's good to see that we have continuation of the women's cricket as well.
There should be some good action there as well. I think Albies Army, I know that they're a team that probably been around for a while, so I expect them to be one of the stronger teams. That's played away nicely. Got to run hard here. You got to turn and go 2, and they will do just that. So that's good running, good shot also being played. Got to try and really put the pressure on here. If you're wanting to get to that score of 100 at the moment, you're in the 80s the way things are going. Things have slowed down a bit. But really have a go. Don't, again, I repeat, my one tip to the Western Warriors would be, don't be afraid of losing wickets. Don't be afraid of losing wickets. Have a go. And if you get out, it doesn't matter. Somebody else could come in and do your team a big favour. And that's going to get played away. This time it would just be a single as Jelka does start to get her line better. So nicely played away.
A couple more shout-outs as well. These are, I suppose, personal ones, but because obviously I know a lot of people in German cricket. I know Matthew Powell, former national team coach. He's watching. He's got a close affiliation to, well, Cohen CC and now Krefeld, so he, I'm sure, is supporting the Western Warriors. And Claire Wagner, who's heavily involved with the JK Munich. So the two sides out there at the moment. I know they've got fans on both sides, and I'm happy to see that they're tuning in, and shout out to both of you guys. I hope to catch up with you soon.
I'm just had a look at the clock there, Tina. I think we'll probably see some penalties coming up here. Oh, wow. Wow. How about this? How about this? Kirst Simone, have you just pulled off an amazing stop? Let's watch this. Good shot. Getting away. In comes Simone. And let's see. Oh, wonderful. Outrageous bit of fielding. And a perfect biz-away landing as well. What a save. What a save. This is what it's about. Look at this. Never give up. Never give up. Throws herself at it. Amazing. Spectacular fielding. Saves 2 runs there. Saves 2 runs, and how important those 2 runs could be. End of the over from Joka. And 9 coming from it. Once again, the extras will be the concern as we go back to the action. But at the end of the over number 7, 67. But you feel penalty runs coming. And the thing is here, Tina, I think it could be more than just the 5, because that clock is pretty close to being running out pretty soon. That's a good delivery. Well, after picking herself up, dusting herself down, Simone is back doing the bowling.
Well, if it's any doubt about the commitment on show from DJK, I think Kirst's dive there put those doubts to bed, because DJK want to come back and win this one and finish their tournament on a high. They might have to do it the hard way, though, with that clock tick-tocking down. They haven't helped themselves with the extras here. You've got to say tiredness comes into it at this stage, though. Yeah. This is the 6th game, as we were saying, in just a matter of 48 hours for these players. And for players that are crying out for more match practice, it's one way to do it, but it's also punishing on the body. Yeah, it certainly is. And I think these players, well, whatever they're going to be up to tomorrow, maybe some going to well, some of them possibly are going back to uni, whatever it is, others going back to work. But yeah, of course, you can see that Simone, she's trying to get this over in as quick as she can. So here comes the next. And she gets a dot ball in. So well done, well bowled this, the way the time is looking. And they do complete that 9th over, and they're going to do it by the skin of their teeth. Well done to Simone. I just thought there that 1 wide that she just bowled that might just turn the tables the other way, but it doesn't. She gets it in. In fact, there was no wide in there. What am I talking about? No wide. It's a perfect over. Just 3 dots, 3 singles. And that means that they will not be given any penalty runs away. 70 for 3. So it looks again that they've just fallen away at the last few overs. The problem has been, if we look at the over by over graphic, and I'll talk to you through that in a moment. Let's see, talk you through this delivery first from. It's going to be another wide as Lashika does come back. Now she had a few issues in the second over she bowled. There were so many extras in that one. It went in the end for 15, but the only boundary that we've had was in the very first over. Other than that, we haven't seen another boundary, and that's been the issue. It's just been tiki-taka, noi boom boom. We're going to get one towards the end here. Well, that's hit pretty well, but we know who's fielding there, so forget it. He ain't going to get one past her. That is not going to happen. And Midori Hirono has been superb, and definitely without, I was saying, I've got to say, I'm sorry, Tony, you were the fielder of the tournament until the last 2 matches. Now you're right up there, but I think you're going to have to settle for second best, because I think that young lady out there, that Midori Hirono, has been sensational. She really has. And also, sorry, Tony, she does better cartwheels than you as well. And I think based on the cartwheels as well. Well, you know what? Tony is a dancer. So I think you've thrown down that gauntlet there. Where is Tony? We're going to have to... Oh, that's going down the leg side. Good appeal, good length, good comeback, good delivery. Put down the leg side. Well, all right. If Tony was here now, I'll be saying to Tony, right, okay, you got a couple of minutes. Show me what you got on the cartwheel front, and then we'll reassess. But at the moment, we're going to go... I'm going to go with Midori Hironi. Her fielding has been sensational. She's basically been patrolling that boundary all on her own. She's going to be there again. Look, here she is. She just makes that her territory. That's my zone, she says. And nothing is going to get past me. Being attacked here now by
Not sure if it was a wasp
I think-
or a fly.
I think we might have, well, I might have angered the whole animal kingdom because I just had a fly on me as well.
Did
so-
you see what's happening? You see what's
Karma.
happening? See what you started? We were fine until you started your little battle with the birds. Are you by the way, are you a pet person? You have pets?
I don't have pets. I think
Doesn't surprise me.
my lifestyle just doesn't allow it. I would love to have a dog.
Would you now?
my
What
partner
about
says-
when you were at home when you were younger?
Yeah, no, my mum said my mum is allergic to cats and dogs, or
Oh.
so she says. I think that's a convenient excuse to not have cats and dogs in the house. My dad used to have dogs when he was younger, and I've been told reliably by my partner, he's like, once you stop being on the road half the year, you can have a dog, because I know what's going to happen. I'm going to have to look after the dog.
Of course. You know the way it works. So. Nishika, much better over from her here, by the way. Remember, the reason why they were sort of under time pressure was because of that long second over, but this is much better. So, a ball to go in the innings. So once again, the Western Warriors, it's the batting that kind of lets them down. And, wide ball called. Oh, nobody backing this up either. They could have, if they could have taken another naughty single there. So, they were at one point looking like they might get to that sort of 85-90 score. Going to fall short again. And again, the only thing, so again, this is something that I think the Western Warriors will go back and look at, is that only 3 wickets is what's going down here. So they could have been just a little bit more aggressive in their play. They could have taken 1 or 2 risks more. And also, you can always be looking at retiring out batters. I mean, Sangeeta, and she's at 12 scored of 22 deliveries. So, you know, you could have sort of said, look, when she had 12 or 14 deliveries, say, look, you've had a bit of a knock. Well done. Congrats. Let's get somebody else in there. And I don't think the batters will begrudge a captain making a decision like that. It's a learning process, and I think they will learn from it as we will get to the end of the innings, and I think it's going to finish with a fortuitous 2. So that's the end of the innings. It does mean that the score will be 78 on the board, so they just once again failed to get to the 80 mark. Remember when we saw them a little bit earlier, they struggled to get to 50 against United. So it's an improvement from them batting first, but they'll probably feel that there are sort of that 20 runs light on where they would have liked to have been, and that gives the opportunity for DJ Munich to come fighting out of the blocks and get and finish with a win. And sort of it will be one way to get over the disappointment following the way the last match finished. The music's playing. It's time to get the birds out of the way. Come on, Tina, do your thing. There they go. The birds are gone. And we start the action. This one just made its way to the boundary. It was a nice shot there from Elia, just to time the ball away to the boundary. But this one, it could have been curtains for Susie pretty earlier. She almost gets barbecued, but then Susie says, right, now it's my turn. Let's see how you like it. And Elliot just wasn't in the shot this time round. She would go, but not before. She went, well, there we go. There's the person who caused all the trouble. And we know what's coming our way now. As Tina got rid of the birds. Well, they flew right over us and came back and landed on the other side of the field. But they're not there yet. Nice catch there, taken by Muller. She came back well in this match as well.
Yeah, she absolutely did. As she'll feel the disappointment in that previous game that it was a matter of centimetres from what would have been at least a golden ball. That was a matter of centimetres as well, the dive thrown in. And it was good to see the Western Warriors get up into the 70s as well. They have struggled with the bat, but they've carried on plugging away. That was a stroke of luck for Muller, something she wished she had in the previous game. And this was an outstanding piece of fielding. Kirsten, body on the line, face full of grass, but saves 2 runs. In the end, a bit of hustle from the Western Warriors. They get 8 runs in that final over to get to 78 runs. For DJK, though, I feel like they'd want to finish this with a bonus point win as well. It's the 7 over mark, so they'd have to go just over 10s, certainly within their ballpark, depending on who they send out to bat. It might be, given how generous Amaya has been so far, that she might put herself down the order, give someone else a go, but certainly DJK want to finish on a high.
Yeah, I think they do, and I think we'd expect them to at least be targeting the 7 point, the 7 over mark to get the 4 points, because that's what good teams do. I hope she does back higher up the order. I'd like to still see her keep that opening spot. And of course, she's got options as who she can have up there with her. But you'd expect that it will probably be Nikki out there with her. And those two have put a good partnership. Of course, you could go with Simone as well. Or maybe go with Kirsten Moan and Nikki Kingsley to open up. That would be something that would be nice to see as well.
Yeah, that would be nice to see. And I think they keep on going in, one out, one in. But maybe they get the opportunity. I think they faced maybe 1 or 2 balls together earlier in the series. They've certainly got a few options to play with then, DJK Munich, as we go into the final run chase of the series. I think Melinda Beresford will be hopefully coming in to join us. A few words from the winning captain. We're taking a quick break then, and just over 5 minutes time, we will be back for the final run chase of this final game here in Germany, at least for now. So it's also the last innings. Get your random questions in. If you have any questions for Melina, I'm sure she'd be delighted as well. And join me, Tina Goff and Rico Full for the final run chase of what has been an epic tour of Germany here on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the final innings then of this European Cricket Series, the women's edition. We've had a fantastic weekend, women's weekend of action, and it comes down now to the last match here. And quite sad really, because we've had a fantastic time here in Germany, Krefeld. A big thank you to the Federation and to everybody really for looking after us. We've had so many spectators come down as well, and all telling us how much they've enjoyed the action and enjoyed this series, both the men and the women's. It's just been lovely to be back here again. It's great to be back, and let's hope that for years to come we can continue to come and do it again. 78 then on the board. That means that the bonus point equation is 54. Restrict to 54 or less, a chance for the bonus point. But I think the batting team here, the DJ Munich side, will be looking to see if they can get the runs inside the 7 overs and take all the points away. It's going to be Tony to start with the ball. And I've been told that, well, you heard Tina saying she's a dancer. She's been excellent in the field. But for me, Midori Hironu has been the pick so far. Also, I did say that she's also done some wonderful cartwheels. So maybe if Tony here can maybe show off some of our cartwheeling talents, then I might have to double think who the fielder of this women's tournament has been. That's going to be played away nicely. Good controlled pull shot. Got a sweeper out on the boundary, and it's kind of going to be stopped there by Verina's got a nice smile on her face. Doesn't this kind of sum it up quite nicely? I think Verina kind of trips over her own feet here. Goes to stop the ball, and she goes past it, but she manages to stop it, and then it's like she's playing Twister with the Grizzly. It's a lovely smile on the face when she gets herself back up again. And I think the smile also a bit of relief that that ball doesn't go to the boundary. So two batters out there, and it's lovely to see that it is Nikki Kingsley and Kirsty Simone that are out there together. That's going to be pushed away. And lovely to see a married couple out there together. That's got to be, I know that it was Ali who said the other day, is that a first? I think it is a first. I mean, that's good fielding from Verona. First time we've seen a married couple out there batting together. Isn't that lovely? That's one thing that Tina and I were saying at the end of the innings. So would the captain, Amaya, go with Simone and Kingsley? And she has done. Isn't this a lovely moment? Here comes Tony again, and that gets played away. No is the early call. And, well, there should be a good understanding, I suppose, between these two when they're batting together. It's the end of the over. Not a bad over there at all. Just the 2 runs coming from it. So well done, well bowled there by Antonia. Just concedes the 2. But we know that both these 2 batters are very powerful hitters, and they certainly will put away the bad delivery. Now, Shafaq Khan, first time we're going to see her in the day. She was very good yesterday, bowled very well. It's a very similar bowling, the same as we've seen a few bowlers. I suppose Jelko is one of them. Just tossed that ball up outside the off. Also, somebody like Anshu Dharma. But probably, if anything, perhaps has a little bit more control, dare I say it. That's crunched. Oh, that's a glorious shot. We go all the way. Balle, ginna sona. Shaka lagia. Que guay. Que genial. Que grande. Eso es una grandísimo. Mamma mia, that was a biggie. It was just in the slot, and it gets absolutely mullered. What a hit that is from Kersimon. That something for Khan to think about. I don't think she was quite expecting that. They do now push out the mid-wicket. So mid-wicket goes back. And that could be 2 in 2, you know. It will be 2 in 2. 6 more. Back to back. Simone goes boom. Shakalagya alo. Swadaya Kani. That is an absolute wonderful strike. And you can see Verena, excellent shot of Verena. 2 feet off the ground, trying to get there. Can't stop it. Well, after a quiet first over, it's 2 big Maximos on the spin. And that's a little bit fuller. Well, the cap comes off. I don't think that distracts the batters at all. Sometimes I see things like this call it a dead ball or something. I don't agree with that. I mean, that didn't interfere with the batter at all. I think that's a good call from the umpires. That one's just going to be down the leg side. Good take from the keeper. Gets herself in a good position and takes hold of that. Looks like Elia, yeah, Elia's behind the stumps here. Does well there. Good footwork. It's played out onto the offside. A good, clear, early no from Nikki. No, stay there. See, nice to see plenty of people watching. There's Monica there, the national team manager, having a chat with some of the spectators. Hit down the ground, nice and straight. It's going to run away from the fielder. Oh, it's an amazing effort. Oh, she's disappointed with herself, is Susie, that she couldn't get there. But just, once again, you've got to admire the way they're framing themselves around here. I mean, it's getting away from her, but she's still a desperate lunge. Almost gets there. Finishes with that kind of a breakdance finish. And then hits the ground hard. Disappointed, not able to make the stop. So goes to the boundary. And after a quiet first over, that second one there goes for 18. 20 on the board without loss. As Tina joins me back in the igloo.
That was an outstanding effort from Susie. For someone with 9 functioning fingers, I think she almost snapped a couple more. But again, the commitment on show from all of these players in, well, if we're unkind as a dead rubber, is outstanding. They've all got games to come in their domestic seasons, but they just want to show us everything they can do. As that's slapped over the top by Kirsten. She says, well, I'm going to help myself to another boundary. Nikki, she's often the one chief architect of the boundaries, but Kirsten is holding her own here.
Yeah, well, we said we wanted to see this partnership, and we're seeing it. So, and they're not letting us down at the moment. The first over was a quiet one, just 2 from it. But this is a good one. Nicely played away. Right, the bowler. This is Snigdha.
So if Kirst gets to 34 here, she'll actually take over from Schrader as the top run scorer in the competition, which is no mean feat because Schrader got off to an absolute flyer, didn't she? But she didn't score many in that previous game, so that would be a nice milestone for Kirst to take the top spot there.
Here comes Snigdha again. And should be put away. That's been smashed. It's been absolutely clobbered, and that's going to be another 6. And it's Simone that is turning on the style here at the moment. What a good hit. The power. That's the 3rd Maximo in the innings. Wonderfully struck. Just look at that. Picks it from outside the off. Finds the middle of the bat. And that goes the distance. Cracking hit. And there's concern here for the Western Warriors, says DJ Munich. Bring the 30 up. And, oh, that one could have been Curtins. Probably the wrong one to go for this time. Good comeback from Snigdha. Gets that one a bit straighter. So need a breakthrough here pretty quickly, don't they? And remember, there is still plenty of batting to come. We know that. Here we go. Well, that's high, and well, the umpires have both called a no ball. It will be stopped there on the boundary. Not too many issues there, but too much height on it. Too high. No ball called straight away by the umpires. Oh, well, that's one way to try and stop it. And, well, let's have a look at this. Look at the fielder here, just puts the leg up here and says, I tried whatever I could. Almost stars. Well, there you go. Tried to do a bit of a star jump to try and stop it. Couldn't do it. Gets past. And noticing there that we haven't got Sangeeta on the field now. She did throw herself around a little bit. That's why Verena was out there fielding on the boundary. So Sangeeta, remember, about a couple of times she really did dive to try and get herself in. It's another one whacked away. Nobody on that part of the boundary. This is what you call proper hitting early on in the power play. That's another one that gets mullered away. 4 to finish. And plenty of runs there on the board. Another one that gets walloped away. So 40 off the power play. And unfortunately, that goes magical, that over. And in the end, 20 do come off it. So 40. And probably one of the better power plays that we've seen, Tina.
Yeah, absolutely. The married couple are doing the business here, and they're racing to the finish line again. We were wondering whether Munich would go hard, knowing that all they've got to play for is pride, but, well, they've played with a lot of pride and a lot of enthusiasm so far. And they want to finish it off, but they've still got to get past the formidable bowler in Susie, who, well, you could see just by the way she pounded the turf in frustration on that dive on the boundary that she's some competitor. She's not going to give up without a fight as she charges in here for the 4th over, her first, and it's just nicely clipped away into the leg side for a single.
Yeah, it was almost like there was a bit of an agreement between the two out there to say, all right, you've had a few hits now. You've had 13 balls. I've only had the 7. It's time for me. And a little cheeky single taken.
There's Simon again. You got to watch, Simon. Come on, your wife's bowling. What could be so interesting on your phone? Put it away.
I hope that when Susie goes back and watches that, that's going to be a debate, isn't it? And we've already got, of course, a married couple batting out there in the middle. Well, they're getting on quite well with each other. I don't know what Susie will have to say when she realises that she's having a bowl and her husband is, engrossed in something on that phone. Maybe he's putting a post about Susie on the social media. Up in the air, doesn't quite carry, and no run there either.
Knowing him, he's probably checking the cricket scores from around the world. He's quite a cricket badger, but there's no cricket more important than your wife's cricket. Come on, Simon. Susie's doing well so far, just a couple of singles from the over, just stopping what was a runaway train in that previous magical over, 20 runs coming off it. As Nikki is also looking to catch up with Kirst. They're both going at quite a rate. Kirst can't get anything on that one.
Yeah, just look at the percentages here, 99% to just the 1. So that basically says from this situation, normally there's just a 1% chance here for the Western Warriors. Western Warriors, of course, searching for their first victory, but once again we felt they didn't get enough runs on the board, and there's an opportunity for all the points to be taken here from DJ Munich. But I have to say, this is a good over here from Susie. The husband may not be watching, but the world is watching. Just 2 singles and 3 dots from it so far.
Oh, the ball takes a bit of a left turn there. You can hear Susie. Not sure if the mic's picked up that, but she's prone to a few colourful words or two. You know the bowling's going badly when we've got to start bleeping out Susie. But she's bowling well here. 1 ball left. That's a nice bouncer. Probably just a singles.
Ooh, mix up. Oh, mix up. Oh, no.
Marriage counselling. Here we go.
Oh, no. Oh, no. What could be the talk over the dinner table, or no talking maybe? Now, let's have a look at this. I think the umpires were quite happy and say, okay, we'll have another look. Side on. And get sent back. Says, no, where do you think you're going? And in comes the throw. But she does get back pretty comfortably. That's the way to do it. Running fast, reaching out, and gets the bat down. So that is the end of the over.
I'll tell you what, with Simon, maybe Susie's the kind of bowler who doesn't like being watched when she's bowling. So Simon's like, it's fine, I'm here, but I'm not watching. So he's pretending to be on his phone. He's You can look again now because Susie bowled an excellent over. 4 dot balls in a row as well. Just the 2 singles off it.
It's going to be a bit of a wide. Look, I think we've got some guests
Yeah.
that are hovering around. So you know what I'm going to do?
It's not the birds.
I'm gonna part ways for a moment and get some of the guests in, because I thought that our viewers would like to hear from some of the guests that we got lined up.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rico. As you do the gentlemanly thing and step aside, because we do have some guests. It's not the birds. I'm still safe for now. And the birds haven't made a reappearance. The sun not quite here yet, but given that at the start of the day we were wondering whether we might actually lose some of the cricket, it's good to see that, well, unless something pretty biblical with those birds happens in the next 3 overs or so, 3-4 overs, then it looks like we're on for a full game as that one is chipped away. And it will, well, they'll think of a single, a 2, but in the end sent back. And just as Rico is sent out, I have a special guest in. And I'm very excited to bring you what we now know is the winning captain of this ECS-W, Melinda Beresford. Welcome to the commentary igloo.
Thank you.
How does it feel? I mean, firstly, let's talk about the emotions of that game. I know that the rivalry between yourselves and DJK is quite a fierce one. That game went right down to the wire. What were your feelings there as captain?
So I think it's hard to describe them, to be honest. I'm glad it was out there and I didn't have to watch the final balls because I always feel you have more under control being in the middle, even though it didn't really go my way.
Well,
But glad to get the team over the line.
and it was literally just over the line by seconds and centimetres. And well, I was up in the commentary box, I had my head in my hands, and not for any side in particular, just the stress of the situation with young Amaya bowling as well, and someone we know very well. But talk to me about the whole week, or weekend. It feels like a week. It's only been a weekend. I know you guys have had a thin squad. You've had a couple of injuries, but how's it been as a whole weekend for you?
Oh, it's been absolutely amazing. So, yeah, really, really great to get the girls here. I think they were super nervous and excited both to come and play in front of so many cameras. So that was really nice.
It's Mahini bowling here. It's bowling well, but that one's been absolutely bladdered down the pitch, and it will be 4 runs. Nikki, well, Rico, I think he's going into the bushes. He's hopefully going to come out with a grizzly. That was just a stand and deliver power shot from Nikki. Yeah, you're talking about the cameras. I know from personal experience, having played in front of these ECN cameras, it's a nerve-wracking experience, and then there's a few girls in your team that aren't the most experienced at cricket anyway. How did you manage as a captain to kind of talk them through that? You have a bit of experience, I guess.
Yes, so it was just about getting them to know what you could do, what you can't do, but then also, just making sure that they forget about the cameras, basically. So we just tried to tell them that it's just a general normal game and they should just do what they're good at, and we just try to stick to our basics, do the things where we do well, and basically just come here to enjoy, because it's a great opportunity for all of us to just play some more cricket. And
that's a big hit down the ground, and it's going to go all the way. Nikki Kingsley, she's seen Kirstu at the other end. She says, I want a piece of that Maximo action, and that's a brutal blow as DJK now just 20 runs away, and the cartwheels come out once more. Well, this is what it's all about, right? It's about fun, and cricket is supposed to be fun. It's a game. It's not life or death most of the time. And it looks like you guys out there in the middle were having a lot of fun. I think Nikki is as well at the moment, as that one's going to go as well. And we're quickly going to the finish line here. So I want to ask you a few more questions. Firstly, talk to me about ECN and how the ECN has kind of helped teams like you guys, because as you said, you don't actually get that much match practices. We will say hi in the commentary igloo as well. I'm Tina Goff, joined by Melinda Beresford, who is of course the winning captain, and yeah, match experience, it's invaluable, isn't it?
definitely, definitely. I think big shout out to the ECN for making this possible. This was really amazing, and the girls really, really loved being here. And it's just about also getting some good quality games in, because in our league, because we play same teams few times, sometimes It's just that, yeah, you don't play high standard teams. So it's really good to get this experience and play some good quality games.
Well,
Under a lot of pressure.
Under pressure, under the lights and the cameras, and 6 games as well. Like maybe in your season you have 8 games, 10 at a push, and then you have 6 in the space of 48 hours. How was that on the bodies as well? I know at some point you had the 10. Diana came in. Talk to me about Diana as well.
Oh, she's amazing. We absolutely loved having her on our team. I mean, we came with 11 players hoping we would have no injuries, which you never know in cricket. Anything can happen.
Mistake number 1.
So, yeah, we're really, really grateful she joined us for today's games and bowled her first ever over in a cricket match.
A brilliant over it was as well. All that was missing really was the wicket, as Tony, well, she's someone who's bowled good overs as well. Maybe just hasn't quite had the wickets to show for it. Now just the 13 needed. Can the married couple, we believe the first ever married couple to bat together on the network. We have had married couple, of course, umpire, Mida, you know well, and Steph. But we think it's the first to bat. Can they do it without losing a wicket? Well, the thing that we saw from you guys, more so than Western Warriors, for example, because they are a newly formed team, is that you are such a team unit. You're well-oiled, you're good in the field, you kind of know your strengths as well. And that really shows. I mean, you're Bundesliga champions for a reason. And it felt like, it felt a bit personal in the best possible sense against Munich. You wanted to win that game, didn't you?
Oh, we definitely came out today with a game plan. I think they outplayed us yesterday and we knew we had to come back strong to win this game. And I think credit to them as well for today, because they had good plans as well. I think they bowled well to their field, put us under a lot of pressure. I'm just glad we came out on the winning side, to be honest.
Well, we were kind of just, we didn't know what we wanted as the best result, as that one's hit away nicely now, just 9 runs to win. We wanted almost both teams to win. We wanted it maybe to go to this final game, but we also thought, well, on the balance, BV United have been the best side throughout the tournament. I think yesterday, Munich played you at a good time because you'd already played 3 games. Credit to them, though, they came out and absolutely battered you in that game. But that meant that you came into today, Simon, again, well, I suppose this time it's Tony bowling, who he knows very well, but it's not his wife, so we'll let him off. But you went into this game then knowing basically a win would seal the deal, and you came out and it was not quite maybe the comprehensive performance that you would have wanted, but you must have been delighted to get over the line.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of things I think we can work on as well and take back to learn for next games. So this was really precious for us, but also really, really proud of the team and how they fought back, even though we lost that opener quickly, who scored all the runs so far. So that was really nice to see that everybody chipped in. And yeah, we had an overall good team performance.
That one's been hit away as well. So we're now just 3 runs away. So before I run out of time, obviously, we will have the trophy ceremony coming up. And thank you guys for sticking around for that. I know, of course, you've got homes to get to. It's been a long weekend, but looking forward to presenting you the trophy. But in the meantime, I want to say thank you very much for coming to play. I know it's difficult, those 6 games in just 48 hours. And of course, a big congratulations on the win. And I wish you well for the rest of the Bundesliga season.
Thanks very much.
Melina Beresford there then, with just now 1 hit away for DJK, as Rico will slowly join me back in the box. And Susie, come on Simon, are you watching now, mate? Susie's bowling, could be just a few balls left, especially that wide. It's not gonna help matters. But Susie, you've got to give her a shout out as well. You can see actually her left finger. Maybe we can get a zoom in on Susie when she comes into bowl, because she's got that. There he is. Is he surgically attached to his phone? Simon, mate, I've seen more of your wife bowling than I think you have your whole life, if this is how you behave. No, I know Simon is super supportive of his wife.
You are trying to get him in serious trouble. You really are. You're winding him up, Simon.
I love him, really.
I tried to save your bacon, Simon, but I don't think I'm going to succeed. Maybe if I yell really loud, Simon, he'll look up. Okay, look, where can they take this to? Just have a look. I mean, you were talking about those fingers. The thing is, though, even with those injuries, we see her throwing herself around and trying to make the stops. It's a remarkable effort from her. And Susie just trying to make things happen.
Yeah, just 2 runs away now.
Oh, that's a good delivery, isn't it? Beautiful ball that. Let's have a look at this again. Well, Simon, and we'll show you this again so you can see it when you're back at home. But what a good ball that is.
That's the Susie ball. That's the ball that just tails away from the right-hander. Fortunately, we haven't seen it enough this weekend, and we haven't seen the one that's on the stumps. It's almost an unplayable delivery, but you can see she gets that late tail in the air, and it's such a difficult length that she bowls when she gets it right.
Couple on the spot, so they're still needing the 2 runs. And of course, the other thing is they know the equation. If they want all 4 points, they've got to do it. The next couple of deliveries, well, that's going to be another one. That's going to be just a dot. So I think it's just a case of, well, the 4 points, whether it's 4 points or 2 points, doesn't really matter. You're winning the match. And where you finish is not going to change at all. But I just think they would have liked to have challenged themselves to it. It's not done yet. There's still this ball to go. And that's guided away, but to the fielder. So it's going to go into the next over. We will go into the 8th. With 2 required. A very good over there. Just the wide ball at the beginning. And that's about it. So just what a spell that is. It's just the 3 runs that came off it. Off the 2 overs that she has bowled. So this is going to be the 5 matches that will be happening there in Stockholm tomorrow. Bizarmi will be in action against Goo Gardens. We'll see Stockholm CC. They're going to be there as well. And so those 3 teams going to be going back-to-back with each other. So day 1 of 2 there in Stockholm. That do be there. I think Danny Hudacek will be talking you through the action. I don't know if Danny's there on his own or whether Phil G is going to join him out there. Ouch. Well, I thought that almost looked like that ball not just caught the bat, but also maybe a bit of the gloves there, the keeper.
I've just got to maybe jump to Simon's defence, because Matt Powell in the chat said maybe he's watching the stream. He's getting a closer look at Susie. He wants her in full high definition.
I think that's exactly what he's doing. Yeah, he is. Us men look after each other. Ash is saying sleeping on the couch tonight. Ash is not as confident. That will be it. They will take the single. They will make it home. And it's a match-winning partnership between the married couple out there in the middle. Isn't that a fitting way to finish as well? Nikki Kingsley and Kerr Simone out there batting together will see their team to victory. But there is hugs all around, and that's one thing that, of course, we've seen all the way through this series. The respect, the mutual respect from all the players towards each other has been absolutely fantastic. They're in it together, they are, and they're stronger together as a result of it as well. And that brings to the end what has been a fantastic 2 days of women's cricket here in Germany. Krefeld and DJK Munich will be victorious. They'll pick up 3 points, and it will be just another point there from the Western Warriors, who I think they'll know that on this occasion they just didn't quite have the power in the batting that they needed. But with the ball, they were pretty competitive. They've got some good bowlers in there. They've got some good fielders in there. We've certainly seen that from them. But they're going to finish 3rd this time round. But when we see them next time, who knows? I think they will be probably a little bit stronger as well and wiser from this first series. Remember, we do have an award ceremony that will be coming up. We do hope that you can join us for that. I think Tina will be talking you through some of the key, giving the thanks to some of the key partners, and then also talking about some of the players. And don't forget, we also have the MVP to be decided as well. So that is all coming up. But let's take a look at the highlights here. And it was a very good partnership, wasn't it, between Nikki Kingsley and Kerr Simone. And not the first time that we've had this married couple together. We did, I think when Ali, you saw Ali was doing, I think Ali there in the background was doing the funky chicken. I don't know what was going on there, but when I was with Ali yesterday, these two were out for a short period of time together. But since then, they've never got another opportunity. Myself and Tina were calling for it. And Amaya, the captain, he obliged by giving them the opportunity, and they didn't let them down. There were the cartwheels as well. We can't go without seeing the cartwheels. And you never know, we might even see some of those cartwheels during the presentation ceremony as well. Anything
from you,
is possible.
Rico. From you.
No. I thought you'd gone. What are you still doing here? No, not from me. And everybody thought, and everybody was saying that you were supposed to scare the birds away doing cartwheels, so that didn't quite go to plan.
That would scare everyone.
That's what Dennis
Ali.
told me. But good partnership, good finish to the series. Well done to DJ Munich. They certainly do put the disappointment of the previous game behind them. And well done also to their captain, young Amaya Kanakutla. She certainly had a very good series, and I'm pretty sure that she'll get a mention when Tina is giving her thanks to everybody and talking about some of the players. And, her name probably is in the hat for MVP. Well, what do you think in the chat? Who's your pip for being the MVP? And, maybe you can share that with us. But a quick look then at the scorecard there. Of course, a great unbeaten partnership between the married couple, Nikki Kingsley and Kers Simon. And that's certainly the best partnership that we've ever had from a married couple on the partnership, 78 runs. And on the bowling front, the bowlers did try. Those 2 overs there from Susie were absolutely fantastic, only going for just the 3 runs. And they just didn't have enough runs on the board.
They didn't, and it's a spirited performance once more. We've got to give a shout out to the Western Warriors. It's not often that a team goes through a whole series and loses all the games but comes away with so much credit. Remember, again, it's worth noting, it's a team that's come together for this tournament. I'm sure they've bonded together as a team throughout, and they go away and I'm sure they've learnt a lot. And they've got young players in there, players from different countries, and it'll be great to see them back on the network again maybe in future. Yeah,
it would be. Hopefully, yes, because that's one thing that we do like to see. You know, we've seen it so many times before everywhere we've been. When we see a team for the first time, you know, they don't get the results that they wanted, but they stick to it. And when they come back stronger, they come back better. And when you think about it, there's not, you know, when you look at all 3 teams, look, United were far superior. We know that. Nobody can begrudge them their victory. I think DJ Munich, not that far behind.
Nope.
You know, small little things which, if they can improve on, will get them the same level as United. And then I think with the Western Warriors, same again for them. Maybe just a few changes, a few tweaks to their batting, and they can be just as competitive when the next time that they play Munich. So, you know, there's things there to work on for the captains, for the teams, and for the players. But the most important thing is they get the opportunity to do it. If they get opportunities like this, a weekend to play cricket, to play these kind of matches, of course they're going to improve.
100%, and that's exactly what Milena said when she joined me just a few moments ago. It's about getting match practice, and not only match practice, but pressure. There's no way you can recreate this pressure of having a tournament and having the cameras, despite what the players say, and despite Milena saying to her team, just forget about them. You can't. I've been there. And that pressure situation is something that can't be replicated. And think about the valuable experience, not only for the new players, but for the national team players who've now learned how to deal with that going into their careers going forward. So it's such a valuable opportunity. And this is the creation of opportunities that comes from the European Cricket Network, and that's why it's such a wonderful opportunity. Yeah,
I agree with that. Look, whether you're batting, and we've seen it in these last couple of days, batters have gone out there, not scored runs, or they've got out. Bowlers haven't had the perfect over. And, you know, when the cameras are on, of course you're thinking, oh, no, you know, so-and-so is going to see that. That's going out, and people are watching. But the way that they've overcome that, that's, for me, that's what's been so impressive. So the nerves have been there. They've been worried about that. They haven't performed well. But the next time we see them, they've put a marvellous performance in. So credit to all the players, because you're right, there is a lot of pressure there, and you've got to find a way to deal with it. And I think all the players have dealt with it really well. And big thanks to them. Big thanks to their captains as well and their managers. It really has been, as we expected it would be, a truly wonderful series.
It's been a celebration of women's cricket, and Rico, the good news is the women's cricket doesn't stop, because tomorrow we're packing up here, and I see the packing already going on, but we're going straight over to Sweden. Well, we're not. We'll be there in spirit, we have 5 games coming your way, starting with Almi against, apparently it's Djurgårdens, and then we've got Stockholm coming in as well. So it's the 3 sides competing there. Similar setup to what we had here. It's 2 days of action, and looking forward to talking you through, well, Danny will be talking through that one. I look forward to talking you through the award ceremony as well, and it's, I think, worth sticking around, because if the celebrations and the team spirit and the camaraderie are anything like they were out there in the middle, then it's going to be a lovely ceremony.
Yeah, it really is. Look, I think one thing that we always said is that this was going to be a carnival atmosphere. It was going to be a festival of women's cricket being celebrated here in Germany. We've certainly seen that, and I know our viewers have seen that, and I think when it comes to the presentation ceremony, we're going to see some more of that. So do stay tuned to that. And I know that it's also the opportunity for us to, in person, also to give our thank yous to everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been such a wonderful series. I've got to say thank you to you as well. It's been another wonderful talk.
It's been wonderful.
And looking forward to it in, I think, just over a week's time. We'll be back. You can't get rid of us. For now, though, enjoy the highlights and then stick around for what is going to be, I'm sure, a celebration of women's cricket during the ceremony.
Yep, certainly is. See you soon.
welcome back to Krefeld, where we're at the award ceremony here for this ECS-W in Germany. And what a tournament it has been. It's been only 48 hours. It feels like we've been here for weeks and weeks. And I know you guys have had an unbelievable time. This time wouldn't have been had if it weren't for a few sponsors. So thank you very much to Dream 11, to HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Microlino for your continued support. And of course, while you guys are doing your stuff on the pitch, there's a lot of work going on in the background. So thank you to the local organisers, to Omar, to Mahintha, and of course to Krefeld Cricket Club. This is kind of the home of German cricket. I know you guys love playing here and it wouldn't be possible, especially the robot mowers as well, aren't they incredible? So thank you very much to Krefeld. And I know you guys might have hated them at times because they've caught every little thing on camera, even when you've missed the ball, when you've done something stupid, but I guarantee for every stupid thing you've done hundreds of amazing things, and they have all been captured by our friends at 2 Circles, so thank you to 2 Circles. And I've got an extra big thank you to give out as well, and that's because I criminally forgot to thank them the other day after the ECS, and that's to the umpires. So for this weekend, it's been Guru, Nikhil and Jason, and the best thing I can say, the best thing I can say about the umpires this weekend, in the nicest possible way, we haven't noticed them, and that's because they've made incredible decisions. I think they've loved going to the TV umpires as well. It's not something you get to do every day. So as you guys have been performing on the stage, so have the umpires, and they've done a tremendous job. So thank you guys. And finally, on the thank yous, it's of course to my colleagues, the Blue Crew. I have a little role in the national team as well, and Ali, the national team coach, who's behind me, I can feel him. I know that sometimes I say, Ali, I can't do any more things that I'm already doing because I'm here at the ground for 13, 14 hours. And my job's pretty easy. I just stand there and talk about cricket. But some of the jobs that these guys do, making sure that everything runs smoothly. It says lightning in the background, so I'll talk cricket. It's an incredible job that they do. 13, 14 hours, that's aside from all the work they've got to do behind the scenes. So thank you very much to the Blue Crew. Woo! And final thank you before we get to the teams is to my co-commentator. There's not too many people I would be able to tolerate standing next to for 12, 13 hours a day. So thank you very much, Rico. It's absolutely a pleasure, or as always. And I know at some point you'll be cartwheeling. So let's get to the teams before the lightning comes back. Firstly, to the Western Warriors. I know it's not been the easiest of weekends for you on the pitch, but we've been so inspired by your enthusiasm. I know there's a few of you with not all your fingers intact. So despite that, and despite the fact you're basically a new team as well, you probably came on Saturday morning and had to introduce yourselves to one another. To go from that to what you were doing at the end and throwing yourselves about. I mean, Susie, you've got a broken finger and you're trying to break fingers on the boundary again, but you were just an incredible team to have. And I hope you guys stay together as a team as well, because we'd love to have you back on the network. So congratulations to the Western Warriors. So now we come on to the runners-up, and that's DJK Munich. So I'd like to invite forward Alistair Waldron, the national team coach. He can come and stand next to me so it's not so ominous behind me. And to DJK Munich, I know it's the second time in maybe a year that you've come runners-up to these guys, and I know that'll be frustrating, but what a performance you put in yesterday evening. It was one that went to the wire, and in my heart of hearts, I was glad that you won because I knew it had set up an amazing day today. And I've got to say, just your enthusiasm, your spirit, also breaking records. It's the first time ever we've had a married couple bat together on the network, so well done for that. And you didn't get out, which means we don't have to pay for therapy yet, which is great. And also, I've got to give a special shout out to the captain, Amaya. She's still a teenager, 17 years old. What a captain she is. She stepped up when the times were tough, she bowled those last overs. I know it didn't quite go her way in that game earlier today against BV United, but she's an absolute superstar. So everyone on the network, make sure you look out for her in the future, and I'd like to invite her forward to receive the second place medals. Thank you. Well done. So now, before we get to the winners, we have, of course, got the small matter of the MVP. So Tyrone Peters will step forward with the glorious trophy, of course, supplied by Local Lifestyles. Thank you again for them for their continued support. And there's a few people that we were looking at for this MVP trophy. Of course, the two I mentioned previously, Amaya, she put in incredible performances, Kirst and Nikki as well. So there was a lot of good batting performances. Even if we talk as well Western Warriors, Susie, you got 2 wickets and 2 balls. Tony, you were certainly one of the fielders of the tournament. But it's hard to look past BV United and the performances they put in. There was one player in particular, 2 half centuries, 189 runs and 2 wickets. The MVP for this ECS-W is Shraddha Palanier. So that's one trophy in the cabinet, and now I think you're going to have to reinforce your shelves because there is another one coming. So I'd like to invite Omar Sada, the Vice President of the Westdeutscher Cricketverband, good German, forward to give the medals. And firstly, for BV United, I've got to say, you're an unbelievable team. You see the likes of Western Warriors, and I think they probably look to you and say, well, that's the kind of team we want to be in 5 or 10 years, because you have this incredible team spirit. You celebrate every wicket like it might be the last you ever take. Kartika, her knee popped in and out and she still carried on running. And it's just been incredible to see you guys throughout the tournament. And the thing is, you won the Bundesliga trophy this year, and I'll say it quietly, I think this one might be up there with the best of them. So I'd like to first invite Milena Beresford forward. She will give you each your medal. So as you step forward to take the medal, I'm going to speak to our dear viewers again, and of course we will come back to the trophy lift. But as we have the last of the women's cricket here from Krefeld, and what a celebration it's been, let's look back at the whole tour we've had, starting, it feels like months ago, with Germany-Belgium in the men's series last weekend. We then went into the ECSs with the men, with Gez and Kirchen coming out on top there. Thankfully, the weather has mostly played on our side, and we went into this women's tournament. I've got to say, I am a bit biased, but seeing this women's cricket played throughout Europe is such an inspiration. It's just the enthusiasm, the cartwheels, the celebration, the happy tears, the sad tears, everything that comes with playing cricket. And it's been so wonderful to be with you guys throughout that time. And the cricket and the women's cricket doesn't stop on the network. Tomorrow we're going over to Sweden for the ECS-W. It's another 3 teams, so I know you guys will be tuning in as well, because you'll see the same kind of players doing it over there. A stat that Vinny gave me the other week as well, 22% of the games on the European Cricket Network are now women's games, and that's what we love to see, and that's, I hope, long may it continue. So it's been a great tour from us here in Krefeld. Luckily we're coming back to Germany in a few weeks' time, but for now we are going to crown our winners, and it looks like they're just about ready as Milena steps back into frame to receive the trophy. So without further ado, your winners of this ECS-W in Krefeld are BV United.